Hello everyone and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in sunny Saudi Arabia outside of Riyadh. My name is Michael Adolphson. We're here over what is going to be a fantastic day of racing. We have 10 thoroughbred races, kind of back to business after a couple of festival days full of purebred Arabian racing. We have 2 purebred Arabian races along with those thoroughbred races. I'm joined by Mr. Tom Collins to our right. What a card we have.
Yeah, they say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and I'm definitely fonder of these cards. 10 thoroughbred races and 2 Arabian races. Back to normality. Looking forward to picking plenty of winners. And here are 3 horses that you should look out for today. First is Naya Athbar in the blue silks right there. He runs in the Arabian Horses Open, race 8 on the card. This 8-year-old owns a handicap mark of 98 and has won 2 of his last 3 starts. He faces a good field today, but has plausible winning claims. This is Lethal Talent, who runs in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup, race 11 on the card. Jimmy Jerkin's 7-year-old has won her last 3 starts and should be successful once again this evening. And finally, we have Badr Al-Alaya, the mount of Khalid Al-Mamoni in race 10. This colt finished 7th in a Group 1 last time up, but won a Group 3 on his penultimate outing. Today's race looks like a great opportunity to find the winner's circle once more.
Fantastic stuff here today. What a day we have ahead of us. Looking forward to it. Going to be capped with the UK Cup today, which is going to be the race 12. Looking forward to that especially. And we're kicking things off pretty well with a couple of stakes horses in our open affair. So I'm looking forward to it. Tom, obviously yesterday we had a nice big race with Vizier upsetting Talal Al-Khalidiyya. Unfortunately, Asfan Al-Khalidiyya did not run.
Yeah, I'm still gutted about it, I have to admit, Michael. Asfan Al-Khalidiyya was the horse I was really looking forward to, and unfortunately they pulled him out at the last minute. Meaning we didn't get the showdown between him and Talal Al-Khalidiyya. And what an upset.
And you're convinced that he was going to win still.
Convinced he would have won easily as well. He's a fantastic horse. But what an upset and a great story.
Well, Vizier is just on the rise, a horse that really must be reckoned with moving forward, and has stamped his ticket basically to the Dubai Arabian Classic. Looking forward to what's going to be a fantastic. I mean, it's nice to see a horse outside of the Khalidiyas kind of jump up and prove himself. He proved himself in Open Company previously, where he bolted up by double digits, and then comes back here and upsets one of the best Arabians in the land. And speaking of the best, we're going to be joined by Anthony Ennis here, who's going to take us through, not only be a great commentator for the day, but take us through the runners and riders for the first race and our entire menu for the day.
Oh, top man Michael, yeah, great to speak to you again, and Tom, and we'll hear from Shamida as well later on. And yes, everybody watching on YouTube, hello to you all. We've got a great day. It's UK Cup Day. What a day in store. We kick off shortly in less than 15 minutes now with this really interesting race. A few familiar names in that. We've got a handicap after that. 25 minutes later, a nominals of 4 race is race number 3. Then the Arabian horses are back in action for that open. And then the thoroughbreds return with a couple of handicap races, 1 for the colts and geldings, 1 for the fillies. Then another handicap for horses rated 0 to 80. An Arabian horses open race is after that. Over the page, we go on to races 9, 10, 11 and 12. An open, followed by a Jcsa award race over 2,000 metres. And the last 2 races are the highest quality, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup, and then the big race itself, the UK Cup, which takes place at 8:30 local time. So lots to look forward to today. Right, race number 1. The late scratcher, actually, number 9, Karkash, has come out. So scratch the 9. That's quite a late withdrawal. Let's go through the runners. They're going 1,200 metres here. This open race, fillies and colts and geldings. Number 1 is Wafig, written by Jose Rodriguez. Number 2, Al Dassim, Mohammed Aldaham. 3, Sunset and Vine, Ahmed Al-Azari. 4, Atomic Impact, Alex Moreno. 5, Al-Asra for Fahad Al-Faradi. 6, Tabarak Al-Khalek, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. 7 is Jamran, Turkey Alofi. 8, Rock Sound is written by Abdul Al-Fayruz. Take out 9, that's a scratch, isn't it? 10, Amarillo Gold is Camille Ospina. 11, Vasari is Youssef Al-Hassin. 12 is Al Jazeel, Mohammed Al-Habail. 13, Rossmore Nation. Used to race over here, over in the UK, I should say. Adel Al-Faradi has been in great form the last few meetings. He's on board. 14, Clarence C, Abdullah Al-Ajmi. 15, Odisseo, Mohammed Al-Nassar. 16, Wonder El Zam, another former Brit, Ricardo Ferreira. 17, Fast Star Ali Al-Matib. 18, High Accolade, Abdullah Al-Saidi. And the reserves don't get in. 19, 20 and 21 are out, so Karkash is out. Let's say a very big hello to Shamila Hanley, shall we? Let's go and join her right now. Shamila, hello.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Happy Saturday, everybody. Thank you for joining us live on YouTube. We are back to normality, back to normal proceedings. Only 2 Arabian races today, but they are crackers as well. Our last 2 races, race 11 and 12, are both cup races worth 150,000 Saudi riyals each. So it's all business today. And I think that, like a sniper, lethal talent in race number 11 can be precise and make it 4 wins in a row for Jimmy Jerkins. So as the horses are coming in for the first race of the day, I'll hand it back to you guys in the studio while I have a look around.
Thank you so much, Shamila. We're going to go through these horses right away. This is Wathik, who is making his first run here. He's a winner, I believe, at Jebel Ali.
Yeah, 1 out of 10 in the UAE. Best trip seems to be a mile and 2 furlongs, so questionable that they're dropping down to 1,200 today.
The class of the race is Al Dassim. He's rated 109, was previously with George Bowie.
Very smart horse. Dirt debut. I have question marks about the surface.
Sunset and Vine right there. Previously with William Knight. Has won 5 wins here.
Eighth in the grade last time over the course and distance. Not for me today, but has won a fair few races in his career.
Number 4, great name, Atomic Impact. 1 win from 12 runs, was second last time.
It was a better performance as well. Previous to that, finished 7th. Needs a little bit more progression on figures.
Number 5 is Al Asra. 4 victories to his credit, this 6-year-old.
Stalker will be just behind the pace and look to pounce in the straight.
Tabarak Al-Khalek rated 95, 4 victories, comes off of 2 wins.
Won 4 out of 5 in this grade and 4 of his last 5 starts. Was decent in handicaps prior to that. This trip works. He's a player.
Yeah, very relaxed in the parade ring. Jamron, number 7, is son of Kentucky Derby winner, Super Saver.
Won a 0 to 80 handicap in February and 0 to 90 handicap in March, and now steps up into open class on his return.
Well-bred Roxanne, a 9-year-old son of Lope de Vega. 7 victories to this 9-year-old.
Very consistent. He's had no excuses the last twice, though, and he gets a tougher draw.
Number 9, Karkash, is scratched. Number 10, Amarillo Gold, and shot there. 3 victories, comes off a 2nd place finish. Seems to be consistent.
Yeah, very consistent in defeat. Gets Camilo Ospina, who usually rides, and he'll be on or near the speed today.
The late charging Vazari, very honest horse in the UAE, makes his local debut.
3 from 23 in his career. Began with Sir Michael Stout, then moved on to Al Mahiri. Definitely a sprinter, so this trip will suit.
It'll be very interesting. There he is in shot right there. Kind of a slight sort. Used to be with, as you say, Juddmonte. Very well-bred sort. Is a grandson of the brilliant, honest lady. Number 12 will be in shot in just a second. That is Al Jazeel. 1 win from 11 runs, 12th last time.
It's been a little bit disappointing this year. Yet to break into the top 10. Connections would be hoping for a better effort.
Number 13 is Rossmore Nation. 4 victories, rated 91.
Ex-Mick Appleby trainee from the UK, had very consistent form figures prior to last time. I don't know what happened that day. Adel Al-Faradi takes over, so I expect a big boost in form.
All right, number 14 is Clarence C. 1 victory from 16 runs as a 5-year-old from the first crop of Caravaggio.
Is a closer, comes from way off the speed, horse number 14. He lacks that kick that he's required to win this race.
We'll get the last few in a minute. Let's go to Shamila, see who she likes out there.
Thank you very much, Michael. I've been casting my eye around here at the parade ring, and it has landed on horse number 16, Wonder Elzam, drawn in stall number 16 for Samuel Harabi and Ricardo Ferreira. First last time out at meeting 56, hasn't been seen since then, so has had a pretty long layoff. However, it does look fit and ready to go, and Ricardo Ferreira is due a win this weekend. Al Dassim, horse number 2, is also an interesting horse. Obviously, first time it'll be running on dirt. However, Thamar Al-Dehani and Mohammed Al-Daham team up for this time, so it could be very close. So it'll be interesting to see how he takes to the surface. Only 1 paddock negative for you, and horse number 7, Jamran, just getting really hot and sweaty behind the saddle.
All right, thank you so much. This is number 15. This is Odissio. Just he has 4 victories, 5 local runs, winless it seems from here.
Yes, formerly trained by Marco Botti in the UK, and was pretty good on synthetic surfaces as well. All-weather specialist, as I say, but he hasn't run since Taif. That's a worry.
Shamila's selection is Wonder Elzam. Looking well, seems to be a player, comes off a victory.
Definitely a player after a nice win on the opening day of the Riyadh season.
Fast Start, number 17. 0 for 4 locally, comes off a 2nd place finish.
Getting better recently, but handicaps look to be the option, not an open race like this.
High Accolade is number 18. 3 wins, 17 local runs.
Just a tough draw out in 18 today. Finished down the field recently, went 11th. We'll need a much better effort, especially from this wide gate.
As it was, 2 victories from 10 local runs, 6th last time.
Does this horse definitely start? No, reserve. So not in this race.
All right, not in this race. There we go. We're good to go. Just kidding. Okay, moving forward. We're looking forward to what's going to be a wide open race. A lot of unknowns with unknown sorts that are making their first start in the country.
Well, if this was on turf, we'd just be talking about Al Dassim, wouldn't we?
Of
We'd
course.
be saying that he's definitely the horse to beat. And
This track is friendlier to turf horses, though.
it is. I just have a slight concern about whether he will 100% translate. I mean, he's going to have to run to near his best. Not 109 that the figure suggests he's capable of running to, but he'll have to run to a mark around 100 to win this race. He looks very nice. To be
He
fair.
does. He's carrying a tiny bit of condition from what I'm used to with him. But
Kind of expected, though.
yeah, it is expected. It's the worry is him being here. Period.
Yeah, well, I know from obviously being in the UK, that's where I live, that this horse went wrong, Royal Ascot week, for George Bowie. Here's a bit of Maidan form where we can see him. This was last year.
Yeah, this is the Nat Al Sheba Turf Sprint. He's going to win this really well on Super Saturday, which is about 3 weeks before the World Cup. This catapulted him into favoritism for the Dubai World Cup Days Alcohol Sprint.
Yeah, you can just see how good he is on the turf this day. This was a proper performance from Al Dassim. I don't think he'll repeat this kind of effort today, but he won't need to win. Obviously a different surface. But he's very much a turf horse to me, and I know that George Bowie rated him very highly when he was in the UK, but as I say, he went wrong during Royal Ascot week, and now he's moved out to Saudi Arabia.
Have we seen any of the Harry Angels handle this surface?
Not we haven't had many Harry Angels running here, to be fair. I mean, that would be a major concern. I don't really know why they're starting out on this.
Tabrak Al-Khalik is in shot right here. This one was a winner last time on the 16th of December.
Son of Berrettino, who was a good 2-year-old in the UK. Yeah, this was, I think, a 0-90 handicap. Prior to this one, a 0-85. He's a horse in just great form at the moment, battles strongly in the closing stages, game as they come, and wants to win. They're the main assets of Tabrak Al-Khalik.
That obviously is earlier on in the day as well. He's going to get a similar track, you'd assume?
Yeah, I would guess so. He'll be near the pace, and as I say, you want to be up there. Or yesterday anyway, it looked like the speed was holding up for the majority of the card, not just the first few races.
He's got a very nice kind of physicality to him.
Yeah.
His attitude just seems he likes his job. You can tell, very professional sort. Love to see that. Comparing the two, obviously, two very different perspectives. You have a horse coming in with all the class and 14 pounds more in rating.
Yeah.
Switching surfaces to a horse that's absolutely proven over conditions and in the class level. So where do you kind of lean if you have to, sort them?
It's difficult, it really is. Look, if Al Dassim runs to anywhere near his best, he will win this race. There's no getting away from that. I don't think he will run near his best. He may run well enough to win, but I don't think he'll win as easily as he should based on handicap figures. I'm going to oppose him. I don't know why they're running here. I think they should just wait a week or two when the turf's going to be riding, and they can just send him on the turf and he'd win a race like this. But I'm going to be siding with a horse called Amarillo Gold. And I think it's very much like Tabrak Al-Khalik insofar as this horse is super consistent and we know what we're going to expect. Also will be ridden near the speed. They were the angles I was after. Amarillo Gold last time faced similar, if not better, opposition and was a good second. Camilo Ospina rides this horse, I would say week in, week out, because that's literally how often he runs. But every start, basically, Camilo rides. And I just think that Amarillo Gold is drawn well to sit on the shoulder and hopefully make a good tilt at winning.
Speaking of starts, the one that kind of jumps off the page as one that might be better than his rating would be, you can, correct me on this, is Fast Start. Ran pretty much a winning race last time, just caught one better. Any chance of him kind of stepping up from that 72 rating? Because it's obviously low compared to a lot of these.
Well, he's improving, isn't he? A good rate of knots since moving to Saudi Arabia. If you look back at the start of the season, finishing 9th and 16th, he didn't really look like he acclimatised very well. But his recent two outings have been much nicer, 3rd and 2nd. And as you say, he ran well last time. Dubarbi's over 6 furlongs, though. I always feel like they want a little bit further.
Yeah, this is it's kind of an exciting race to start the day, to be honest. This is some proper group horses in there, mixed with some what we call allowance horses back home in the States.
Yeah.
Those trying to still sort themselves, and then you have the high-level handicappers, we call them, where they can step up at the right rating. I'm interested to see just how this is going to play out. You have horses like Rossmore Nation, gets Aldel for 80 in the saddle, number 13, can't be with 2 victories earlier this season. Put a line through his last race, and he's a big player.
Yeah, he was a pretty improving type in the UK as well, for Mick Appleby, who does very well with horses like him, picking them up from other stables and improving them on the all-weather. Rossmore Nation should have no problem with the track, that's for sure, and the wins in Tyve kind of prove that. But the effort last time was just a little bit too bad for me to suggest he can win. Now, That's not to say he can't win, but
Yeah.
for me to say he's the most likely winner, it would be a bit of a leap of faith. However, Adele being on board is a big positive, and you can make similar jockey assessments with horse number 16, Wonder Elzam, who is Shamila's selection, a horse who won very well back at the start of this Riyadh season. Now gets Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who's the standard jockey booking for Sami Al Harabi, the trainer, in these Yusuf Al Turaif silks. So both of those horses, Rossmore Nation and Wonder Elzam, definitely cannot be written off. But this is a wide open race. There really are many possibilities.
So, in the end, how high is your level of confidence right now in your selection?
It's not high, I have to say. I've gone with the solid choice in Amarillo Gold, a horse who I know should be in the top 5. You know, because some of these at the top of the ratings, the likes of Al Dassim, Tabarak Al Khalik is stepping up. Al Dassim, we don't know if he's going to handle the surface. They come with a few question marks. So I'm going to take the consistent performer in open races. Yes, he doesn't win all that often, but Amarillo Gold will be close at the finish line.
I'm going to give it a chance to Vazari to strike in his first run here. Anything close to his best puts him in the top 3, in my opinion. But we're going to see whether or not that's going to happen. Shamila is going to go with Wonder Elzam. We're going to go up to Enzo and see what he thinks about this race. He always is quite keen on these early races.
Yeah, looking forward to this. I actually agree with Tom. I think I want to try and take Al Dassim on here. As you say, if this race was on turf, then he'd probably win it comfortably. But yeah, we've seen it a lot in America recently. Horses switching surface, it doesn't always work out. And he's a proper turfer, I think, and he's going to find it tougher here against these horses who've been running on this surface. Amarillo Gold certainly one I liked. I also thought that Vasari would run well, and Wonder Elzam. I think Wonder Elzam with Ricardo Souza Ferreira riding is a big shout as well. So yeah, I'd be happy to try and take him on here. But look, if he wins, I'll be delighted to call him home, because he's a very high-class horse to be running in the first race on the card. This race is over the 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres. And first prize here, 47,500 Saudi Riyal. Karkash doesn't go, as we know. The other runners are down there at the start now. And we're not that far away. Just going through them again. Wafig, Jose Rodriguez. I had a look at him going down. Al Dassim did look well. He looked plenty fit enough, certainly, on the way down. Just whether or not he's going to be able to cope with running on the dirt track here. Of course, the turf action back next week. We're looking forward to that. And the racing really building up towards Saudi Cup Day in, what is it, just over 6 weeks' time now, as we get ever closer to the big day. Dirt track took the rein very well last week. And the first run is about to be called forward here. Wonder Elzam is number 16. He's got, obviously, a wide draw to try and overcome here. Number 17 is Fast Start. Ali Al-Matib on board him. He's got a dark blue saddlecloth. And the first of the runners now about to load up. There's the grey I just saw going through your shot as well. That's a High Accolade, who I didn't get a look at going down. Son of Outstrip. Many of these Outstrips are greys. He does stamp his progeny very well. 7-year-old High Accolade. Number 11 there's Des Vasari, green and white checks. If you're looking for Vasari, got a light-coloured saddlecloth. He's a son of Muharrar, Yusuf Al Hassin riding him. And they are going forward here. There is Al-Azra, Farhad Al-Faradi on board. Next door to Atomic Impact, Alex Moreno. This is the 11. Thought he looked well, Vasari. Could be a player, 92 rating. And Tabarak Al-Khalik as well in the purple. He's already forward. So the last trio, there is Al Dassim. Still has to be the likely winner, despite the fact he is more of a turf horse, as we know. He's in. Sunset and Vine, the other one to load, and then we'll be set. Last one then for race 1. The Super Saturday card. We're just about set for a start. 1,200 on the dirt. Here we go. Starter's about to hit the button. And they're off. Jumped away. Dassim broke okay towards the inside. Missing it was Warthig from stall 1. A couple out wide broke really well. Wonder Elzam's right up with the pace early on. Also up with a gallop 2 in the black is Rossmore Nation. The white sleeves of Amarillo Gold. And now Al Dassim decides to press on. He's going to use that rail advantage to Mohammed Aldaham and come through against the pegs. So it's Al Dassim now on the inside, who leads narrowly to Amarillo Gold, and then 3 wide is Rossmore Nation. They're not hanging about up front. 64 kilometres per hour. Just off the pace is Sunset and Vine. The purple colours of Tabarak Al Khalek is next. Towards the outside then, the grey sleeves of Wonder El Zam, and very deep on the course is Fast Start around the home turn, and Al Dassim is trying to stamp his authority and his class on this race. He leads now by 2 lengths. Rossmore Nation is the pursuer though with a noseband. He's going well, Rossmore Nation, and Al Dassim is under pressure. He's in big trouble now because Rossmore Nation has sailed past for Adel Al Faradi, and Rossmore Nation is piling it on now. Running on from the back of the field is Fast Start. He might get second. Atomic Impact is also finishing really well. They'll fight second and third out, but Rossmore Nation is much the best. Atomic Impact got up for second, and third was Fast Start. What a fast start for Adel Al Faradi. He's not hanging about. Rossmore Nation. That was impressive. Used to race over in the UK, this horse, and he has bolted up here. 1 minute 12.13 seconds. The winning time, 13 the winner. I think 4 got up for second, Atomic Impact under Moreno. And third will be number 17, Fast Start, who kept on really well. He had a tough trip, you know, Fast Start. He was kind of 5-6 deep around the bend, so that's a big run by him. Wonder El Zam back in fourth. 4 1/4 lengths the winning margin. 13 the winner, Rossmore Nation. 4 Atomic Impact second. 17 Fast Start was third. Didn't happen for Al Dassim. He weakened dramatically late on.
Adel Al Faradi continues his winning streak onto Saturday by winning the first contest of the day, the open race for 4-year-old horses and upwards, worth 95,000 Saudi riyals. So Rossmore Nation is finally back to winning ways. Last time he won was back at meeting 53. Last time out, not so impressive, coming 14th at meeting 83, but has definitely redeemed himself since then. The 4-year-old colt by Sioux Nation looks absolutely stunning in that race, jumping out of stall 13. So very well done as well to trainer Thnain Al Thneya and of course his owners Asim Abdulaziz Al Hamad as well.
It was a classic line-through event where we basically had to forget the last run and look at the previous form, and this horse is right there.
The Adele Alfredi effect is what I like to call it. Those times I believe are a little wrong at the bottom because the winner won by 4 1/4 in a time of 1:12.13. So it was a pretty good time for the race. And as I say, when Adele gets on, Adele wins.
Yeah, he improves horses consistently, and just a nice run. Obviously, Al-Dassim went out there and flashed his speed. Not his usual style. He usually likes a horse to pass.
Yeah, a little bit odd, wasn't it? They just used it as a blowout race, I think. Get rid of the rust. He's a turf horse, doesn't want to lead, and he got tired.
And you'll see in the back in the green and white checks, that's Vizara. He is getting pulled up right now. We just saw him walk behind us to go get some water. He is well. Just probably his first run and just a little bit of
I think he bled.
out of sorts.
He had some blood in his right nostril. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I saw when he walked past. He's okay though.
He's okay, yeah. Everything is sorted with him. A very, very uncharacteristic run for him. So Al-Dassim rather. Do you think he's just wasn't his? Do you think it's the surface? Do you think it's the new conditions, the running style? What was
everything?
Everything.
Yeah, I just think he was using this as a prep. Connections are using this for a turf race coming up in the near future, I'm sure. Just a blowout on the front end, basically like a paid piece of work. Up front, all the bit he's not going to get paid for where he finished. They just went to the front, used his speed early. He got very tired late, but we'll see a different horse next time, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, what's interesting to me is, are they going to just run him into the 6 furlongs now on the grass? Because they don't have a 5 furlong race here on the grass, which would probably suit him just slightly better than the 6.
Yeah, for sure. He didn't break very well, Al-Dassim. He did get rushed up by yesterday's hero, Mohammed Al-Daham, up the inside and made the front. But there was a bit of a rush on for the lead with all the best horses up there.
And the thing is, it looked like he was pretty relaxed going that pace. I mean, he's obviously the class of the race and has that much boot to him in general. Yeah. But I think his hand was kind of forced by the post position. He probably would prefer in another situation to maybe be where I believe it's the 1 to the inside is, with 1 or 2 horses to pass.
Maybe they just didn't want him to take any kickback on his unfavoured surface as well. Maybe just wanted to get a clear run of things out front, blow away the cobwebs and see what happens next time. But today wasn't the be-all and end-all for Al-Dassim. It's just a minor open race for him, and he'll have bigger targets. Rossmore Nation, the eventual winner, already in second at this point, and Adele's just about to push the button.
Yeah, he just has him in the perfect spot there, and obviously he finishes up in a really sharp time there. Thoughts on this racehorse time for early in the day?
Yeah, so a good start. The good start to proceedings. I think we've seen a nice horse, and actually the pace held up with all the horses aside from Al-Dassim sticking around for minor places. Fast Start finishing 3rd. Back in 4th was Wonder Elzam. 5th was my selection, Amarillo Gold, and they were always up with the pace. The only horse that closed off was the eventual runner-up, who was Atomic Nation, who really flew in the final stage. Atomic Impact, sorry. He really flew in the final stages. This is a horse who I marked down as a slow starter, yet he's managed to come through 4 seconds. So full credit to Atomic Impact. He could be one to follow next time.
It was a very, very, very nice run from him. And Fast Start obviously outran his 72 rating in this way. And I was, if you look at my paper in front of me, I have my first 3 selected are Rossmore Nation, Fast Start, and Vizari. I went with Vizari to sort of stay with the home team for me, an ex-Dubai horse. Obviously things didn't work out for him, but the other 2 ran big races. Fast Start is definitely one to look forward to. I think he just seems to show up every time.
Yeah, absolutely. He's much better than the mark, as you suggest. He's better than the 72. I also think he'll probably be better suited to a little bit further, maybe the 7 furlongs, where he's not completely pushed out of his comfort zone in the early stages of the race. He finishes off relatively well. Obviously not the same as Atomic Impact, who came from way back, but he outfinished the other prominent racers, Wonder Elzam and Amarillo Gold, just to his inside there.
And he lost ground as well.
He did.
It's another nice run from him. I think he was beaten by that very, very, very the beautiful horse that we saw recently. I forget his name, but he lost in a tussle last time. He seems to show up every time. I'd love to see a horse like that move forward. I don't know if he would stay in this class level, but a lot of these might meet each other again.
Yeah, I think he probably could stay in opens. He's going to find a weaker race than this at some point. This was pretty strong. There was a good amount of depth in here. Quite a few imported horses who have proven their trade at a higher level. So he'll find a weaker open, and I'm sure Fast Start will win a race. He'll probably get drawn better in a couple of these as well. He was jumping from 17 today. You can see the closer there, Atomic Impact, who eventually finishes 2nd. He's with the yellow cap, the orange wrap around his body, and the maroon silks. Alex Moreno's on board, and usually he's pretty aggressive, but this horse just has no early, and he dropped out in the early stages and then powered through late.
Very nice run from the top three in particular. Yeah, looking forward to seeing them all kind of rematch. I wouldn't be shocked if they stepped up Rossmore Nation again.
Cup race, I reckon.
Into cup race. Yeah, he's 91. He's probably going to, after burying them in the final furlong, he's probably going to raise to the 100 area.
Yeah, agreed. 100 maybe. £9 rise.
Yeah, he just turned 4. I mean, this is a horse with his 5th victory lifetime, so he's obviously on the up.
Yeah, he was an improver, as I say, in the UK for Mick Appleby. He won a couple of all-weather races, so this surface suits, this kind of trip suits, and who knows how high his ceiling is. He could be a 110 horse in the future, but right now he's at least 100.
Great start to proceedings. We're going to move onwards and upwards to the second race, a handicap for 0 to 94-year-olds and upward over 6 furlongs. We'll go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, we'll do, Michael. Yeah, he looks like a 100-race animal, doesn't he, Rossmore Nation? He was really impressive, I thought, in that first race. Right, let's move it on to our second race, which is over 1,200 metres once again on the dirt track here. 6 furlongs they're going this time. And number 1 is going to be Beehive for Louis Morales. 2, Al Washmi for Abdullah Al Kradis. 3, Line of Departure for the double-seeking rider Adel Al Faradi, who made the perfect start. Number 4 is Ryan's Party for Camillo Ospina. 5 is going to be Biz Star for Mohamed Al Hubail. 6 is Puerto de Vega for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. And number 7 is Wisham Al Shajar, Mohamed Al Daham. 8 is Guillavant, used to be trained over in the UK by Daryl Holland. Fawas Wanas rides. 9 is Wadi for Jose Rodriguez. 10, Etisalat, Mohamed Saeed. 11, Bravado, Rakan Alabaid. 12 is Jack Star for Naif Adanazi. 13 is Salam, Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 14 is Karnas, Alex Moreno. 15, Dora Penny, who used to be with David Evans for a while over in the UK, Mohamed Alajmi. 16's out, Rovaniemi doesn't go, it's the scratch. 17, Roman Dynasty, Ahmed Al-Azari. 18, Benita B, who used to race for the Shannons over in the UK, Tariq Al-Mansour on board, and scratch the other reserves. They don't go 19, 20 and 21. So without Rovaniemi, still a decent field here for this handicap race over 1,200. Let's go back to you, Michael and Tom.
All right, they're heading out. You see there, that is Beehive, who will lead the way. He's, it's going to be a fun one. Obviously, we're going to actually be able to compare times with similar fields here as well, which will be fun.
Yes, it should be a pretty good time. I doubt they'll get anywhere close to the 112 and change what Rossmore Nation did in the first race. I think it should be more 113, 114, but it's still a good race featuring several nice and improving sorts, and also some horses that have come from the UK who just haven't managed to really translate that form to Saudi Arabia just yet.
And they really support their handicappers out here. This is a 145,000. Last one was 95,000. So this is interesting to see. Yeah, this is fantastic prize money for handicappers.
It really is. Yeah, it's a good race, and plenty of these connections will be wanting to take home that first prize.
Beehive in shot there. 7 wins to his record. 7-year-old is going to be ridden by Louis Morales.
He's yet to win this year, but he's been prolific in the past. He was rated 99 at his peak. He's handicapped well today to go close.
Al Washmi is number 2. He will be in shot in just a moment. He has 5 victories. He's one of the elder statesmen of the field. 7 runs. 7-year-old has 58 runs.
5-time winner. Last time up was disappointing, but we've just seen a horse in the first race prove that you can always put a line through just one run. Prior to that, he was a good third at meeting 71.
Line of Departure in shot right there. Has 4 victories to his record. He gets double seeking Adele in the saddle.
Formerly trained by Roger Varian. A nice horse as well in the UK. His Riyadh form just hasn't been strong. Adel Al-Faradi doesn't ride many for this trainer.
Number 4 is Ryan's Party. He has 4 victories to his record. He's a son of Neymas, who's obviously a very useful sire.
Race fit, having run at meeting 80, meeting 77 and meeting 70. He had better form in Taif though.
Number 5 looked quite well actually. Very relaxed for a son of Neymas. They can be a little bit hotter. Number 5 is Biz Star, 87 rated. 2 wins to his 8 runs. Comes off one of those victories.
Yeah, successful when last seen, which meant he had to move up in the handicap ratings, which is why he's now rated 87. But that was 6 months ago. Mohamed Al Hubail rides today.
Puerto de Vega is number 6. Son of Lope de Vega, no surprise there. 4 victories to his record. Ricardo Ferreira is in the saddle.
Another horse that hasn't been seen since Taif, albeit he ran at meeting 48 compared to Bizstar's meeting 14. Ricardo Souza Ferreira, red hot form this couple of weeks that we've been here, so maybe he's got another winner under his belt.
Wouldn't be a shock at all. Wissam Al Shaja'a is number 7. He has 47 runs to his record, 2 local wins. Mohamed Al Daham, man of the hour, is in the saddle.
Seemed to need the run last time up. That was his first start since Taif, and he finished a pretty disappointing 14th. He is an 8-year-old though. I don't know how much improvement there is left.
The consistent G1 is in view right now. 3 victories, comes off of 4 placings.
Strong stayer. Enzo always seems to call this horse home when he's on, and G1 seems to be running. Second last time, third the time before, second the time before. Just seems to find one to beat him. This wide draw today won't help.
We're going to go to Shamilo's in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think I was a little bit unlucky in the last race. The bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount, and I've gone with this horse number 8, Jcsa, under Fawaz Wanas for trainer Abdullah Al Manif. Just caught my eye straight away. Nicely rated as well at 85. Second last time out at meeting 80, and I think this horse is definitely due a win. 5-year-old gelding by Acclaim, and I think that Fawaz Wanas can definitely get the job done. There were a lot of really nice looking horses in this contest. Horse number 5, Biz Star, caught my eye, as well as horse number 15, Dora Penny. She does look nice, however, I don't think she is strong enough to compete with some of these geldings and colts in this race, but I'd like to still see her do well, but I will be sticking at the end of the day with horse number 8, Jcsa.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Number 9 is Wadiz. Obviously a proven sort in the past, but is 12 years old now.
Barely beaten a rival this year. They should probably find a retirement home
Just
for him.
like Wadi, Itislat, also a former Shadwell, number 10.
Regressive form again so far this season. 9-year-old, just not the horse he was.
Bravado, number 11, looking to have a little bit of that himself, showcasing colt here. Her horse is 6 years old.
Been prolific in previous seasons. Third one off the layoff today. He may improve and may feature in the finish.
Possible pace angle from Jcsa, number 12. He has 2 victories, 19 runs.
It was a better run last time when finishing 4th. Nathan Al-Nazi takes the ride, but this horse runs every single week. There should be at least one to beat him in here.
Number 13 is Salam. 5 victories for this runner of 52. Also another 12-year-old in the race.
Yeah, we've got a couple of proper veterans in here. Needs to return to his best, which just seems unlikely at this age.
Number 14 is Karnas. 1 victory from the 16 runs on the opposite side of the spectrum. He's a 5-year-old.
Very nice pedigree being by Frosted. Good jockey booking as well with Alex Marino on board.
A daughter of Mason is Dora Penny, number 15.
Formerly trained in the UK by Dave Evans. Just hasn't really run to a level like this. The mark of 81 suggests that she's got a chance in here, but I don't like the inside stall for her either.
Yeah, I guess the 10 victories in the UK. And interesting sort. Roman Dynasty is number 17. Will be in shot in just a second there. 16 does not run. 2 victories for Roman Dynasty.
They came in the UK as well, formerly trained by Joseph Parr. Generally a miler in the UK, this son of Maymas. Breaks from a nice draw. I'm worried about the trip.
And last but not least is Benita B, another ex-UK sort on UK Cup Day.
Yes, exactly. Could hit the frame again today from a good draw in stall 5. This filly has been very consistent this year, and Tariq Al-Mansour rides.
All right, there is Naif Al-Nazi in the shot right there. Always full of smiles and good energy. Sure, like a lot of us here, he's looking forward to a nice weekend starting tomorrow for himself.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we got some racing ahead of us right now. This is going to be a fun one. I think it's going to be fast and furious up there.
Yeah, it should be pretty hard to get to the front, so we're going to have a bit of a duel up top, I'm sure. Camilo Ospina's Mount Ryan's Party could be the likely leader in this race. There are plenty of others that want to go forward as well. There are some closers. The likes of Jcsa could be well suited by the way this race pans out, but we have seen in previous races and yesterday and the first race today, closers haven't really been faring well this week, so it'd be interesting to see how close they can get.
Jcsa is definitely one that needs to be considered here. Obviously, Shamila said that, I mean, obviously the form is there, but the apparently looks quite good in the parade ring. I did not catch that myself. I thought that he looked fine. Not amazing, but I feel like he is obviously one of the serious players there. He is in shot right there. Yeah, he does look well. She's right.
Yeah, we pick this up here. He's a deep closer, and you won't see him in the shot right now. He'll be as the pan. There we go. Oh, he was in the shot. He's not normally in the shot. In the previous replays, he comes from way out the back, but he was ridden differently this day. We weren't here this time, so that's my excuse. It was a good performance to finish second.
The deep closer beat him.
Yeah, well, you never see
You almost
this.
had it.
Different tactics. He's usually way out the back, but
And on the wrong lead coming home.
I think he'll be ridden differently to this today. Fawaz Wanas doesn't normally ride G1. He takes them out this afternoon. Fawaz has just turned a professional after being an apprentice and riding his 50 winners.
Number 5 there, getting a nice little warm up down to the gate is Biz Star. A little bit of type form is the 7th of July.
This was 6 months ago, as you say. We pick it up here. Travelling nicely, turning in. Biz Star was successful and did it nicely this day, but completely different proposition. This race compared to the race he's running in today, the fact he's coming off the layoff, a completely different track. Al-Azra is back in the pack there. Al-Azra just ran in the previous race with the horse with the big white noseband, blue and yellow silks up the inside.
Show some grit here.
Yeah, he battles well in the straight, but you didn't want to be off the pace. You couldn't really win at Thai from off the speed, so I don't know. I don't really know what the strength of that form is.
This will be an interesting race. Some sorts in here, like a Group 2 winner in Wadi, who at 12 years old, you don't know what you're going to get from him. He didn't show much in 2 runs thus far here.
Yeah, horses like this are the first off my list. Just don't like them in races like this. 12-year-olds, as a start, wouldn't have a very good strike rate, and then especially ones that haven't performed at all this year.
You have horses coming from 76 up to 88, so you have here a pretty well-matched field. Who are the 3 or 4 that you think can do it?
Well, Beehive is going to be my selection. I'll come back to him in a couple of seconds after mentioning my shortlist. But Line of Duty would be on Line of Departure. Sorry, will be on my shortlist. Adele Alfaradi on board. Ryan's Party would be on my shortlist as well. Gia1, of course, if it sets up for a closer. But I will be with Beehive. This horse usually partnered by Naif Alanazi. I like the fact that Luis Morales takes over. That's nothing against Naif, it's just a different rider, different type of rider. Naif is better on horses that are forwardly placed, and I think Louis is better on horses that stalk. And Beehive will be stalking in this race from a good draw in 11. As I said in the runner by runner, this horse previously rated 99, dropped down the handicap to allow him to now run in a 0 to 90. This looks like a bit of a ploy, and he's been very competitive of late. It's not like he's been bombing out in his races. He's been just running in the top 6 or so, and not winning, but going close. Yet the handicap has been lenient. So I'm going to take a shot on Beehive off top weight. Hope that Louis can get into a nice stalking position and pounce in the straight. Grass
course looks fantastic for next week. Obviously kicking off some high-end cup races, and it's going to be a big week to unveil what's the grass course has never looked any better. I've been coming here 4 years. It's been I think 2020 was the first year they had it, and it looks better and better every year. I don't know what seed they're using this time, but it looks fantastic. So Tom's going to go with Beehive in here. Shamila will go with G-Want number 8. I'm going to go, let's see, I'm going to go with Ryan's Party, number 4, just to give him a shot. And I just think that Spina in the saddle is definitely a plus. Who does Enzo like? We're going to go to him, and he's going to call the race as well.
Well, I think Tom mentioned earlier, I'm a massive Giavant fan, Michael, so I've got to stick with him here. I know Shamila likes him as well. He can get a bit lost in his races sometimes and then stay on, but last time I called him when he ran, he was a lot more prominent. I don't mind seeing him being held up off a strong pace, so hopefully he can drop him in early on. Fawas Wanas, and bring him with a steady run through the pack. So I'm going to stick with Giavant, but he's becoming a bit of a cliff horse for me. Bonita B, I remember her running over in the UK for the Shannon team. She had some fair form. I have to respect the ones that Tom mentioned as well. Ryan's Party, you've got to give a mention to the one you like too, Michael, and Beehive and Line of Departure. Adele Alfaradi, he's in fabulous form, isn't he? I think treble the other day. I think 2 trebles in the last couple of times I've been calling for Adele. So he is absolutely riding as well as anybody at the moment. Camille Ospina, he broke his drought, didn't he, on Thursday? And he rides Ryan's Party. Runners are going in. That's Biz Star going forward there. And into stall 14, next one is going to be going forward. Now, of course, it's being a handicap. They're not in the race card orders. That was Wissam Al Shajar into 14. This is horse number 9, Wadi, going forward. Good old Wadi, veteran, 12 years of age. There's Ryan's Party, number 4. And we are getting through loading up then for our second race here on the dirt track at Riyadh today. We're going the 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs then. 15 about to come forward. This is Dora Penny in red and white. So I know well from her UK exploits. She's quite a prolific winner as well for David Evans. Had a very good summer a few years ago, Dora Penny. Still to go forward there is number 6, Puerto de Vega in the stripes colours. Royal blue cap for Ricardo Ferreira. Here's number 2 in the very dark jacket, Al Washmi, Abdullah Al Kradis. And stall 2 for number 2. This one has actually got the same stall as the race card. 3 going in, Line of Departures in the middle. The couple to go. The grey Carnas is to go in over on the far side along with Puerto de Vega. They will be set for this. Colts, fillies and geldings lined up over the 1200. Starter's about to hit the button and let them go. And they're off, they're racing. Get off to a decent start. Al Washby broke well towards the inside. Also breaking quite alertly was Jcsa towards the middle, the maroon sleeves and the blue colours up there as well towards the outside. Beehive got off to a fairly good start as well. And it is Beehive now, it just goes on. Red and white Dora Penny, though, she wants the inside line. These two now crack on ahead of Jcsa, who's going to sit in third place. To the outside is the grey Carnas in the white and green colours. That's alongside Line of Departure, who's quite prominent, the yellow body. One that's racing quite wide there is Bravado as they head around the turn. That's the blue and white. Ryan's Party's on the move, but having to do it around horses in the black and white as they turn for home. Travelling well up on the outside is Beehive as he comes to attack Dora Penny. These two enter the home straight together. They're travelling around 59 kilometres per hour and they're heading down with 250 metres to go. And it's now Beehive who's got to the front. The closer is Jcsa down the outside, maroon sleeves and cap. Beehive, though, got first run. Jcsa is running on, though, for Naif down the outside. But it's Beehive in front for Louis Morales. And Morales bids these a very good Saturday afternoon. It's Beehive in front for Louis Morales. Beehive the winner, second will be Jcsa, and third, the grey staying on was a Tisalat. Run on really well down the middle of the track to get the bronze medal position. Winner for Tom Collins, Beehive. And has won it well. 1 minute 12.8 seconds, the winning time. Bit of a sting in the tail for the opposition here. Second place going to Jcsa. Thought he ran really well for Naif. And third, a Tisalat. 1:12.10, the numbers. One length the winning margin. Dips under 1 minute 13 as well. Beehive, 1 minute 12.80 seconds. Louis Morales gets his name up in lights as Beehive wins our second race by just one length.
Morales, Luis. Well done, Luis.
Thank you, man. How are you?
Luis, tell me about the race.
Well, we have the plan to go to the lead from the beginning. You know, he's not showing the same speed as 1 to 3 years ago. But, you know, I try to follow the leader and ask him the last 400. He responded very well today. He did good. Thank you.
Well, you could say that race was the bee's knees, as Beehive wins the second race of the evening. A handicap for 0 to 90 rated horses. Beehive rated 88 before running in this. The last time Louis Morales rode Beehive was back at meeting 53 when he came third. Pretty consistent, nice horse. Definitely this race lined up really nicely for him in terms of being brought down in the ratings. He's definitely a mid-class division horse, I'd say. Probably not a cup horse, but really nice quality horse that can win these big handicap races like that. So it'll be nice to see what Louis Morales thought of that race. And it was a really nice competitive race as well. Jcsa coming up the outside as well, and great to see Etisalat finishing in the placings as well. We'll get a quick word with Louis Morales, who's had a pretty good weekend. Congratulations, Louis.
Thank you so much.
The last time you rode Beehive, you came third at meeting 53. He's been pretty consistent all this season, hasn't he?
Well, I wish he got the same speed than before, because it's more difficult for him now with 62 kilos all the time he runs. There is always one with a lighter weight, and pretty much like disturb him. Today he showed some speed, but I didn't have enough to go to the rails. And then I see someone go fast, so I said, okay, this is the time to hold him back and see if he can respond in the last 400, and he did good. He continued.
Yeah, he seemed to respond as well. Even there were horses coming up behind him as well, but he just kept on going.
Yeah, because, he ran with the head down, and his stride is like a slow motion, but he just rolling, You don't feel like he's running, but he's doing. Yes.
You could say the ride you gave on Beehive was sweet like honey as well.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Louis.
So much appreciate.
Yeah, that was not the cleanest pun, but we're gonna forgive her for that. But no, well done to Louis Morales, as always, very blunt and to the point with everything. And this horse is obviously on the up.
Yes, very much so. Good to get a win on the board early on as well. Not just for Louis, but for the studio. Yesterday wasn't the best of days, so bouncing back. Good ride, I thought. Showed more speed than normal. Louis said there in the post-race interview he wished he had this speed all the time on Beehive. But in the past he'd been more of a stalker rather than right up on the pace. Sat in a good position early on. And yet another race where we've seen the prominent racers really fight out the finish. There was one closer right down the outside, the big grey horse, that is Etisalat, who ran way better than the last two starts. But other than that, the first 3, 4, 5, 6 home were all close to the pace in the early stages.
Yeah, Etisalat used to be a very useful, I'd say about listed level performer in turf sprints, and he always had a nice kick to him. But you see him dropping out the back here, the grey horse in the middle of the field. The winner at this point
in front.
Yeah, he's just. Showing natural speed at this point, not really being asked.
Yeah, hasn't shown the speed on many occasions this year. I mean, he was ridden by Naif Al-Nazi prior to today on a couple of races. I presume trying to get more speed out of him, because Naif does like going forward. But he hadn't shown this amount. So it was clearly a huge asset to his performance today. The fact that he broke well and could sit right on the shoulder of the early leader, which was Dora Penny. Back in third at this stage was Jcsa, who ran very well in the race and took second. Ryan's Party, your selection's kind of in the second flight along with line of departure.
It's a bit one-paced.
Yeah, I think he finished in the top 5 or 6, but was never able to play a part. And as I say, the only closer, the big grey horse at the back of the shot right now, Etisalat, made a big late run down the outside. He was the only horse in this field to make any kind of inroads.
Yeah, he's beaten a little over 2 lengths in the end, and yeah, very nice run from him. I don't know if he's going to repeat that again. He is an old boy. You never know when they're going to decide to run, but I wouldn't talk anybody off of him next time.
No, me neither. He ran okay down the outside, that's for sure. Actually, one other horse did make some kind of late inroads. That was Bonita B. Didn't see that first time, but Tariq Al-Mansour's filly finished 5th and made some progress up the rail. But otherwise, it was all about the speed. And a good win for Beehive in a time of 1:12.8. Ignore the graphic, the time was wrong there. 1:12.80 seconds. Slightly slower than the first race, which was 1:12.13 seconds. Kind of expected. That first race was an open, featuring horses rated high 90s and 100s. This was a 0 to 90 handicap.
Yeah, as you're looking at about 0.67 difference, it's about 3.5 lengths, 3 1/4 lengths, we put this horse probably second, third in the last spot.
Yeah, it would have, well, exactly. It was a good run from Beehive, and you look at the times. It was a much improved effort as well on previous performances. And as I was saying in the runner by runner, this horse, Beehive, used to be rated 99. So there's no surprise that he can run fast.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, and we're on the board.
We are on the board, we are. That's a good start, to be fair. It does get a little bit tough later on today, so if we didn't get a winner in the first 3 races, we might have been struggling for a while.
Yeah, we'll never be sad about competitive races. That makes it all the more fun when you get it. And I'm sure that you're going to have your Saturdays usually be your best day, though.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my Fridays. My Fridays are not.
Thursdays
my
can
best
be
day.
forgiven because they're wide open races and it's
Yeah.
a bunch of maidens and unproven horses and unexposed sorts that it's just like it's hard to really figure who's going to actually figure it out.
Yeah.
But Saturday you have your proven sorts and wide open fields, so you've earned your keep.
And I tell you what, in the next race, we've got a horse that we both like. We don't team up very often. If you guys watch us when we present this show, I think we've only teamed up 8 times in the course.
I'm a solo act usually.
Over the course of 5 weeks. That's a long period of time, and only teamed up 8 times. I think it might be 9 times in this next race.
Did we win yesterday? We were teamed up. Did we lose?
No, it was Talal.
Oh, so no, we're 4 out of 8.
Yeah, 4.
Okay.
Right, yeah. Not bad strike rate, 50%.
No, we're doing all right. We lost with an odds-on choice, but that's fine. No. But hats off to Vizier, we're referencing yesterday, who won the big $1.5 million cup yesterday.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely be moving forward to the Dubai Arabian Classic, and hopefully so.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
It's good to have, you mentioned this right at the top of the show today, but it's good to have horses from other connections really putting up to the Al-Khaladirs, because...
Yeah, even before the French and sorts get here for the big days, obviously. Well, we're going to be moving forward to the 3rd race. We have an open race, non-winners of 4 winners in this race. We're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us to the runners and riders for race 3.
It's going the mile this time, Michael. So we're looking forward to this one. And 1,600 metres. And so we look at fillies, colts and geldings. And number 1 is a filly, Rocket Money, ridden by Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 2, another filly, is Al-Nouri for Khalid Al-Mamoni, daughter of Oasis Dream. 3, Tasfahil, Camille Ospina on board her, daughter of Candy Ride. 4, Warrior's Head for Louis Morales, looking for a quick double. Number 5 is Judea, another filly, ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. Number 6, Star of Laziz for Ricardo Ferreira. Number 7, Emblem Desert for Rayan Altoesh. 8 is Majur, Abdullah Al-Ajmi. Over the page to find number 9, Saudi Neom, Adel Al-Faradi, won our first race, is on board this colt by Connect for the Ebdar stable. Number 10 is another colt called Dubawi Najd for Mohammed Aldaham and the Al Monif team, colt by Postponed. And number 11 is Tropical Air, who's a son of showcasing Ahmad Al-Azari, is on board for the Al Materi stable this time around. So all 11 go, no changes here. They're going to 1,600. Let's go back to Shamila, who's in the winner's circle.
Thank you very much, Enzo. I'm here with the winning trainer of the previous race. Congratulations with Beehive. Were you expecting this win?
Thank you, Shamila. I'm happy today in Beehive. This horse before in the problem. Today good run. Alhamdulillah, today win horse. Yani race strong today.
And he's been good this season, like third, like all this time. You will keep him the same distance?
Yeah, no problem. Distance of 6 furlong, 7 furlong, male, not a problem. Before this male, second before, and yeah, 5, 6, 7 male, no problem. Inshallah, another race, inshallah, the top, inshallah.
And Louis Morales is a good jockey for him also.
I'm sure Louis international jockey before with this before 4 or 5 win in Louis this horse. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Louis. Louis jockey strong. Thank you, Shamila.
Thank you so much for talking.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we got a nice little field here of Sorts that we could see in some big races later on, hopefully, if our projections are correct.
Yeah, this is a really nice non-winners of 4 event, isn't it? For these 3-year-olds. The horses have just turned 3. They were obviously 2-year-olds before the turn of 2024.
Here is Rocket Money, number 1. His son or daughter of Profitable gets a Laffy in the saddle.
2 wins for Carl Burke in the UK. First run in Saudi Arabia today. Only ever run on turf, so the surface is a question.
It's a lovely walk to her. Al Nouri is another filly, number 2. 1 victory for this one, daughter of Oasis Dream.
1 out of 4 for trainer Richard Hughes in the UK. Phenomenal rider when he was in the saddle, one of my favourites. This filly won at Epsom over 7 furlongs. Completely different track here.
Leading owner, White Stables, has number 3, Tasfa Hill. She is on her toes right now. Daughter of Candy Ride, brilliantly bred.
One of the nicest looking individuals in the parade ring. Good win last time up, was scratched last week.
Warrior's Head. It looks fantastic on the hind end there. It's got a lot of bass in its system.
3-length winner of a 1200 metre maiden last time up. The trip is a bit of a concern for me.
5 is Judea for FMQ Stables.
Lost the unbeaten record last time up. That came in a cup race. Upped in trip yet again.
Star of Laziz is number 6. 1 victory for this son of Inzacourt.
That victory again came in the UK for Gemma Tutty. Is a closer over 7 furlongs on those shores, so the step up to a mile should be fine.
88 rated Emblem Desert in the shot there. 2 victories, 9 runs.
Numerous fair efforts to his name. He's very experienced compared to the majority of these.
Number 8 is Major. 1 victory, 5 runs. That victory was 3 races back.
Disappointed since that maiden win at meeting 64. Last time just finished 12th, sorry.
Saudi Niam, a horse we are both a big fan of. Saudi Niam's a son of Connect, who won impressively at week 67.
Yeah, we really liked him in that maiden victory. It was the highlight of the day. And then last time up, finished second in a Group 3 on the back of that maiden win. I think he's got leading
horse.
claims, yeah.
He looks fantastic. Tubawi Najid, 1 victory from 6 starts. That victory was at meeting 30, was 13th last time.
His Thai form is just stronger than his Riyadh form so far.
Son of Postponed, who's probably needs more distance, this horse. Tropical Air is number 11, rounding out the field. 3 victories for this gelded son of Showcasing.
Another former UK-trained horse, Tropical Air, had 3 wins early as a 2-year-old. Saudi Arabian debut today, might need the run.
That's the field. Let's see who Shamila likes and see if she's going to jump on the Saudi Neon train.
Hopefully.
I absolutely am going to be jumping on the Saudi Neom train. This is my paddock selection for race number 3 of the day. Horse number 9, rated the highest in the race at 98. Nearly got run over there. It's okay. All good though. Saudi Neom, just definitely the best looker in the race. 3-year-old by Connect for Adil Al-Faredi. Adil's already had a winner today, and you can just see he's a really nice horse. Obviously, 2 really nice fillies in here as well. Horse number 3, Tasfahel, and horse number 5, Judea. But I will be sticking indeed with Saudi Neom and Adil Al-Faredi.
All right, no pressure on Saudi Neom. It's got all 3 of us. It is no shock that obviously
that sound from Shamila, by the way. Just nearly run over. That is one of the highlights of the show so far.
We're gonna record that from now on and just play it. But this is Saudi Neom on the far outside. He does finish second this day. This was his second start.
Yeah, unfortunately we weren't here for this race. We watched him in the maiden victory where he came from way back and surged through the middle of the pack. This was a good run though. You can tell he's on the wrong lead, which is not ideal, but he finishes his race off very nicely.
Doesn't switch leads yet?
No.
Which is going to be a bit of a worry. He did switch leads, I believe, in the victory in his first race.
He did, and you know, he stays this trip well. Even though he's not switched leads, he's still making inroads on the leader and drawing clear of the rest. This is just a very nice horse, dropping down in grade today with the best pilot on board.
There's Warrior's Head, I mentioned earlier, just a massive hind end on this horse, which is not a surprise for a Munnings. He builds them just like brick houses.
Yeah, it looks really nice, doesn't he? He's only going to grow into his frame, but he's one of the nicest types.
Looks like a sprinter though. 1600 might be a bit of an ask.
Exactly. That is exactly my reasoning for taking him on. Was a 3-length winner this day. Travelled beautifully up on the front end. Kicked for home.
And this is over which distance?
1200.
Okay.
Has a big change of gear, this horse, but stepping up to the mile seems a bit of a drastic move after this effort. I mean, watching this race this morning and again now, to me, suggests he wants a sprint trip. Look, he's won very decisively this day.
I think 7 is within his scope. 8 is a bit of an ask, like a lot of the Munnings out there. They can run a mile, but it doesn't exactly scream their forte.
Yeah.
But as you know, I'm a huge fan of him. I think he's probably the best value sire in the world. I think he's just absolutely, they've done a great job at Colmore kind of getting him put together with the right book of mares. And I think they realized about third or fourth crop in that he was really good. And then they started giving him the good mares, and now he's got the big runners out over the last few years. So yeah, hats off to him. He was a very, very useful sort who unfortunately ran into the likes of Rachel Alexandra.
Brilliant mare, brilliant.
And was second to her in when he tried to stretch out to 9 furlongs.
Yeah.
But he found his niche, like a lot of his offspring, in the 7 furlong area.
Intermediate.
So I wouldn't be shocked at all if Warrior's Head does well here. He can probably handle the mile. Maybe he's classy enough to do it. But when they sharpen him up to about 7 furlongs is where he's probably going to find his niche there.
And the reason I want to take him on Warrior's Head is not because of the trip necessarily, it's more the pace setup and then couple that with the trip. He's a forward-going type with lots of early speed, but there are others in here that are very similar in that regard, and they could just set it up for a closer. And when you've got a horse like Saudi Neom who can close,
he's got to change leads though. There's the worry. He would have won that last race clearly if he would have made up those 3 lengths if he was on the correct lead. That is a worry. It's interesting, I think, that looking at the race, we're all 3 of us on an Al Safir stable horse, taking on a white stable, Prince Sultan bin Michel, and an FMQ stable. Yep. 3 of the biggest players in the country, and we're just going to try to beat them. So selection time, we are all
full house
on Saudi Neom. We're going to see if Enzo is on the same horse. Are you going to join the team, Enzo?
Yeah, I'm going to put some even more weight on this horse's back. I think Saudi Neom, the racing suggests that he should be the best. Adel Al-Faradi riding with a massive amount of confidence. I think it all points to the 9 here, doesn't it, really, to win this. But I agree with what you're saying about Warrior's Head. I think it's an interesting move, isn't it, up to a mile? I think, 6 furlongs. He looked very good last time. I'm not sure why they want to step him up, but we'll see how he gets on. Just saw number 5 there, Judea, the silver colours. Dubawi Najd as well. Looked very well. There's Al Nouri under Khalid Al Mamoni in those black and white colours that we see quite often during the day. Number 1 there, Rocket Money, in the dark green. And then down there at the start, they're going to go 1,600 metres here. This is a race for nominals of 4, 62,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner. And expecting a big run from Saudi Neom here. 3-year-old colt for Adel Al-Faradi. Already bagged our first race. So the runner's now beginning to be brought forward. So number 1, Rocket Money. 2 is Al Nouri. 3 is Tasfa Hill, daughter of Candy Ride for the white stable. Just saw Saudi Neom there, the yellow bandages. 8 in the red and white Majeur. This is going to be Judea. You can see Naif Al-Anazi. Got his feet out the irons there. Number 6 is just away from the others at the moment. Star of Laziz. There is Adel Al-Faradi, Saudi Neom. This is Warrior's Head. You imagine he'll be a factor around the home term before maybe the stamina runs out. This is Rocket Money now, in the green with the gold stripe, about to go forward. Number 10, the light blue, that's Dubawi Najd for Mohammed Al-Daham. The royal blue of Emblem Desert, the next one, for Rayan Al-Toesh. The last 3 or 4 to go in. So the 6 is the one who's causing the delay here, Star of Laziz. Cardiff was off that runner. Judea about to go in the silver colours. And Warrior's Head coming forward now. Warrior's Head is in. And they're off. They've gone without Star of Laziz, who was withdrawn beforehand. So they're racing. Just 10 runners now. Withdrawn number 6, Star of Laziz. The others jump away over the mile, making a good start. The green cap, Tasfa Hill, Camille Ospina to lead up here to Warrior's Head. the sprinter in second, the black and white. Dropping in behind is Rocket Money in the dark green. A couple racing wide are Debawi Najd in pale blue, and the black and orange of Tropical Air, who's now forcing his way into the lead. Just off the pace is Emblem Desert in the blue colours, ahead of the black and white of Al Nouri. The red and white silks belong to Marjour, who's towards the tail of the field, and also towards the back at this stage is Judea. And Saudi Neom is just asked to improve now, been taken wide to try and close up in the yellow colours by Adel Al Faradi. But they're going a decent pace here, 62 kilometres per hour towards the crown of the home turn. The leader is Tropical Air, not hanging about, leads by 2 lengths. Tasfa Hill is the one giving chase. Third place for Warrior's Head. Saudi Neom's had a horrible trip, very wide throughout, and is hard at work in the yellow as they come around the home turn. Still Tropical Air in front. Tasfa Hill, though, takes dead aim at this leader and now moves alongside. Warrior's Head's going well, but will he stay? Saudi Neom is now picking up down the outside with a lot to do from there, and he's worked very hard throughout. In the centre, it's now Tasfa Hill. Here comes Warrior's Head, though, down the outside, running a blinder up in trip. Far side Tropical Air has the rail. Saudi Neom is running on and starts to close, but still has a few legs to find. It's still Tropical Air in front with the rails to help from Warrior's Head. Here's Saudi Neom, though, the class act. He's going to get up late. Saudi Neom will pounce. He's in front where it counts. Saudi Neom gave us a sweat, but he wins. Tropical Air was second. Warrior's Head ran a massive race in third, up in distance, and he ran well over the mile, and they were clear of the others. But the Saudi Neom horse has won it, number 9. Looked in trouble, I thought, about 350 out, but he stays well. 1 minute 40.23 seconds, the winning time. Saudi Neom, it's a double already for Adel Al Faradi. Every time I seem to be calling these races, he seems to be having trebles. He's already got a double after just 3 races. Adel Al Faradi wins on Saudi Neom. Second, number 11, Tropical Air, ran a huge race, set the early fractions, had the rails. And Warrior's Head, I think that opens up more doors for him now, doesn't it, over the mile? He's finished third. 9:11.4, 3 parts of a length the winning margin. 1 minute 40.23, the winning time.
Two in a row for Team Tom. One for everyone else.
More importantly, this is the first time I think in the history of the show that we've all teamed up, including the comms, and the horses won.
Oh yeah, we didn't sink the ship with all our weight, so
Yeah.
that's good. very frustrating stretch drive for me.
Yeah.
As an American watching a horse from the wrong lead slowly grind them down.
I know you don't necessarily think it was Adele's best, and Adele is very good. So
He is very good.
To
It's
be
not
his
going in
best
this highlight
is-
reel. I'm going to be brutal on that one.
Yeah. However, I will counter that. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I will counter it with he does try to get the horse on the right lead at a certain point.
He does. He does.
see it in the replay.
But it's not exactly.
I just think he
the
was
cleanest.
unwilling.
I just think that sometimes you have to force them,
Yeah.
and he's not doing that. I think the horse is a bit green as well.
Yeah.
He's on pure ability at this point. I just think he's 3 or 4 lengths the best in this race if he's on the correct lead. And I know this is a nitpicky kind of criticism, but for me, it's just he rode him like a safe horse the entire way around and just tried to keep him clean.
He did give up a lot of ground and didn't switch, but they're the negatives. The positive is this is a proper animal.
Yeah.
He's beaten 2 nice horses. Tasfer Hill
From
won
here, I
last
mean,
time.
from this perspective, if
He tries
Warriors,
to switch. Watch the horse in yellow. It just broke up there. Adele forces there, but the horse
he's
didn't.
he pulls the reins up, he shifts his weight to his left leg,
But the
and he
horse
tries to
didn't
get
do
the
it.
horse to switch. Yes,
Yeah.
he does twice and never can quite get it. From this perspective, turning for home, I mean, my commentary to you off camera was that if Warrior's Head has anything in him, he wins this race.
Yeah, just didn't stay.
He just didn't quite stay. And Louis Morales, great ride, to be honest, to finish 3rd there. Because he did everything he could to get this horse to stay. He even stayed as quiet as he could. He pops out in front, you see the
Yeah.
black silks. And then he just tries to stay as quiet as possible and sit off of Tasfa Hill. The filly lets her go to the front.
Yeah, this was kind of our reasoning though for taking on Warrior's Head. We weren't sure about the trip.
Yeah.
Tasfer Hill broke nicely, as you say. He got to the front. The field went without Star of Disease, we should say. Horse number 6 was withdrawn on the Saudi Arabian debut from the UK. The horse right out wide, Tropical Air, after Tasfer Hill makes the front, realises they're not going quick enough. So you're going to go forward, and Tropical Air makes the pace, and actually runs very well on the Saudi Arabian debut. Finished 2nd.
Definitely, yeah. He's a horse that had plenty of starts for the Johnstons in the UK. Won 3 in a row there on the all-weather. But being a showcase, and you expect it to be a sprinter to a miler at the most. But on the bottom, if you go deeper diving into the pedigree, this horse is all stamina with Bernardine Sadler as well as in there. So that mile and staying out, he definitely outstayed the sprintery. Sprintery? That's a word now. The sprintish. Win to Warrior's Head for 2nd.
Yeah.
And the winner at this point is staying very wide, very clear. Had a bit of a sluggish start.
Yeah.
And is being ridden has been ridden like the best horse. Gets a reminder here, turning for home, just to try to get him going. But, Adele at this point just seems to think he's going to get there and keeps on reminding the horse on the way.
Yeah, I think he knew he was going to get there. The leaders didn't really kick off the turn. Look, Tasfer Hill and Warrior's Head both came to Tropical Air, who made the pace, and neither went by. That shows that both of those probably didn't stay. Tropical Air just continues at the 1 speed, and the actual stayer, Saudi Neon, just grinds them down. Actually wins pretty cosily at the wire as well.
He gets, I think, 4 taps total,
Yeah.
and most of them were for steering and attempting to change
Yeah.
leads. So yeah, the winner comes flying into the shot here. There he comes. He's a tiny little thing, which is a shock considering Connect had a good size to him, and he's obviously a grandson of Curlin,
Yeah.
who was the size of a house.
He
But
can really run though.
yes, he is definitely.
When he switches leads, I reckon he's a 1 at 5.
And
maybe
he's going to have to
horse.
because this is a step up. This is open company, non-winners of 4. But he's probably got one more prep to try to launch him into Derby territory, into Saudi Derby territory. He's already rated high enough to get into the race. His price will probably push him up a couple pounds to 100 or so.
Yeah, I think so. They'll be using the mornings to get some professionalism in this horse, get him to switch leads, maybe get him to rate a little bit kinder in the early stages of the race, get a nicer trip in throughout. But I thought this was a really nice display, and it might not be Adele's best ever ride, but I'm not as harsh as you on this one, I don't think. I think he did try to get the horse to switch. Saudi Neon didn't oblige, so he thought we won't waste time just moving the horse's head left to right. We know we're going to get there anyway, and just grind out the success. I do think it was a pretty good race, though. There was some depth. The runner-up will win. I mean, if they can get this horse in a handicap, Tropical Air off 70, that's an absolute good thing. But he would win a similar race to this next time anyway.
This is a Saudi Derby horse. I mean,
for sure.
He is. The Al Mertages was the lowest rated horse in the Saudi Derby last year, rated 99. We had 100, 102, 105. He's going to fall into that category.
Yeah.
And 13 horses ran last year. I feel like he's going to fall into the race this year and be a serious player if, and only if, he changes leads.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't stop him running. I know he needs to change leads to match with the better horses, but it doesn't stop him. Most horses, they would tend to get very tired late. He just continues to find and find. So,
I mean, that's probably it's all the stamina and his
Well, yeah,
pedigree.
for
He's outstaying horses that are obviously more sprinter oriented inside of him, or just not of that class. Do you think he does run again before we get to the Saudi Derby?
I haven't seen the programme. If there is a good spot directly in the middle of this race today and the Saudi Derby, then potentially...
Because it is over this course and distance, so
Yeah.
if he gets a high enough rating, they might try to rest him until then.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's had 3 starts now, all in Riyadh, 3 very good runs. He's got a great chance of going to the Saudi Derby and playing a major part in the finish. He's a horse that we both really like.
Yeah, this will be fun moving forward. I think it wasn't his most impressive run. I thought his first run where he did change leads and flew home, just inhaled horses and won with his ears pricked. That was probably the kickoff for us taking notice with him. But yeah, looking forward to seeing him move forward again. He actually is probably a sneaky play in the Saudi Derby now.
I like him. I think he really could.
Because there is room there.
Yeah,
There's
I think
still,
he could play a part, for sure.
Yeah, and obviously they're gonna. I think they're going to do everything they can to keep Adele on this horse.
Well, if Adele does wind up riding him again when it comes to Saudi Derby time, you know that he's a proper player because Adele will have the choice.
Yeah, this will be fun. Have we seen anything as good as him when it comes to the 3-year-olds here?
We've seen a fair few. I don't know who is aiming towards the Saudi Derby, which is the confusing part. It's still some way out. Not that long away, but still some way out. So we'll get a clearer picture towards the time and then we can really make a good assessment. But right now, what we do know is that he's a leading player. And another thing to take out the race is that Warrior's Head, when dropped back in trip, is a guaranteed winner next time up.
Well, speaking of leading players, we have Enzo, who is in the wings right now, who's going to take us to the runners and riders for our 4th race of the evening.
And the Arabians are back. It's the Arabian bred race coming up, race 4, Michael. 1,600 metres on the dirt, a mile. They are 4-year-olds and upwards here. Number 1 is Al Shaydam. You see again, Saudi Neil. What a performance that was. Yeah, I think he's a big player, isn't he? Wherever he goes next, as you say, Saudi Derby could be on his agenda. I like that performance. And he was all stamina and very, very tough when he had to be in the final part of the race. So here we go. For our next race, number 4, running for 47,500 Saudi Riyal first prize. Number 1 is Ez Al Shaydam, Rahid Al Fayroz on board. Number 2, Al Nibras for Naif Al Anazi. 3, Shabal Akariat is ridden by Tariq Al Mansur. 4 is Umram, the Grey for Ricardo Ferreira. 5 is Galat Iliat Najid for Said Seljas. 6 is Zalej Al Kam for Abdullah Al Kradis. 7 is Ili Al-Zamili for Faras Al-Sanaitan. 8, Tari Baha, Camille Ospina gets the call-up for that one. 9, Wathnan, Mohammed Al-Habib gets the call-up for that one. 10 is Java de Violet, Nawef Al-Mudiani. 11, Sula Al-Lauda, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 12 is Iris de Violet for Abdulaziz Al-Yayesh. 13 is a scratch, by the way. Take out Ibn Hatem Al-Khaladir. 14, Gaith Al-Dahahab for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 15 is going to be Riyam for Thurb Al-Tamat. 16, Afdal Jasur, Ayal Al-Shamari. 18, Al-Hareth, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 19 is Dagui Lotoir for Rakan Al-Abaid. 20, Manab for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 21 gets in, by the way, the reserve runs. Dirar Al-Khaladir comes out of stall 13. Is horse number 21, gets in as the reserve, as 13 and 17 don't run. So a big field of runners here. Let's go back to you, Michael and Tom.
Well, I know you mentioned to me earlier, like, oh God, I hope there's an Arabian race today, and and there is, and it's here to please you, Tom. Are you anticipating what is going to be a thriller?
Yeah, the 16 races in the previous 2 days haven't been enough. Yes, look, it's going to be okay, this race. There is some quality in here, so yeah, I have a bit of enthusiasm about this one. However, the scratching of Ibn Hatem Al-Khaladir is a bit disappointing. Horse you put up on debut when he won last time. I actually saw him walking down the walkway before we came on air today. He looked really nice, and I pointed him out to Shamila. but he's obviously not okay to run.
He got straight to our window beside us. He looked at us and said, "There's just too much pressure, too much pressure performing for these guys," and he just decided not to run. No, we're gonna try to, without an obvious player like him, you got to sort it, and we're gonna go one by one here. This is Al Shaddam. He's 1 for 10, 13th last time.
Just outclassed in this race. He's only rated 68, facing horses in the 100s.
Al Nibras is number 2, being shot in just a second there. Just kidding, we're gonna go to a shot of the giant parade ring, but we'll have the number 2 there in just a moment. Horses are spread out a little bit more than usual, as you notice, so it's gonna be more difficult for the camera guy to catch up with all of them. So I think that's what he's doing right now. But yeah, let's see, there we go. Hallelujah. Okay, we got Al Nibras right there, 1 for 12. Comes off a 7th place finish for this 7-year-old gelding.
He has a chance if he's at his best today after 2 prep runs this year, finishing 8th and 7th. Naif Al-Anazi rides. The trainer had the winner of race 2 today.
Tariq Al Mansour definitely in flight right now as far as his form goes. He takes the ride on number 3, Shabal Akirat.
Tariq will have to be Superman to win on this colt because he's shown nothing so far.
We'll go to Shamila, who's in the parade ring for her first Arabian race. I'm sure she's highly anticipating this.
I absolutely am. It does not at all feel like deja vu, but it's our first Arabian race of the evening. And it is a really quite strong contest, to be honest. Nothing stood out to me in the parade ring at first glance. I will be going with horse number 4, just in shot now, Umran, who will jump out of stall number 4 as well, under Ricardo Ferreira. He's a nice soar. I think he's been super consistent this season in his results. Due a winner, definitely. 7th last time out at meeting 81 for Khalid Ahmed Mohamed Al-Muteri. And only one negative for you in this race, horse number 6, just acting a bit coltish in the preliminary stages, but I will be sticking with horse number 4, Umran.
All right, nice. Quick and to the point for Shamila. She's on the 4, Umran, who you like as well.
I do. Yeah, he's a strong player in this race. 7-year-old, usually comes from off the speed, but with the scratching of the main improver, Ibn Hatem Al-Khalidia, I think it just sets up really well for him.
Another who looked well in the parade ring is one with a little bit less form, which is number 5, Garat Elat Najid.
Just a maiden, 0 from 3, yet to break into the top 10, will struggle.
Zala Shams has 1 local run, but has 4 wins to his record.
Finished 6th on the Saudi Arabian debut. That came in 2022 Obaya, so was a pretty lofty ambition, first up in the country, but had a long time off since.
Vying for best name of the day is Easy Al-Zamili. Ili Al-Zamili. Easy Ali? Oh, there we go. It's easy. Rolls off the tongue. Number 7, 0 wins from 2 local runs.
I'm glad he's got a good name because he hasn't got a good chance of winning.
Yes, that's poor lad, poor lad. Takhri Baha is 3 victories, rated 102, number 8.
Strong rating, mark of 102, as you say. The performances this year just haven't matched that mark. This veteran, 11-year-old now, may be regressing, but Camilo's on.
12-year-old 10-time winner Wathnan is number 9.
10 Qatar victories for this horse, stretching back 7 years. 12-year-old making his debut in Saudi.
All right. There's number 18 in shot right there. That is Al Harith, and he was 2nd on the 23rd of December here.
The horse to beat in this race today, he's rated 110, and guess who wins? It's a horse called Vizier, who won the big race yesterday. So the form is strong. If he can repeat this with obviously no Vizier in the lineup, then Al Harith is by far the most likely winner of this contest. I am not going for him, I'm going for Umran, but look, I will be nowhere near surprised if Al Harith won. I think he probably will today. This run was solid, given the quality of horse in front of him.
Yeah, obviously Vizier came back and franked that and then some yesterday. Yeah. Number 10 is Jabba de Violettes. We'll try to put some caffeine in his step today.
Yes, did very little though, and 17th on his reappearance.
Her step.
Yeah.
Sula. Every time I mention a gender, it's always the wrong one. I feel like that's the rule with every time I do that. Sula Allada is over 4 locally.
Her form just isn't strong enough. 12th on her reappearance, 11th last time.
Iris de Violettes, 1 for 7, and that victory came in 2 races ago on meeting 70.
Should find this spot pretty difficult. The maiden win was fine back in meeting 70, but last time went up in grade, couldn't match the leaders.
And previously mentioned number 13, Ibn al-Hatam al-Khalidiyya is scratched. Gaith al-Daharahab, and number 14 is 0 for 4, 11th last time.
Has the odd bit of form in maidens, finishing 3rd at meeting 45, finishing 5th at meeting 51, but just out of the depth in this race.
Rayam's number 15, or Room, however you want to pronounce it, 0 for 2, 19th last time, didn't beat a horse.
Yeah, to prove he can run.
Afdal Jassour is number 16, 1 victory, and that came last time.
At least has recent form, winning that maiden last time up. Shows this horse has good well-being, but breaks from a wide gate and facing much better opposition.
Number 17, Shamak al-Khalidiyya scratch. We already discussed number 18 there. That's Al-Harith in the shot there. De Gouy Latois, who has lots of back class to him, is number 19. 4 victories to his record, rated 70.
Didn't beat a horse last time, only beat 2 horses the time before. Looks likely to struggle again.
Manab is number 20. 1 victory to his record, but does have a rating of 100.
Couldn't find the replay for that win, but it came in France. This is the Saudi Arabian debut today.
And number 21, who gets in as Durar al-Khalidiyya, draws into the 17.
4th on debut, but that debut came as a 10-year-old, now an 11-year-old.
Well, I feel like you should know exactly what you want in this race and exactly what you like and have all the confidence in the world. Go.
To be fair, I do. There are only 2 horses that I think have strong claims. Umran is going to be my selection. The most likely winner, though, is Al-Harith. I think it'll be between the 2 and they'll finish 1st and 2nd. The likely order is Al-Harith will beat Umran, but I have a soft spot for Umran. I really do. He always runs well. He closes well from off the speed. You know, he'll be galloping in the straight, and he's got a very good rider in Ricardo Souza Ferreira. But as I say, Al-Harith is the form play after finishing 2nd behind Vizier last time. Vizier now a Group 1 winner.
Yeah, so Umran is getting the weight of you and Shamila in there. I'm gonna just go with Al-Harith. I just think that I was very impressed with Vizier yesterday, and this horse tried to take it to him last time, but just couldn't. I mean, he was at a disadvantage a little bit as well, pace-wise that day, but ran a very good 2nd and kept on running to the line. So I'll give Al-Harith a chance to have his day in the sun with slightly less money than 1.5 million on the line.
Yeah, well, they obviously bypassed yesterday in search of a winnable opportunity like this.
All right, well spoken. So, you know, we're gonna stick with Umran for you and Shamila. I'll go to Al-Harith. Shout out to YouTube and Jamal Rashid, who's got some selections on there. And anybody else, please come and say hello to us and tell us how great we look online, especially when we're out of shot. We look forward to seeing any of your opinions. And obviously, this is a great day of racing. Obviously, here we have a UK Cup coming at the end of the day. And as always, the biggest race at the very end of the card.
Yeah. But we've got
just
3
we're full of energy.
We have 3 proper races to end the card today, though, for example. So it's not just one, like yesterday, where we were building up and building up and building up to a duel that never happened. But we're building up to 3 proper races to end today. So, yeah, definitely stick around for the end of the card. That's when you're going to see the quality horses and maybe a Jimmy Jerkins winner in race 11.
Maybe so. Looking forward to it. All right, we're going to go to Enzo, who is going to be ready for the races for race 4 as the horses are about to enter the gate.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, looking forward to this. As you said, the 2 main players, Umran and Al-Harith. Possibly the slightly undercast would be the likes of Manab, Tari Baha. You could give a shout out to as well, couldn't you? Perhaps to run well. Those 2 might sort of be vying for 3rd and 4th. And Al Nibras, who's got an 85 rating for Naif Al Anazi. But yeah, expecting that Umran and Al-Harith. I mean, Al-Harith's got that high rating. He would be the likely winner, I guess. Here's number 5 going in. And the rider Said Seljas, Garat Iliat Najid in the black and orange colours. They are going the 1600 once again. Hits the mile for the Arabian breds. We've had plenty of Arabian action over the last few days. It continues apace here at Riyadh with this race due off at 4:50 local time. We're just ticking around to 4:50 now. Runners are loading. And we have 13 and 17 out, and 21 does run, by the way. Dira Al-Khalidiyya does get in as the reserve. 19 participants in this race. And there's one of the greys. That is Umran. He's got the orange cap on, wearing the first colours of the same ownership as the 6 horse here. The orange cap for Ferreira on Umran. Still to go forward is number 8, Tari Baha as well. That's not yet loaded. One has a pink saddlecloth, Tari Baha. 9 has gone in. That's Wathnan, the veteran, 12 years young. This is the white cap of Abdullah Al Khradi, Zalej Al Kam. Goes in. 14 about to load. Gaith Alda Hahab. Here's the almost white Tari Baha. Under Ospina, the veteran, 11 years young as well. There's the 4. That's Umran going in nice and relaxed. Orange with the white star. A few left to load now. The light colours of Shabal Al-Kirat and the young Tariq Al-Mansur. And the 18 going in as well. So the last 2 coming forward now. This one will be the last. Shabat Al-Kirat to complete the line. Here we go for race 4. They're going the mile. 19 runners across the track are ready. Flag up. Start poised, and they're off. He's let them go. Racing for our 4th race on the card. Umran got off to a decent start. A little bit slowly away was Ez Al Shaydam towards the inside. Al Nibras is up there. Also Shabal Al Kirat showing good speed. And now coming across to take over is Java de Violette in the black and yellow. Out very deep on the course in the pale blue is Manab. That's up there as well. Just off them is Dagui Lotoir in the red and white colours. Then comes Al Nibras from Shabal Al Kirat. Further back to find Zalej Al Cham, who's next in the field from Wathnan, the veteran. Then out wider to find the likes of Riyam and Afdal Jasur. Further back is Dirar Al Khaladia. Back to the inside for Umran, who's trying to get a bit closer. And that's being followed through them by Al Nibras. In the bit worse than midfield, the likes of Tari Baha at this stage. Well off the pace is Idi Al Zamili, and also towards the back and losing ground is Garat Iliat Najid as they make the turn. And the leader is travelling nicely. That leader is Manab and Khalid Al Mamoni. Trying to get away here. Manab leads by about 3.5 lengths. Giving chase in the red and white is Dagui Lotoir on the outside. So 20 leads to 19 around the turn. Looking for the big players. Umran is trying to get a bit closer. Just caught in behind his stablemate at the moment, though. That's Zalej Al Cham as they make the turn. This leader may have given these the slip. He's travelling well, Manab, and Al Mamoni looks happy as they turn for the money. The leader is Manab by 5 lengths. Now getting out in the clear is Al Hareth in the green and white. Starts to rattle home one of the greys. The other grey is Umran, who's just a bit flat-footed here. This leader is still Manab. Can he see it out? Manab in front, leads by 4 lengths to Zalej Al Cham. Running on now is Al Hareth in the clear, but Manab may have stolen this. Deep inside the final 100 metres, and it's Manab under a canny front-running ride from Khalid Al Mamoni. Manab will hold on. Al Hareth got going too late. Finished second. Third was Zalej Al Cham, and they were clear of the others. That was a brilliant piece of front-running riding by Khalid Al Mamoni. He got the fractions right. And number 20 is the winner, Manab. Winning time 1 minute 49.11 seconds. Second was Al Hareth. The best horse to finish second here. But maybe didn't get the best ride. Third, number 6, Zalej Al Cham. 2 lengths the winning margin. 20 the winner. 18 was second. 6 was third, Zalej Al Cham. Fourth, number 8, Tari Baha. 1 minute 49.11 seconds. 2 lengths the winning margin. All the way for Manab, number 20.
All right. Well, the ratings win the day as the three of the top 4 rated horses finish 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it was a good race, wasn't it? But it was a stolen off the front end by Khalid Al-Mamoni, who seems to be riding a winner every single time that there is an Arabian race. Look at this, real crowd in the winner's enclosure right now.
Yeah, very well-behaved horse back
Yeah.
there, especially for an Arabian. So well done to those involved.
Abdul Rahman Al Fahan's in there.
Al-Mamoni's he sports the mullet, right?
He does. Where is he? I can't even see him. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, he's the mullet man.
Yes, he looks like Scott Baio from the late 70s, early 80s television. Well done. Really great ride. He went to the front, got it nice and relaxed. You could see on the head-on in the truck cam that this horse was well within itself all the way around.
Stole it, didn't he? He just stole it off the front end. Round the turn, he was way clear of the rest of the field and kicked off the front. From there, he was never going to get caught. He just kept rolling and rolling. I agree with what Enzo said, that Al Hareth was probably the most talented horse in the race, but he just had to overcome a pace setup that probably wasn't ideal for him. And Umran
going
could never
too late
feature.
as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just never going to get there by getting going at the 300 mark.
Yeah, he was too far back, basically. Allowing this horse up front, the easy lead, and to kick off the bend was just not suitable for him. You can see Al Hareth right now. Green sleeves, white body, grey horse, back in around 4th, alongside Umran, who didn't actually finish the race off very well today, which is a bit of a shocker for him. Maybe the rail's not riding the best place.
Seemed to be moving really well until this point.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't finish off well, but Al Hareth, you can see making a run between horses now and will push up for second, but just had way too much to do to beat this Manab.
Yeah, he gets a good run from 3rd place finish. That's Zalaj Al-Sham, the stablemate of Umran. We're going to go from the start here in just a second. We're going to, as we see them finish up in slow motion. Obviously, this was you'll see this is it's from the get-go. This horse sort of jumps out and he doesn't have any issue whatsoever taking the lead without any really opposition.
No, widest gate of all, light blue silks, just pushes forward from the outside. There is one horse going forward from the middle of the pack, that is Java de Violette, but she was completely outclassed in a race like this, so she was never going to maintain that kind of speed throughout. So you can just see that Khalid Al-Mamoni is able to get to the front, and from here he's always really dictating matters. The eventual runner-up is 3/4 of the way down your picture, grey horse, white, mainly white colours from this shot, just in behind a wall of 4 horses in front, which probably didn't help the rider trying to get into a nice prominent position.
Yeah, this horse was basically trying to weave his way through without using too much petrol, just wasting his ending kick.
Yeah, for sure. And he's been running over a variety of trips, Al Hareth. He can go as far as 2,000, so maybe that's the ideal distance for him. And this kind of caught him out of touch, the way that this front runner got off the front end and stole maybe 6, 7, 8 lengths advantage over him at this stage.
They're surprisingly strung out, considering it didn't seem like the front runner was going there. The eventual winner was going that quickly.
There were there was a disparity between the best and the worst horse in this race, though. So those right out the back are completely outclassed anyway. The main players on figures probably shouldn't have been as far back as they were, but you know, in hindsight, it's easy to say such a thing. The 3rd place finisher, Zalej Al-Sham, ran very well. The same silks as Umran, but currently in 2nd, about to be run down for 2nd by Al Hareth. Zalej Al-Sham hasn't run since 2022 and the spring of 2022 when he finished 6th in the Obaya. This was the first run off the back of maybe 21 months off, and you know, he wasn't going to be rock hard fit today. I think he could easily progress to be the best of these. He's only rated 99, but he could be a lot better than that.
No, they and the ratings were fairly solid here. Obviously, the winner didn't have a lot of form for us locally to go on, but obviously the back class was there.
Yeah, French winner. I couldn't, as I said in the preview, I couldn't find the replay of the victory, which obviously is not very helpful for you or I. But I know that he did win in France, so you know, take that as it comes. And he's obviously acclimatized very nicely to Saudi Arabia and made it a winning start here.
Don't think he'll be allowed to steal off like that next time?
No, well, I mean, the jockey of him next time, whether it's Khalid or someone else, will try to adopt the same tactics, but I'm sure that other pilots will be wise to it now.
149.11, not exactly flying along. This horse got everything its own way.
Yeah, and then got a little bit tired late, but unsurprising given the speed he was going in the early stages and around the turn. But he was the best horse in the race on the day, given the rides of every horse in the race. I think if Al Hareth could sit within 4 or 5 lengths, he might have won.
The grey and the black and white. Is that? He was moving along quite well.
Oh, that's Tari Bar.
Yeah,
round the bend he was travelling, wasn't he?
Yeah, he travelled okay. It wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad run. It just seemed to be just too far back to begin with.
Yeah, he also doesn't finish his races off as nicely as he used to. He's a veteran now. I think he's 11. Let me just double check.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's 11.
Yeah, he's 11. He does have a rating of 102, but again, I just don't think he's been running to that recently.
Yeah, there he is breaking out of the center. He had a bad start as well there.
Stumbled briefly. There was also a hop from the grey in 14, I believe.
It's maybe a trip note for him, but maybe next time we'll run a little bit better with a little bit more positioning.
Yeah, potentially.
Obviously, I'm sure Espino usually has them forward, so he's out there in the tail end of the field, as you can see. So might be a small note on him, but only so much he can do with an 11-year-old at this point.
Yeah, exactly. They'll need to find a better spot than this for him to win.
All right. This is good performance from the. First, I would love to have gotten my second win here, but that's okay. We're going to go to Shamila.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by the winning owners of race number 4. Congratulations, Mohammed. What did you think of that performance?
Thank you very much. It was expected, alhamdulillah. Thanks to God. Alhamdulillah, he did as expected. Very nice race. He haven't been here in Saudi Arabia for long. Maybe he arrived here 6 weeks ago. But he adapted a little bit quickly. We opted not to take him to a big race initially, so we took him here. Alhamdulillah, thanks to God.
Are there plans to take him for a cup race next time out? Maybe he has a nice rating?
Yeah, sure. So it depends on the rating, it depends on the performance. We're going to take him step by step. He does have the pedigree, he does have the bloodline to perform well, inshallah. He have very good confirmation. His performance in France was good, so we hope for the best.
And he's taken to the dirt really nicely as well here.
Yeah, actually that's the reason why we brought him here to Saudi Arabia, because he did run on dirt in France, in Pau, and he did very well. So, and to be honest, I think although this bloodline mainly runs in Europe, I think it's more of a dirt bloodline. So they do very well. His brothers and sisters also from the dam. All the trainers they say they do very well in the dirt, although they've been running on grass the whole time. So yeah, I think he did well today. So
Thank you so much, Mohammed, and congratulations once again.
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Are you back to Enzo to take you through the runners and riders for the 5th contest of the day?
I will do. Shamila, yes. And he looks happy there, doesn't he? Perched there. Skip Moon is number 1. This race coming up is over 1,800 metres for Colts and Fillies, a handicap for locally bred horses rated 0 to 70. Number 1, Skip Moon for Adel Al-Faradi, who's already looking for a treble on the day. Number 2 is Al Haba for Wigberto Ramos. Number 3, Rams Alpha Coke for Khalid Al Mamoni. 4 is Al Shahed Allah, Louis Morales. 5, Akko Noof, Mohammed Al Habail. 6 is Hahashem for Abdullah Alorfi. 7 is Dortmund, Abdullah Al Kradis. 8, Amirat Al Safwa for Eddie Castro. Over the page to find 9, Razia, Alex Moreno. 10, Ibn Al Qayyam for Mohammed Al Daham. 11, Amirat Al Nafoud for Thurb Altamat. Number 12 is Mona Al Bari for Naif Al Anazi. 13, Barak Al Anaya for Mohammed Al Nassar. 14, Alatam, Abdullah Al Saidi. 15, Al Fakir for Firas Al Sunaitan. 16 is Sarajevo for Mohammed Al Habib. 17, Al Fasem, Victor Gutierrez. 18, Kabrat, Tariq Al Mansour. 19 is Abo Shebar for Sultan Al Mamoni. And number 20, Al Montayesh for Jimmy Carrion. The reserves don't get in here, so scratch 21, 22 and 23 from your calculations. It's the full field of 20 runners going 1,800 metres for Michael and Tom to go through.
All right, back to those that are bred thoroughly. Saudi breds here, 4-year-old and up handicap, 0 to 70. Skip Moon is number 1.
Had a wide trip last time up, went second, behind a subsequent winner, the form of which looks pretty strong.
Al Haber is number 2 there, 1 for 25.
Could play a part after recent efforts have been relatively close. 5th last time, 3rd on the 3 back.
Rams Alpha Cook is 1 for 14.
Barely beaten a rival recently, finished 19th last time, 17th time before, not for me today.
Al Shahed Allah is 2 for 27.
Should progress from the reappearance 7th, and Luis Morales takes the ride, which is interesting.
Akonuf, number 5, is a maiden.
Last seen finishing 20th of 20. Doesn't
Looks
inspire
well, though.
much confidence.
Looks really good, which is crazy. Hashim is number 6, rated 69, 1 for 14.
Represents powerful connections, but not a leading light of the red stable right now. Finished 6th last time, meeting 84.
All right, definitely has to pick it up a bit. Dortmund, not the old Dortmund we know from a few years ago for Bob Baffert. Oh, it's number 7 here is 1 for 5.
He's rounding into form and unexposed after just 5 outings, could play a part.
There he is, looking pretty well and happy within himself. It's about half the size of the other Dortmund.
Yeah.
Amirat Al Safwa is 1 for 21. That victory was 3 back.
Finished down the field last time up. Gets Eddie Castro today, which is definitely a positive, but she's drawn wide in 16, which puts a line through her for me.
4-year-old Coda's Razier is 0 for 6.
Layoff since running 6 times last season. Alex Moreno rides first off the bench. Again, wide draw, 17.
We're going to go to Shamila in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, lads. Only the one winner so far, but it's only the 5th race of the evening, so hopefully I can find you another winner from the parade ring. My eye definitely could not be taken off horse number 10, Ibn Al-Qayyam for Mohammed Al-Daham. Just coming around the corner here, nice and slowly, but all these horses are being really well behaved, apart from what I can see is horse number 7 in the distance, just being a little bit naughty as the jockey has been put on board. But here is my paddock selection for this race. It's not Louis Morales, it is horse number 10, Ibn Al-Qayyam, a 5-year-old gelding by Paris Perfect. And Mohammed Al-Daham is in great form. He won the big cup race yesterday, the last race of the day. So he is in fine form, so I'm sure this will be no bother to him. Oh, it was a toss of a coin, you know, between this horse and horse number 15 for me, Al Fakir for the White Stables. Hasn't had the best of form recently, but just looks really, really well in the parading. A little question mark for me is a horse just coming past me here, horse number 11. I don't love the way he's going around the parade ring. She is going around the parade ring even, but I will be sticking with horse number 10, Ibn Al-Qayyam.
Thanks so much. Speaking of number 11, that's Amirat Al Nafud.
She's very much on her toes right now. As you can see, she bounced after a solid second on her return.
12 is Monat Al Bari, 1 for 20.
Just finds winning pretty tough at the moment. Also not good enough to win off this mark. So running in here and hoping the handicapper drops her.
Barak Al Anaya is number 13, 2 for 20.
Definitely a place candidate if getting a good position from the nice stall in stall 10.
Number 14 is Al Atam, 0 for 7 thus far.
Below par run last time when finishing 12th. The first 2 runs this season were a little bit more encouraging.
Al Fakir is number 15, 1 for 5, winner 3 back.
Coming off the layoff, first start since meeting 59, which was the first outing for this horse in Riyadh this season. Only 9th that day.
Sarajevo is 0 for 13.
Inconsistent throughout her career. She runs well, and then she doesn't run well. Last time up was a pretty good performance for her, so I'm expecting a pretty poor one today.
Number 17 is Al Fassam.
He seems to be in the twilight of his career right now. He's a 7-year-old, just 3 from 67. It's been a while since he's won.
Khabrat is rated 67, number 18.
Yet to win so far in 12 starts, but last time up was a good second, and Tariq Al Mansour has been working magic this week.
Here's a shot of Akko Noof finishing 3rd on the 2nd of December.
Yeah, this horse is interesting in here. Akko Noof, horse number 5 today, but you can see showed good speed this day, grabbed the rail, and then just succumbed late to a couple of horses who were prominently ridden, but were coming a touch off the speed. Battled well, because he could have easily just folded and capitulated late on, but you can see that he was rallying as well as he could up the fence, trying to win his race, just wasn't good enough.
Indeed, we'll see Skip Moon, who I thought looked one of the best in the parade ring, if not the best, so quite fit. Not that he's like the prettiest thing in the world, but just a very, very fit horse going into this race. Skip Moon and shot there. He was 2nd on the 9th of December.
Sounds like we might be siding up again together here, Michael. Yes, this was Skip Moon last time. It was a good run, I thought. Wide on the track. This isn't actually Skip Moon with the caption. That is Wafi Al-A's. Skip Moon is in the black silks just inside with the purple number cloth.
Yeah, he's about to take the lead.
He eventually finishes 3rd in this race. He gets awarded 2nd because the horse he wins, ridden by Alex Moreno, got subsequently DQ'd. See, I do watch the replays, guys, after that mistake earlier. Skip Moon does finish 3rd, but as I say, awarded 2nd place after the winner was DQ'd. That run was fair.
Yes, he's adjudged as such. So yes, a nice piece of footage. There's Akko Noof and shot there. And obviously Skip Moon will be in the red and black. We'll finish up with the rest of the field here. We have Albo, number 19 is Albo Sheba, breaks from the rail.
Midfield efforts recently, 7th on 3 of his last 4 attempts. I don't think the rail's a good spot for him.
And from the rail to the car park, we have Amontoesh. It's got to be he's coming from he's breaking from number 20.
Yeah, and just 1 from 26 in his career. Last time out didn't show too much. It's going to be pretty tough for him to win.
Yeah, I was leaning towards Skip Moon just based on fitness, the way the horse looks. Obviously, I mean, you see him in shot right there. It just looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Just not the prettiest horse in the world, but just a very fit horse. I love to see the lines in the hind end. This horse looks ready to go.
Yeah, I'm siding with Skip Moon as well, but mainly from a form angle. And also I love the rider change to Adel Al-Faredi today. First time he's ridden this 4-year-old colt. He's unexposed as well. 5 outings. You go down the list of these horses and you see horses that have had 25 starts, 67 starts, 14, 20, etc. But he's only had 5, Skip Moon. So there's a chance that he is better than these. He just needs to take a little step forward, which he's virtually done on every start so far this season. And if he does that, he's got a great chance of winning. What we didn't mention there, as I was talking so much about the DQ in that piece of footage, Skip Moon had a very wide trip throughout. He was 6 or 7 wide on the bend, so he lost a lot of ground. Hopefully Adele can move him across into a better position, save a bit of ground and then pounce late.
And obviously in 12, I mean, he should have enough. It should be down enough for him to get over. Okay.
Yeah, and we've seen how good is Adele from these double figure stalls. He's phenomenal. He allows the horse to find their stride. He's not super urgent early in the race. He doesn't want to get the horse to go into the red at the wrong point. He allows them to find their stride, then moves in to a prominent position as they round the turn, and then pounces late. He's probably the best jockey at finding a good spot from a wide draw.
And we didn't talk too much about Shamila's selection, Ibn al-Qayyim.
Been hitting the crossbar recently, but it's 0 from 15, which is a bit of concern. Obviously, he had plenty of chances. That's not to say he can't win. He absolutely can, based on the previous 3 runs where he's placed twice and finished 4th on the other one. But I'm just a little bit wary that he's had so many attempts and he's yet to break through.
Interesting. Any chance for Red Stable's Hashem in here?
Well, Red Stable horses in a 0 to 70 have to be taken note of. I don't love his performance last time. We just see him go through the shot there. I don't love his performance last time. Again, he's only won once, and that wasn't a great race that he won. So I'm willing to overlook him. We should look at the comments. There's David Bolon is back. He says,
He's back.
Hello
everyone.
David. Good evening. I'm going to go with horse 16. That is Sarajevo.
Yes.
0 from 13 so far in her
The Bosnian
career.
angle.
Yes.
No, this is going to be interesting. So we're going to attempt to strike at 60%, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we are 5 for 9 teaming up.
Yep.
This will be the 10th time in
5 weeks.
Yeah.
5 weeks.
10th time in 5 weeks that we have teamed up. We're going with Skip Moon together, and we're going to cheer on Adele to win what would be his 10th win in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, he's been the best this week, Adele. Obviously, last week he was very good as well, but yeah, he's dominated.
Top form.
He has dominated from horses in all different classes of races.
Speaking of top form, we're going to go out to Enzo, see who he likes in here, and listen to the call of race 5.
Thank you very much indeed, Mikey. I thought this was a really hard race to try and be confident about anything. Similar ratings, towards the inside of the card, I guess. Of course, they're not in race card order in terms of the draw here. Skip Moon, you have to give a shout to. I thought Al-Shahed Allah might run quite well here as well, although has had plenty of racing. And even Akko Noof, I could see running well again. We saw that horse run in the clip of film we showed you earlier on as well. So a few with claims. Nothing really stood out. There's one being adjusted there in the middle. And they have started loading the other runners, though. Is that Sarajevo? I think that might be in the middle there, just being looked at. Yes, Sarajevo, number 16 for Mohammed Al-Habib, has just jumped off momentarily. So the runners then starting to load up, though. Big field of runners here as well. Full field of 20 of them, without the 3 reserves, going the 9 furlongs here, 1,800 metres to travel. And there's the 12 horse, Mona Al-Bari, Naif Al-Anazi. 15 there in the white blinkers, Al-Fakir. For Faras Al-Sanaitam, the white stable. Red stable with her Hashem in this. There's number 5, Akko Noof. Light blue sleeves and cap. This is Skip Moon, the one that both Michael and Tom have landed on. Shamila with the 10 here, Ibn Al-Qayyim. This is number 4, Al-Shahed Allah, Louis Morales, who won our second race earlier today. This is race 5 for the Thoroughbreds, a handicap race. Skipmoon's in stall 12. Al-Shahed Allah's in stall 2. Here's number 17 going forward now. And we're almost ready to go here. Last couple, 19 and number 2 to go forward as well. And then we'll be set. Al Haba completes the line. We're just about ready here. 1,800 metres. And they're off. Starter lets go. They got off to a pretty good start. A little bit slowly away, perhaps, was Alpha Sem towards the inside. One breaking well was Al-Shahed Allah in the white and green colours. Also, the light blue sleeves and cap, Akko Noof is up there. The grey is Alatam towards the middle. That's prominent as well. Being followed through by Sarah Evo, another greys. It's the darker of the greys. Wider out to find Hashem in the red colours. Just drops in behind the speed. Cabrat is the one who's in front of that one, also in red and white colours as they race down the back straight. Towards the inside, here comes Al Fakir now, with the green cap to come and maybe just shade it to Akko Noof in second. They're travelling at around 60 kilometres per hour. Racing in third place with the blue sleeves up on the outside. That's Dortmund, who's got every chance, number 7. Behind Dortmund in the 4 path is Alatam, that's the grey. Out in the 5 path is Cabrat in the red and white, going even wider of those. Then behind, just off the pace in the black colours, trying to get into it then is Ibn Al-Kayem, who's a little bit further back in the field. So making the turn, it's now time for Akko Noof to go on. Leads by a half length. Akko Noof is the leader. Giving chase on the outside, though, is Dortmund, the blue sleeves, red cap running on quite strongly. Akko Noof and Dortmund, these two, they're at the head of affairs. Making some headway to go into a share of third now is Al-Shahed Allah in the white and green colours. Around the outside goes Rams Al-Thakok as well in the black sleeves as they make the turn for home. The black jacket, red sleeves, trying to run on towards the outside. But the leader is still Akko Noof by a couple of lengths. To Dortmund, who's giving chase in second. Akko Noof just asked for a bit more now by Mohammed Al-Hubail. Leads by a good 3 lengths, though, and he's not really stopping. Trying hard is Dortmund in second. Now, down the outside, Barak Al-Anaya has been set alight late on by Mohammed Al-Nassar. He's absolutely flying, Barak Al-Anaya, but the post might come in time for Akko Noof, and it will. Akko Noof to beat the running on Barak Al-Anaya, who got going far too late, flew at the death. And behind those, the likes of Al Haba and Dortmund, who got a bit tired. But number 5 is the winner, Akko Noof. Wins for the first time, 1 minute 55.02 seconds. What a late run that was by Barak Al-Anaya, number 13 to finish second. Came from another part of Riyadh, I think, to get that position. A quarter behind the eventual winner. And third, number 7, Dortmund. Dortmund got third, ahead of Al Haba, who was 4th. So 5 the winner, Akko Noof. 13, Barak Al-Anaya was second. 7, Dortmund third. 1 minute 55.02. 1 1/4 lengths the winning time. 5:13.7 the numbers.
there seemed to be a couple in this race who were logical players, and one of them got it done. Akonuf seemed to have this within his grasp the entire way around.
Yeah, it was a good ride, aggressive again, where speed is held up. Mohamed Al Hubail on this 4-year-old colt, who's getting a little bit agitated in the winner's enclosure right now. But yeah, in the race itself, he dominated, went straight to the front, kicked off the bend like we've seen in several races today, and never really looked back. There were a couple of deep closers, Al Harbour, who eventually finished 4th, as well as the runner-up, Barak Al-Anai, who finished 2nd, but they couldn't get within a length of the winner.
Yeah, this was well executed by all involved. Obviously, speed is holding quite well.
It is, yeah. The winner and the third were always up with the speed. So yeah, it's held up in virtually all the races actually so far. The last race, Manab made all. The race before that, Saudi Neon did come from behind, but the 2 horses on the speed finished 2nd and 3rd. So pace is the play today, and if you've got a horse with plenty of early speed, put them on the rail, kick off the bend, and you've got a good chance of winning.
Yeah, and harking back to that Saudi Neon race, because of the trend we've seen so far, do you give him that much more credit?
Yeah, absolutely. He ran home nicely. He was the best horse in the race by a country mile. You know, he didn't change leads. He came from an unpromising position. He still ground down the victory. Saudi Neon's the best horse we've seen so far.
Yeah, it was very exceptional. But right here we had Akonuf who got it done from the get-go. That 69 rating. You think he gains any more off the?
Probably. He'll go up maybe, 5 or 6 pounds in this race. After this race, go up to 74, 75-ish. Last time out, he didn't beat a single horse, so, you know. But prior to that was 2 good runs. We saw the footage of him 2 starts back where he was really fighting back against the rail when a horse came to join him. Maybe he'd have fought back today if that closer, Barak Al-Anai, down the outside came alongside, but we will never know. It wasn't necessary.
And flying on the outside, that is Barak Al-Anai, who once again runs well, seems to be fairly consistent, was 3rd a couple races back.
Actually broke really well, Barak Al-Anai, right in the middle of your shot with the light blue V on the back, chevron, as my producer correctly tells me. The winner is on the inside with the red stripes, currently in around 4th or 5th place, but we'll push up against the fence in a minute. As you can see, completely different parts of the race. The winner is very close to the speed, and the runner-up is in the final quarter of the field.
So from here, no real sad stories. Everybody seems pretty comfortable at this point.
Yeah, no proper sad stories at this stage. As you say, all these horses have kind of settled into a rhythm. The runner-up is like 3/4 of a length behind our selection, Skip Moon. They make their challenge at similar times. Skip Moon actually travelled better throughout the race than the runner-up, but didn't finish off as well.
Yeah, I was shocked that he didn't try to save a little bit more ground, but he just seemed to be trying to keep Skip Moon's face as clean as possible.
Yeah, well, you can see Adele. Skip Moon is the horse in the black with the red spots, by the way, halfway down your shot, and 3 wide on the turn. You can tell Adele wants a little bit more from the horse now, and he is responding. He starts to make ground up on the outside, whereas Barak Al-Anai actually gets chopped off 3 times right at the bottom with the blue chevron. Maybe he was really unlucky, actually, watching this back. Haven't seen the drone footage before now. He loses 3 lengths on Skip Moon and probably around 5 or 6 on the leader at that point. So, yeah, I'm willing to definitely mark up the runner-up after seeing that incident.
Yeah, very well done. Comes flying now on the outside. It's just inhaling ground.
Yeah, really picks up well in the straight. It's the horse in Barak Al-Anai that didn't really come into the race with the best of form. I mean, I said in the runner by runner that he was a place contender if settling in a good position. Well, he didn't find that, but he still managed to run a place and probably should have won.
And Dortmund runs fairly well back in 3rd.
Yeah, just gets a little bit tired late, doesn't he? He showed up for a long way, had no excuses not to win today, but finished 3rd, got some good prize money in a race that paid quite well.
Yeah, indeed. This was a good performance from the winner, but definitely the runner-up is the one to take out of it.
Yeah, definitely taking the runner-up. I also like the 4th place finish at Al Harbour. Made a late ground against the fence. A horse who hadn't really shown much form again this year, had been running there or thereabouts in the top 8 in all 5 of his last starts, but hadn't really got close to winning. But he made late ground under Wigberto Ramos against the rail, and he'll probably stay on a mark of 70, so a similar kind of contest to this, and Al Harbour will probably play a part again.
Skip Moon once again runs well, but not good enough.
Yeah, I don't like his finishing effort now. That's twice in a
Just
row.
doesn't. Yeah, he has not. At the top of the lane, I thought he would finish on, but he just has nothing in the final 8th.
I thought last time it was maybe the wide trip why he didn't perform in the final 100 metres last time, but I'm now starting to think he's not the best of stayers.
This is, yeah, there's well done to the connections here. Once again, they get it done well, and it's okay. We got speed holding up, and we're going to have to take that into account moving forward. Hopefully, I know the tracks can change, especially in the Middle East. Dirt tracks can change drastically from day to night.
Yes.
But we'll see if it does this time. There we go. So yeah, another front running sort of, or at least handy performance, and we definitely have to take note of that as we get further on into the card, into the bigger races. We look forward to those. Ending with the UK Cup today, we're going to take a look at the standings right now in the championship. We have the jockeys up first. Looking forward to seeing whether or not anybody can, whether or not this Alfaredi can sort of narrow the gap between him and Espina.
Well, he's now up to 73 because he's had a winner today as well. So he's down just a 25 win deficit. Alfaredi has really been flying the last week and a half, 2 weeks. So he is narrowing it, but the margin is still pretty big.
Yeah, we have Alex Moreno back in third. Luis Morales, as always, doing quite well, and Nathal Nazi rounding out the top 5 with his 40 points. Moving on to the trainers. The trainers, it's going to be, I mean, there's no shock here. Mahmoud is doing quite well up top. We have Mutlak and his Arabian Army back in second. Al-Bada in third. Gaith Al-Gaith moves up from 5th to 4th now. And then Al-Mosa in 5th of the 5 there with 31 points.
Yeah, Mohamed is the white stable representative, and there's no surprise to see him top. Mutlaq bin Mishrif had a couple winners yesterday from the Al Khaladir stables, and Gaith Al Gaith and Al Mosa tend to do very, very well in the handicap, so there's no surprise that they are up in the standings.
We also have the Owners' Championship, which is par for the course, what we've seen so far. White Stables very much dominating with their connections with trainer and jockey, but now we also, they themselves. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons with 120, gaining on that 150 mark, which is quite possibly within reach.
Yeah, it is. That's what they'll probably be aiming for right now. They haven't had the best 2 weeks either, so you know, they would have been hoping to be a little bit closer to 150, but they've won the Owners' Championship. There's no doubt about it. Prince Faisal bin Khalid is safe in second. Then there's a scrap on for third, fourth, and fifth. I think Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah will actually move into third in the near future.
All right. Apparently, we have fruit. we've been handed these, but
I kind of wish I had those, not this.
I don't. But never boring here. Never boring. Let's go to Enzo, as if I don't feel fruity enough. We're gonna go to Enzo.
Yeah, not sure why you get 4 and Tom only gets 1, but anyway, everyone has their favourites, I guess. Right, this is race 6, 1,800 metres. This time for the Fillies handicap, locally breds. Number 1, Sana Noura, is written by Muhammad Al Nassar. Number 2 is Jodia for Mohammed Al Habib. 3, Sanujar for Adel Al Faradi, who's already been amongst the winners. So he had 2 winners, didn't he, today already? Adel in fine form. 4 is Anna Al Almas. Luis Morales won race 2. 5 is Asmar, written by Fawas Wana. 6 is Tabath, Abdullah Al Fayruz. 7, Latin, Tariq Al Mansur. 8, Tabayi, Ricardo Ferreira. Over the page to find number 9, Bana A, Turkey Alofi. 10, Daklat Noura, Rayan Altoesh. 11, Afaf for Alex Moreno. 12, Mabrukat Najid for Mohammed Al Hubay, who had a winner earlier. 13 is Wad Al Bandari, Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 14, Bugatti, Naif Adanazi. 15, Logina, Ahmed Al Shra. 16 is out, that's quite a late scratch. So take out 16, Haruf doesn't go. 17, Tatar Jamal, Abdullah Al Kradis. 18, Moata Simar for Nawef Al Mudiani. Number 19 is Amani Al Kale, Thurb Altimat. Number 20 is Sadahim, Mohammed Al Daham. The reserves don't get in, so we have the 1 absentee, 19 participants here going the 1,800 metres for this Fillies handicap. And runners headed by Sana Noura, but plenty with chances here. Take out Haruf. Adel Al Faradi looking for a treble ride, Sanujar. Luis Morales looking for double rides, Anna Al Lajmas. I think they've had their little fruit break, so we can go back to Michael and Toff.
There's always time for a fruit break.
I've never had a fruit break in my life. That's
Jcsa
crazy, baby.
We just got handed them, and we're like, okay, thank you. We appreciate it. We hope that it's We hope we don't regret it later.
To be fair, I've never eaten fruit so quickly in my life.
I know. So
I'm glad
it's
this was a
okay.
big field so Enzo could roll through those.
Just please don't hawk up a seat during your analysis. That'd be great. But yes, this we move forward here to race 6. We have a Saudi-bred 1,800 meters Phillies Mares handicap, not 275. So we're gonna have to pull apart what is once again. Well, we're ranging from 66 to 75. Only 9 pounds between this full field of horses.
Races like this are just
I've
so
had a rotten
tough.
banana.
It's very, very difficult. I'm just hearing that the gallery's got fruit as well, and Enzo as well has somehow got fruit. So it's all fruity here. Hopefully
Yes.
we can. Hopefully we can find the winner of this race. There is no fruit-related horse, which is a bit disappointing.
Unfortunately, you know, that could be anything. Well, there's a Banay.
Are we counting that? Are we counting that?
Oh, no, we'll count that one. Let's see, the horses are slowly making their way out. And this is going to be a wide open affair, as previously mentioned. We'll see if the speed angle is holding again, which is definitely, we're going to have to look to where that is. Where is the speed?
Most of these. The thing is, because in these handicaps, especially these longer distance handicaps, they are so much of a muchness that they kind of have the same cruising speed. The majority, there are a few proper closers in here and a few horses that are stepping up, but the majority of these have got similar tactics. Maybe Jcsa, horse number 2, will push forward from that wide gate last round over 1,400 metres. So the step up in distance suggests that she should have plenty of speed and go forward. There's also a white stable premium tap filly who I imagine has plenty of early as well.
The one in shot there is Sana Nora, 1 for 14 thus far, comes off a 7th place finish.
Major player in this race, my selection, getting out there early. She's carrying top weight, but this is her first handicap try. She's been running in much better races.
Jcsa is number 2. She'll be in shot in just a second. 1 for 9, rated a 75 as well.
This was the filly I was just talking about that had been running over 1,400 metres recently, won a maiden actually over that distance. Now stepping up to the 1,800. She finished 3rd in a non-winners of 2 event last time, drops down to a 0 to 75, which suggests that this is probably an easier race, but she is drawn in stall 18.
Sanuja is number 3. 3 victories. She's rated 74, this 7-year-old.
When a Del Alfaredi rides one, you always have to have a second look. So I did. She hasn't won for 3 years. Bit concerning.
Almost half her age is number 4, Ana Alamas. Is 1 for 5, comes off a 7th, was a victory way back at meeting 12.
Unexposed, her best runs have been at this distance. Last time she ran over 1,400 metres, and we'll see the replay of that. She clearly wasn't suited by the trip.
She's a long-bodied sort. Asma is number 5. Hopefully she can breathe okay. Comes off a victory.
She won a 0 to 65 handicap over 1,600 metres last time. Steps up in distance, steps up in grade.
Tabhath is number 6. As we see the 5 on her toes a bit there. Tabhath is 1 for 10. Comes off of 3 poor efforts.
Tough draw as well today in 15, but as you say, hasn't made the top 10 so far. Not one of the leading lights from the white stable.
Still in the white stable colours though.
Surprising, I'd say. Probably not for much longer unless she produces a better run today.
This number 7 is Latin, hoping to bring a little spice to the day. 58 runs for this mare.
Finds winning pretty difficult with only the 3 victories. Did finish 3rd on 2 occasions so far this season, meeting 65 and 68.
Number 8, Tabayea, daughter of 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner Midnight Loot.
One is a 3-year-old, been barren since, yet to get off the mark as a 4-year-old and hasn't run so far this year.
Banea, won 2 for 17, comes off a 16th place finish.
Just failed to factor in 2 outings this term, finishing 12th and 16th. Was coming off a layoff last time though, so maybe there'll be improvement today.
Red Stables has Daklat Nora, 1 for 10, and very consistent recently.
Her best efforts have come over 2,000 metres. She's in form, she's placed on her last 3 tries, but she drops down in trip.
A Faf is number 11, 1 for 13 for this daughter of Makani.
First run of the year has to be a concern for her. She's ridden by Alex Moreno though.
12 in shot is Mabrukat Najed, 1 for 24, comes off a 4th place finish.
Camilo Ospina usually rides this filly. He jumped ship today. Others have better claims.
Wild Al Bandari is 0 for 8.
8 race maiden, coming off a layoff. Definitely not for me.
Bugatti, it comes off a 3rd, a 2nd, and a 3rd, pretty consistent.
Would have been my second choice in this race, a long-term maiden, but has been running very well recently. 4 placed efforts from her last 5 attempts. She's drawn well too.
I think Shamila likes this one. Let's go hear what she has to say.
I do indeed, and hopefully Bugatti can rev her engines enough so she can get her head in front. She's partnered with Naif Al-Anazi this time, third last time out at meeting 82. She's just coming up behind me here now. She is a really nice sort, really nice engine to her as well. Obviously trained by Mohammed Al-Nahas for the Ramadan stables as well. So she is a 5-year-old filly by Al Munjiz. I just love her. I think pretty much ever since the Taif season as well, I've been drawn to her in the parade ring. She's really well put together and just a really nice overall filly. Obviously, I think her main danger in the parade ring anyway is horse number 10, Daklat Noura for Rayan Al Taraish, third last time out. But a lot of really competitive fillies in this race, and the bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount. So I will send it back to Michael and Tom in the studio for their selections.
Gina's number 15, 1 for 7 thus far.
Drawn out in 20. I don't like her in this spot.
17, the Tata Jamal, 1 for 27, 6 last time.
Struggled since her maiden breakthrough. She's 1 from 27 in her career. Just not a good strike rate.
Number 18 is Mawata Sema, 2 for 24, a pair of 11s.
Progressing since her last victory. She ran okay earlier in the year in Taif, finishing 5th at meeting 31, but her best run in Riyadh came all the way back as a 4-year-old.
Amani Akel is number 19, draws post 2, 1 win from 22 starts.
Better draw today, as you've just touched on there. Was prolific during the middle part of the season, but her recent performances haven't been as good.
Sadahim is 2 for 21, comes off a couple of double-digit efforts.
Yeah, just down the field on both of those outings. Mohammed Al-Daham has been in good form this week, but he will need to be at his very best to win this.
Indeed, she's a bit awkward gated from the hind end there. Let's see here. It's going to be tough. I kind of think that the 10 Daklat Noura with a slight cutback might have a shot here. Not impossible. I think it was a sort of a consistent sort. I think in these kinds of wide open races, I tend to lean probably similar to you toward the ones that have less miles on them.
Yeah, I want the more inexperienced horses. I also want the horses who are towards the top of the handicap ratings as well, generally because they're a little bit classier. And I'm happy with a horse giving away a little bit of weight. I think £2 is not that much of a difference, to be honest. That's my own personal opinion. I know people think that less weight is always an advantage. I don't necessarily agree with that. So I want to be with a horse towards the top of the ratings and a horse with recent form who could still be improving.
A5 is interesting to me, the 11, just so it gets Moreno in the saddle. Doesn't have a lot of recent form, though.
Yeah, first run of the year. I mean, how many horses have we seen win first up? Very, very few.
Very few.
I think
these tracks are pretty taxing.
Yeah, I think I could probably count them on one hand. But there have been a couple, but that's probably it. And we've covered 113 races in the last 5 weeks. So, you know, it would be a tough ask for AFAF to win this.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
Joe
A little
Dia.
piece of form. This is Joe Dia.
Yeah, this was last time up in a non-winners of 2 event, finishing 3rd. Anna Alamas is just behind, again, running over the 1400 this day. Anna Alamas, I'm pretty sure, wants this distance, the 1800. So, you know, you can kind of put a line through the performance here from the horse in the black silks. It was a fine effort from Joe Dia as well, in the yellow. They kind of just plod on at the 1 speed. Neither of these really caught my eye when I was watching these.
Yeah, they can not much separating them in general.
No, I think they're pretty limited as well.
Number 5, Asma there. She was a winner on the 21st of December. Looking quite well within herself right now.
That win came in a 0 to 65 handicap over the 1600 metres. Hopefully we pick it up.
There we go.
Now. And you'll see the Asma.
Asma takes a deep breath down on the inside and finishes well.
Yeah, it was a good performance up against the rail with the orange cap and just rallies home nicely in the home straight. You know, this filly hadn't really shown winning signs before today, but in this performance itself, she seemed to have burst through. There were a couple of hard stories in behind, hard luck stories, and the horses wide on the track are really making inroads.
It seems that the horses that were immediately behind her, not the closers on the outside, were basically just falling apart.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't much of a race, to be honest.
And the pick of the paddock for me was number 10. She isn't shot right there. That is Daklat Noura, who looks fantastic going to post for Red Stables. She was 3rd last week in the 29th of December.
Just very one-paced. You can win race like this being one-paced because there's not much quality in here, but she just stays on and stays on and stays on and plugs all the way. This is why I think she's a 2,000 metre horse. Just watch how she hits the line. She's obviously the eye catcher in the contest, but she takes an age to get rolling, and once she does, usually the pace horses have gone clear.
If she's a little more handy this time, do you think that she is going to be that much more effective over the distance?
Yeah, but the question is she going to be handier?
Can she be, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if she has that natural speed to get into a good position.
It would be interesting. And obviously we've mentioned before that this is a race where a lot of these horses are going to have to be a little handier because the track is playing nicely toward the speed.
Yeah, exactly. This is the hardest race, in my opinion, on the card. So aside from the Arabian race later on. She
does look fantastic. I'm just going to side with Daklat Nora. She looked 10 times better than anything else I saw out there. Where was Shamila landing earlier?
She was with Bugatti, this horse in shot right now.
That's right.
Naif Al-Anazi on board, hoping for another win. It would be good to hear from Naif again. He had a pretty good day yesterday, so we love hearing from the bearded Naif, as I'm going to call him from now on.
Yes.
Cracking beard. I wish I could have a beard like that.
I know.
I've spent 28 years trying to get one. Failed.
It's okay. You're always going to look 12. Appreciate it yourself. You know, because when you don't anymore, you're gonna miss it.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. So Bugatti for Shamila. I mean, this is an obvious selection. I feel like this is one of those horses. When you're looking at these kinds of fields, I've noticed in my brief tenure here that you just want to find something that's been showing some interest, second, third, fourths in the previous running lines. You're obviously not seeing a lot of wins.
Yeah, exactly. Look, if I'm to make a short list, it's probably taken me a fair while to do this, but if I'm going to make a short list, on the short list would be Daklat Nora, providing she's close enough. Bugatti, who was actually the last off my short list anyway, just because she's so consistent. And then my selection, which is horse number 1, Sana Nora. Just a major player stepping down in class. The majority of these have been running at this level or very similar levels, handicaps. The only 2 exceptions are Jcsa, who's running in 0 to nominees of 2, and most importantly, Sana Nora, who last time was running a cup race and an open race. So I'm going to take the 1, Sana Nora, hopefully get another winner on the board.
I'll take the 10 that just left your shot there. Left your screen looks absolutely fantastic with Daklat Nora, and obviously Shamila is with number 14 Bugatti. Let's go to Enzo.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I was with you here. I thought Daklat Nura did look the pick of them going down. That wide draw would be the negative for me, but certainly on ability, rating and looks, as we are into the evening now, and the floodlights are well and truly on for this race. What are we at? 5:45 now, 5:45 local time in the evening here at Riyadh. As I look down below me here, I can see the start just in the distance for the 1,800 metres here, the 9 furlongs for these fillies. Scratch the 16 to 19 runners down there at the start. Logina had a good look at her going down. Looked really well for Ahmed Al-Shra. Bugatti, number 14, the one Shamila quite liked in the paddock. Naif Al-Anazi is in black and white colours on board her. And the runners are down there at the start. We're not too far away from the runners, hopefully, going forward here for our next. So decent little contest coming up, plenty with chances. It's quite an open looking race. Tom quite keen on Sana Nura from Mohammed Al Nassar. Source number 1, and there's just circling there, one in the middle, showing some adjustments there. Could be Amani Al Khail for 19. Yeah, I think it is Amani Al Khail in the kind of light blue number cloth. So first prize here, 50,000 Saudi Riyal for these fillies here, going the 9 furlongs this time around. There's number 7, that's Latin. Tariq Al Mansour is on board that one. Short delay is we're at post time and just going past it now, aren't we? 5:45, so almost. So I'm not sure what the hold up is. Bright green and pink, that's Asmar. Fawas Wanas, we can look at her going down. There's Daklat Nura, number 10. Striped colours there, that's Tabeyi. Ricardo Souza Ferreira rides his daughter of Midnight Loot. 12 is Mabrukat Najd. And with the white face, the stars. That was number 3, Sanuja. Adel Al Faradi. Been riding well. Now the stalls are being moved back and forth at the moment. Got to join them up again. Did they have to just move something behind? I'm not sure what happened there, but looks like they're rejoining. So, locally bred fillies here, rated 0 to 75. Sananura number 1 is ridden by Muhammad Al Nassar. Jadia's got quite a wide draw, number 2. Obviously, they're not in the race car draw order here, being a handicap race. They're drawn all over the place. Sanuja, number 3, has got a very wide draw to come out of. I think all of Adel Al-Faradi's skill to try and either use some petrol up early on to get her across, or maybe just waiting behind. There's number 14, Bugatti, one that Shamila was quite keen on. Naif Ananazi, the top riders over here on board. This horse has got the blindfold on there just for stalls entry. Bugatti. Stalls still aren't together here, so we might have a bit more of a delay than we anticipated. Not sure what the issue is. There's lots of shouting going on. We are trying to sort out whatever the problem is. But at the moment, the stalls have not been rejoined, so a slight delay to race 6 here. Runners just circling. Number 7's got the blindfold on. That's Latin. Tariq Al Mansour. Now, the stalls have been joined up together. Obviously, they've got to do that before they can load the runners up. So they are now loading. Just a slight delay here. There's number 19. This is Amani Al Kale. It's about to go forward. Yeah, we have the stalls back in position. They've joined them up now. And obviously, they are going to trigger when the starter hits that button to let them go. Both sets will open at the same time. So just had to make sure everything was absolute on before we could get the runners into the stalls. So now loading is underway. 9 there, that's Banaya, Turkey Alofi on board. Waiting for 8 to come forward now, Tabei as well. This is 13. Wad Al-Bandari, that was. Zeus, he's known as Aliyesh, is on board that one. Oh dear, just revving up. 4-year-old filly by Tapizar there. Make sure she calms down a little bit. Runners are loading up. There's 17. That's Tata Jamal. By Abdullah Al Credis. Very dark blue colours for her. Owned by the Al Zaymar stable. Saw those colours, I think, for the 2nd or 3rd one of the earlier races. So we're getting through loading up. We're just about ready. Here we go. Starters almost equal now. All in, and they're all out. They're racing, and all stalls open. Okay, we are off and running for this slightly delayed 6th race. Slow to go there was Tabath in behind them. One that broke quite well. The pink and green is Asmar. Up there towards the inside with the noseband as they go through the first 250 metres or so. Another one that's handy as well is Sana Nora here. And Sana Nora it is. It just about heads them off now from Latin, the blue and white in 2nd. With racing up towards the outside, Mota Simar. Also the yellow colours towards the outer of Jodia is handy as well. And right up on the outside, Logina in the light blue and yellow isn't far away. But towards the inside, it is now Sana Nora, who's just about got overall command of the red colours. Also up there, the red stable colours, that's Daklat Nora, very handy as well. So Daklat Nora, Sana Nora towards the inside. Anna Al-Almas in between them in the black is right there with Latin in the blue and white silks. Very deep still is Logina, who's covering all the extra ground. Trying to get out underneath Logina is Jodia, and then ridden along behind those in the dark blue is Tata Jamal. Trying to get a bit closer in the red and white is Motasima towards the outside. And then behind those we have Asmar as they head around the turn. And the leader on the inside now with the fractional advantage and just trying to press on a little bit here is Sana Nura. Sana Nura in front, number 1, leading up to in 2nd place Anna Al-Almas in the black. Down the outside, ridden for more is Latin. There is an improver going in between runners, and that's Mota Simar in the red and white with the blue blinkers. And it's now Mota Simar who's really rattling home here, has come to take it up. So Mota Sima's going past Sana Nura. Down the outside, Latin is boxing on. There's a closer right down the outside. Sanujar is picking up quite well. And also Tabei as well is picking up too. But towards the far side, it is Mota Sima who's got the jump on these. Running on, though, is Latin down the outside. But Mota Sima will surely do enough. 18 Mota Sima wins it from 7 Latin in 2nd. and they're ahead of Tabei in third place. Well, followed in by the likes of Tatar Jamal, but number 18 has won it. Motor Sema, well done to Nawaf Al-Mudiani. The Al Sakur Barn, his daughter of Sleeping Indian, has won in the blue blinkers. Number 18, winning time 1 minute 55.88 seconds. 18, Moata Sema, the winner. Second will be Latin, number 7. Beaten a length and a half in the end. And third, number 8, Tabei. Tabei stayed on for Ferreira. Was Sarnujar in the end who got fourth, but just the front three we need. 18, 7 and 8. 1 minute 55.88. Moata Sema wins from Latin and Tabei.
Jockey Nawaf Al-Mudahani is back in the winner's enclosure yet again. We usually see Nawaf sporting the red stable silks, but today he is riding for Hamad Mohammed Hawkwesh. So very well done to him, and very well done to the trainer as well, Asuk Al-Sakur as well. So really good performance, really good training performance. Jumped out of stall number 14 really well. And we haven't seen this 6-year-old filly in the winner's enclosure since back in the Taif season when they ran her over 1,600 metres. They have tried her recently over shorter distances. She hasn't taken to them very well. 11th last time out, 11th the time before that. She hasn't been seen since meeting 54 either. So a little break for her probably did her the world of good, and it's great to see Nawaf Al-Mudahani back in the winner's enclosure on Mutasamiya in the 6th race of the day.
So Moata Sema wins the war of attrition that was this race. It was obviously I wouldn't say tough to watch, but it was definitely one where it was tough to figure out who was going to win.
Yeah, it was a very weird race. The main players were up with the speed, and the speed's been holding up well all day, but they all faded. The only horse that actually continued to run that was on the speed was Latin, who is 3 from 59 now and hadn't shown any recent form. So that was tricky to predict, and also the winner was pretty hard to predict as well, because Jcsa, 2 from 24 coming into the race, a 6-year-old who had plenty of opportunities, 11th on the last 2 outings, hasn't run since Taif, had a middle to wide draw. Just hard, tough.
mean, Shamila touched on a couple things that could be sort of keys to victory, being the going back up, stepping up in trip again, and a bit of a break after a busy season. But at the same time, it's really hard to look at the other major players in this race and choose the winner over them.
Yeah, she would have been towards the bottom of my pecking order, I have to say. I'm not going to make it out like she had a chance. I didn't think
I knew
had
she'd
any
win the
chance.
whole time.
Yeah, I didn't think she had a chance at all. But fair enough to Connections. Got some improvement out of her. Maybe she just prefers the track here in Riyadh rather than deep surface in Taif.
Yeah, she rolls along quite well. Shockingly forward performance from my selection, Daklat Nora, who backed out.
I mean, what a weird run from Daklat Nora.
No idea. And then, so she loses pace around the bend with them. She's technically on the front right now. She's got a head in front.
But she's a horse that's got stamina over further.
Yeah.
From this position, she should be fine.
Maybe they read the tea leaves earlier with speed holding, and they thought maybe if they put her a little bit more forward. But now she loses pace on the bend, and then comes rallying again toward the end of the race.
Very weird. Very weird.
Which is basically not really rallying, just sort of maintaining with her stamina. So yeah, a very odd race. She's not exactly, she gets like a tap right there. She's sitting in, I believe, 8th right now, back now to 9th. But yeah, it doesn't quite finish the way you'd like to see a horse. But winner does it well.
Yeah, Abundiani pushes through the gap. It went to the inside of your horse that we were just talking about there, Daklat Nora. It got a little tight on the bend, but Jcsa had plenty left in the tank at that point, and first found the gap between the 2 front horses, which included my Sana Nora, who actually ran okay in 5th, but it was a bit one pace turning in. And from there, just was holding the 2nd, 3rd and 4th all the way to the line. It seemed like they all finished at the same speed, which is a little concerning moving forward. There was no real horse to take out the race. Maybe the 3rd place finisher, which was...
Sanuja made a nice run on the outside.
Yeah, and Tabi.
4th.
Yeah, and Tabi, maybe they're the 2, both of whom were coming off... both of those 2 were coming off long layoffs and could be the ones to take out of it.
And obviously the headgear helped with the winner, obviously keeping it focused. Looks like a little bit doesn't quite fit the horse.
Yeah, it seemed to be on a little bit low. So the horse's eye was right at the top of the blinkers, and they looked like homemade blinkers as well. They were probably not made for this horse.
Nothing like homemade blinkers.
Yeah, but if they've done the job, they've done the job.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's a tough race to pull apart. You've been a couple shock performances we've seen all weekend, actually last week as well. This falls in that category.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
there's no way to...
I wouldn't have had any of the first 3 finishers being in the first 3, so it's pretty difficult. And also, not only that, because obviously horse racing can provide shocks. They're not machines, and they're animals, and sometimes they can perform well, sometimes not, especially lower grade types. But all of the form horses were beaten comprehensively. The closest was mine, Sana Nora, who was 5th, but readily beaten. You had Daklat Nora, who we've talked about, disappointing. Anna Al-Almas was way out the back. And Bugatti just never showed up at all in the race. So difficult to assess the quality of this 0 to 70 handicap 0 to 75 moving forward.
A bit of a hop there from Legina in post 15. Sorry, not 15. Who was it broke out of 15? Tabath. Not the greatest start for her. No real excuses otherwise. Nobody really has any sob stories about it. Just tough trips. Just the horses that needed to show up didn't, I guess.
Yeah, exactly that. And horses who we weren't expecting did play a part in the finish. As I say, I don't think this is the strongest 0 to 75 handicap you're ever going to see. There were no proper excuses for any of the form players, but they all drastically underperformed. I think this is a perfect time to move on now.
No, this is... You're very, very excited to move on?
Yeah.
Well, I have a surprise for you. It's not only it's not a 0 to 75 this time, it's a 0 to 80.
It might as well be a 0 to 75. There's only 2 horses that are above the bracket. Yeah, I know. So it's a very similar race. It's wide open. But I'll tell you what, in the next race, there is a huge discrepancy in terms of talent.
Don't spoil it for us. We're not there yet, Tom. We have so much excitement ahead. Speaking of, let's go to Enzo, who's going to take us to the runners and riders for race number 7.
Yeah, I think we need to move on from that 6th race, don't we? But well done to Motasima anyway. Let's move on, though, to race number 7. We're halfway through the card. 2,000 metres. Let's go up in distance for this one, this 0 to 80 handicap. But as Tom was saying, just a couple rated over 75 here, and they top the card. Number 1, Hassan, who's the 80-rated horse. Ahmed Al-Tayar is on board for the Al-Hamad stable. Number 2 is Kontar, who's a son of Ulysses for Naif Al-Anazi. He's rated 78. Number 3 is Alaham for the Arab stable, and Asel Al-Sahari on board is caught by Balado, number 3. Number 4 is Al-Jude, Ali Al-Mutib riding. His daughter of Frosted, one of the fillies in the race. 5 is Al-Abjar, Eddie Castro on board this son of Profitable, comes out of stall 6. Number 6 is Al-Jamanu for Louis Morales, looking for a double, daughter of Bernardini, comes out of gate 12. 7, Yakil out of stall 9. Abdulaziz Aliesh rides this colt. Number 8 is Kamra Al-Muhammadiyah for Adel Al-Faradi, looking for the treble for the Gaith Al-Gaith yard. 9, Hamoud Al-Kaya for Muhammad Al-Hubayl, who won our 5th race. Number 10, Al-Yabani for Ali Al-Mamoni, caught by Yoshida. Number 11 is Yaflan for Abdullah Al-Kradis, a son of a US Navy flag. Moving on to number 12, Alorjar for Ricardo Ferreira, a grey son of Tapright. 13 is Well Without End, a son of Time Test for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 14 is Saad Al-Wasil. Rakan Alabaid rides him out of gate 18. 15, Damis, Alex Moreno on board this son of Twilight Sun from stall 16. Number 16 is Quintus Maximus, who's the son of Kitten's Joy. Ahmed Al-Azari riding. 17, Rams Al-Wasil for Feras Al-Sunaitan, a son of Cable Bay, out of stall 3, got a good draw. 18 is Hamranut. Abdullah Al-Saidi rides this filly. Number 19 is Kia for Nawaf Al-Mudiani, a gelding out of stall 1. He's got the inside post. Number 20 is Neymar, who's ridden by Tariq Al-Mansour, I've been told, son of Glen Eagles. Comes out of stall 14. The reserves don't run here, so take out 21, 22 and 23. But a full field here. We have 20 runners going to 2,000 metres, and they're about to come into the paddock for Michael and Tom to have a good look at.
We are so excited. We're going to dive right into this 3-year-old handicap over the 2,000 meters. Yeah, a lot of these horses are young, and they're facing this stamina test for the first time. It's a handicap up to 80. We have only one rated 80, and the lowest rated in this field is is 50.
Yeah.
So just the 30 pounds between them.
Huge discrepancy between top and bottom weight in here.
Yeah.
I mean, there were 3 reserves as well who didn't get in, one of which is rated 42. That was an optimistic entry. Yeah, I think this is another race where we're talking about the same kind of angles. You
We
want a
have
horse
8
towards the
horses
top.
running out of the handicap. in
Yeah,
here.
and
So-
carrying 54 kilos that they wouldn't be carrying if they were running to their weight. So you can basically scrub a line through all of them, I think. That's from horse number 15 downwards.
Are you really going to do that after the last race?
I am. I am going to do that, yeah. When you've got low-rated horses, 50 to 57 or to 62, and they're carrying more weight than they should be, I mean, the chance of them beating horses who are higher rated yet carrying more weight is very slim.
Valid points we have. We're going to start with number 1. This is Hassan. He's 0 for 4 thus far.
Yeah, the form has been trending in the wrong direction, but this horse is definitely the best in the race and going to be my selection in here. Again, going early with the pick.
Very fit son of Unified, who was trained by Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Kontar, British bred by Ulysses. So stamina is the name of the game on this one.
I'll come back to Hassan's main claims after the runner by runner, by the way. Yes, Kontar's a miler, 2,000 metres worries me.
Yeah, don't make us wait for the good stuff. Okay, Alaham is number 3.
Yeah, another horse in here stepping up in distance to the 2,000.
Frosted does make me worry about that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Maiden's performances recently, though, finishing 8th and 2nd.
Speaking of stamina issues, the son of Profitable is number 5, Al-Abjar.
Yes, 5th in an open last time, Al-Abjar, was just looking at the 4, Al-Jude.
4 looking well. Back Al-Jude is in the I mean, but it's just Frosted. Frosted's going 10 furlongs. Frosted could barely get 9.
Yeah, there are plenty in here that don't want 2,000, I'm sure. They seem to be just looking for a spot for them. Here's Al-Abjar, quite a nice looking type actually. Eddie Castro rides, good 5th last time. The type form early in the season was promising as well, so this horse has a chance.
Al Jamana, 0 for 3, but has not been off the board.
When I first looked at this race, I put a star next to this horse's name. Before looking more in depth at the form, this filly has had 3 starts, run over 1,400 and 1,200 metres, now taking a huge step up.
She is full of beans. You need to get her away from that pole as soon as possible.
She's a speed type and looks like she's burning energy right now.
Number 7 is Yakil, 0 for 6, 4th place last time.
Yet to get close in her 6 runs. I know his 6 runs. I know he's finished 3rd and 4th, but he was beating a fair way in those occasions.
Number 8 is Kamar Al Mohammadiyya, daughter of the brilliant sire Malibu Moon.
A major player in here, the 8. I don't like the draw. I also don't really love the form. But Gaith Al Gaith and Adele Al Faradi team up, and Adele would have had the pick of the bunch here.
Yeah, indeed. Hamoud Al Khair is number 9 there with the yellow bridle. 0 for 5, 4th last time.
Consistent in defeat recently, aside from the 12th place finish at meeting 65. Scrub a line through that, and this horse has a chance.
Number 10 is Al Yabani, 0 for 6, comes off a 5th place finish.
Yes, I don't personally think this horse stays. You assure me that Yoshida's fine in the pedigree, but this horse doesn't shape like a 2,000 metre horse.
CC's Joy on the bottom side probably makes that one a little bit more difficult as well. Making me a little bit hungry. Number 11, Yaflan. It's 0 for 5, 11th last time.
That was a fair run. It wasn't a great run. I watched the replay, hoping that I would see a little bit more than I did, but it was just one paced all the way to the wire. This horse's best effort came over 1,400 metres. Again, trip worries.
Number 12 is Al Alja.
Interesting connections in here. Beden Al Sabai and Ricardo Souza Ferreira on a nice looking individual, actually. You can see there, kind of filling the eye. Just a 3-year-old by Taprit.
Stone Grey, love
some
that.
good runs as well to this horse's name.
World Without End is number 13. 0 for 1 was 8th on debut.
Saudi Arabian debut that was, had showed some form in the UK prior. This trainer does well with these types. I imagine this gelding has a slim chance of winning.
Saad Al Wasil, 0 for 3. Acclamation as the sire. Definitely gives a little bit of issue with the stamina.
Yep, again, another horse I don't think will stay. This is just an experimental race and has a wide draw.
Number 15 is Damis, 0 for 6 thus far. A pair of 5ths in its last 2.
We're starting to talk about horses now that are out of the weights and I don't think can play a part. This son of Twilight Sun, again, has stamina issues. 2 pounds out of the weights today.
Fantastic name is Quintus Maximus. No local runs.
Needs turf and probably at least some experience here. And with the wide gate in 20, another negative.
Brilliantly bred out of Indian Blessing. Rams Al Wasils, number 17.
Out of the weights, 4 quiet runs, nothing really to recommend here.
Number 18 is Hamranut, 0 for 7.
Again, I apologise for being a bit samey with some of these, but this horse just cannot win on figures. Just rated 51, not shown up recently.
Number 19 is Kara, and number 20 is Niemer. Both out of the weights.
Yeah, exactly. Kaya's at least drawn well in stall 1. It could get a decent rail trip, but these two should at least stay, but they might stay on for 10th and 11th.
10th and 11th?
Yeah.
Well, aim high, we say. Aim high. Yeah, this will be interesting. Of the ones that are out of the weights, Quintus Maximus is the only one that probably has a little bit of possibility to him.
Yeah, first time up, you never know, and a better pedigree than most of these. But I'm really sticking to those towards the top of the weights, and there are 4 horses that I'm interested in. Number 1, Hassan, who is my selection. Number 2, Konta. Number 3, horse number 5, but number 3 on my shortlist is Al Abjar, and then horse number 8, Kamra Al Muhammada. They are the 4 horses I think will play a big part in the finish.
Let's go to Shamila in the parade ring. Who do you like, Shamila? Are you excited about it?
I'm very excited, Michael. I hope you guys are as well. A lot of the horses in this race also seem to be very excited and giving the jockeys a very hard time as they go down to the start. So I will be starting with my negatives. The horses that stood out negatively to me were horse number 1 and horse number 11, Yaflan, and horse number 14 as well. All very much on their toes and giving the jockeys a really difficult time, as well as their handlers as well. Oh, there was a lot of really nice looking horses in this. I've decided to land on horse number 6, Al Jamana, for Louis Morales. even though she was giving Louis a really difficult time going down to the start. She's only 3. She's only had 3 runs to her name, so I think she's still very green, but very, very talented. 3rd last time out. She's always been in the placings as well, 3rd at meeting 67. So she's definitely due a win, and I think Louis Morales could be the jockey that could give her that win as well. Obviously, we have horse number 2, Kontar, horse number 15, Demise, and horse number 5, Al Jabbar as well, who all stood out to me in the parade ring as looking really nice. So it was a difficult decision for me to come to, especially after I saw horse number 6, Al Jamana, giving Louis Morales a hard time going down to the start. But I think I will stick to Al Jamana, just because I think Louis could be the one to get her under control and go forward with her. So it will be a tough race up against these really high quality colts. I think Alex Moreno could be in contention as well on horse number 15, Demise. But fingers crossed for Louis Morales to get that double.
Thank you so much, Shamila. In shot there is number 1, Hassan, who is 2nd on the 10th of November.
This is the horse I like in the race today. Very lightly raced, only had the 4 outings, Hassan, and you'll be able to pick him up just here in behind. He finishes the race well into 3rd this day, beaten by some nice individuals as well. Has subsequently come out and run in 2 much better races than this race and the race he's running in this evening. Look, he's running in a 0 to 80 today. Last time he ran in a Group 3. That kind of shows the huge level that he's dropping. He stays on powerfully over the distance. I think he'll stay. The majority of these won't. He's drawn well in 2. He's my selection in the race.
All right. She's on it. We have another shot here. This is number 2, Kontar, who's 5th on the 29th, last week, the 29th of December.
Ulysses in the pedigree suggests this horse should stay, but I think his best efforts have been over a mile. Doesn't mean he won't get this trip, but yeah, I think the shorter distance has been more suitable to him. We just picked that up there. He suffered some interference coming off the turn. He's kind of in horses, and yeah, he's not running in a full, straight line at this stage, but he stays on nicely for 5th. Look, you're watching this and you think he needs more trip, but I just don't really agree with that. I think he wasn't ridden overly efficiently, saved all of his energy for the final 300 metres and then burst and hit the line. But he is still a player in here. He's just drawn wide in 17, which puts me off a touch.
This is Al Abjar. This is finishing 5th on the 23rd of December.
White cap with the caption, as you can see on the outside, just stays on the 1 pace. This wasn't an open race. It was a better contest again than he runs in today, but he will need to improve. I would like to hear from Eddie Castro, so I wouldn't be against this horse winning, but I think it's probably a little unlikely, just on the wrong lead, as you can see, and still doing a lot wrong in his races.
Interesting. So this is a hard one to pull apart. We got some obvious claims with horses that are dropping in class, but these are also all newly turned 3-year-olds, and we don't know which class some of these fall into.
Exactly. As I say, my shortlist of horses number 1, 2, 5 and 8. They're the 4 that I think will play a part in the finish. The only one that we haven't seen out of those in the footage just there is the 8, Kamra Al Mohammedia, but Gaith Al Gaith and Adel Al Faredi, a team that you love.
Yeah, I'm going with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with the 8 today, Kamra Al Mohammedia, because I love syllables. And
Gaith is currently 4th in the trainer title. Adele's currently 2nd in the jockey title. They're a proper combination, and this filly's not drawn well, but she should stay the trip, and she has bits and pieces of form that suggest she might play a part in the finish.
No, it makes, you know, if you put lines through the last couple of efforts, this horse should stack up at least to the top 3 or 4 in the spot. Obviously, Hassan is the one to beat, in my opinion, so I'm going to try to beat her in some way, or him in some way. I was tempted to go with Al Jamana because just consistency, and the fact that she looked quite in the parade ring. She looked really good and on her toes a bit, maybe even a little bit tough to handle, but wasn't sweating up much.
Yeah, I just don't think she'll stay. I really don't. I know that Shamila likes her in here, but she's the one, if you're looking at the race card, that obviously stands out with the leading connections, top jock, placed on all 3 starts, race fit after 2 Riyadh runs, but yeah, I have major stamina concerns with the 6. She's actually getting a touch hot now, actually, down at the start as well, down the neck.
Of those out of the weights, it is of note that Demise picks up Moreno in the saddle, number 15. Any chance for top 3 or 4?
I want to say yes, but yeah, the real answer is no. Look, again, another horse that probably won't stay. Twilight Sun doesn't put that much stamina in his progeny, that's for sure. And Moreno's had a few rides today and yesterday that just really haven't had much chance on paper. So albeit he's a very good jockey, he's not been given the best of rides the last 24, 48 hours-ish.
We are running a little bit behind our 6:15 jump off at this point, but we'll go to selections at this point. So you're sticking with number 1, Hassan?
Yeah, hopefully we get a third winner on the board today, Hassan, on the class drop.
All right, for me, I'm going to go with Kamra Al Mohammadiyah for my favorite combination, Al Jamuna for Shamila. Let's go to Enzo. Who do you like?
I'm going to go with number 2 here, Quantar, despite the draw out in 17. I keep picking these horses drawn high, but I'm going to stick with him for Naif Al-Anazi. Right, there's number 19, Kia, who's a son of Decorated, ready to go. And noseband on, and he'll be in stall 1 as well, so he's got that prime slot. Now if Al-Modiani is on board, he won our 6th race, didn't he? So he's in good form at the moment. Slots in there. This is number 10, Al Yabani, about to go forward now in the blue with a white hoop for Ali Al Mamoni. Goes in. Al Jude's got a wide draw there. There's number 15, that's Damis. That's a green jacket for Alex Moreno. Yeah, I was just what Tom was saying there, and he has been riding a lot of outsiders in the Alex Moreno. I remember back in Taif he was riding a lot of well-fancied horses, but just getting a few horses with not a great deal of chance of winning at the moment, but I'm sure that will turn. 7 going forward, Yakil. 2 Contars not in yet under Naif in the black and white. Same ownership as World Without End. He's got a black cap, Naif Al-Anazi. 17 about to load. Ramzal Wasil. We'll go stall 3 here. That's Hamra Newt we're looking at with the camera just above the stall. A little bit edgy there for Al Yabani. So 15, 2 and 6 is the one they're looking behind to see where she is. Al Jamanu, I should say. Louis Morales. Al Jamanu is just a little bit behind the others at the moment. So 3 to load still. There's Al Jamanu. She's just been a little bit on her toes. I think she's just got a little bit edgy, a little bit warm down there at the start. Probably approaching 20 past 6 local time now. But she goes in. So the last couple could load up now. They were just waiting for her. Kontar to go and Damis. Kontar the last one. Kontar backs out. Now comes forward. And will complete the line. And will be set. 20 runners across the track. 2,000 metres. Race 7. Ready for a start. Runners away. Off they go. Most of them got out okay. In fact, no, a little stumble actually towards the inside there. I think it might have been Ramzal Wasil, who's lost ground, and also Kontar as well. Not a great start either. And Kontar trails them early on. Another horse that was awkward away was Hamra Newt. So quite a few of them missed the break quite badly. And Kontar trails them as they go through the first 350 metres. The leader is now Al Jamanu, who's come forward in the white and blue on the inside to go on. The yellow silks up towards the centre of the track. That's Yaflan, who's right up there. So Yaflan is on the outside of Al Jamanu. These two are first and second at the moment. And they're ahead of Alaham, who's racing in third with the orange noseband as they go through the first 400. Just off the pace then, we have Alorja, who's got the grey cap. The green silks of Damis is right up there on the outside in about 4th place, racing ahead of Alorja, who's in 5th. And then behind Damis, racing a little bit wider out. Also in green is Nemer as they again go through the first 550 metres, well off the pace at this stage. Looking towards the back of the field, we have Kia, who's right out the back there in the red sleeves and cap. Kontar has managed to go past him, but it's done a lot of work. And now Yakil is dropping towards the back as well. So heading towards the home turn, quite a few chances here. Al Jamanu now gives way, as up on the outside, Alaham picks it up. Alaham is going on. But here on the outside is Damis in the green colours to try and get closer. The white and green of Kamra Al Mohammadi is on the move as well. And also the black and yellow of Al Jude is getting a little bit closer. But it's Damis who's now got to the front here for Alex Moreno, just goes on, but fighting back gamely on the inside is Alaham, and Alaham is trying to kick back here, and Alaham has got the lead back off Damis. Might have been briefly headed, but Alaham has the lead again with the noseband on the inside rail. So Alaham leads Damis, and they're clear of Kamra Al Mohammedia. Down the outside, Al Jude is running on quite well, but this leader might be home already, because Alaham is keeping on strongly here for Asil Al Sahadi, and it's going to be Alaham who's stretching right away. The further he goes, the better he looks. Alaham, this is impressive. He wins well, through for second in the end. Kamra Al Mohammedia or Al Jude. Kamra Al Mohammedia maybe just second from Al Jude, but that's quite tight for second and third. And Al Abjar ran on quite well to be fourth in the purple colours. But Alaham for the Bin Jahal stable, owned by the Arab stable, written by Asil Al Sahadi, has won this emphatically in the end. Just drew right away. I thought for a moment that Damis was going to go past him on the home turn, but Damis relinquished and dropped away in the end. This horse has bolted up. Winning time 2 minutes 07.87, 8 lengths the winning margin. Second was number 8 in the end. It was Kamra Al Mohammedia who got second. That was on the far side, in the white and green, just over the gold and black of number 4, Al Jude, who's third. They were clear of Al Abjar, who came from well off the pace. Didn't get a mention earlier on, but stays on to be fourth. 3.845 the numbers, 2 minutes 07.87, 8 lengths. Alaham wins easily.
الخيال أصير السرحاني.
Well, the key aspect of this race was obviously the distance of the 2,000 meters, 10 furlongs, mile and a quarter, whatever you want to call it, and it definitely saw a lot of these horses out, with Alaham outstaying them all.
Yeah, it looked like at one stage Alex Moreno was going to completely make me look stupid, saying that Damis couldn't play a part, and he actually travelled up like the best horse in the race, but he quite clearly just didn't stay. Twilight Suns don't stay this trip. He faded all the way back into 5th, I believe, at the wire, and those who have that extra stamina came through in the latter stages. Alaham was ridden up with the speed by Ali Hassani for a long way, and he just kept galloping and grinding away.
Yeah, he was handy enough the entire way around, and just seemed to have no issue with his extra ground. Perhaps the stamina from the bottom side. He's out of a mare by Free Eagle, and that High Chaparral stamina definitely came in hand.
Yeah, for sure. Bellado was a miler at his best, but yeah, as you say, the stamina on the dam side. The third place finish at Al-Jou by Frosted stayed on relatively well. So did the runner-up Kamra Al Mohammeda. They were like to and fro, as you can see in third and fourth right now. Green cap, black cap, just fighting all the way up the straight for that one position. Alex Moreno's riding green in second, just faded badly late on, and didn't even finish in the top four.
Yeah, and you see my selection in the back there in the white, and I believe is that white and green, white and red. That is Kamra Al Mohammedia, who just gets second.
Just, yeah. It was a good tussle between the two, to be fair. They were both players on figures. So was the fourth place finish
From
at
the
Al
start,
Abjad.
we have a hellacious start for about 5 horses. Yeah, two down on the inside basically had no chance from there.
Konta completely missed it underneath Al-Nazi. That horse would have been forwardly ridden, so that was game over instantly. Yeah, plenty of other horses missed the start. The 17 missed it, Rams Al Wasil. Hamra Newt also wasn't well away. So there were hard luck stories there, but at the same time, who knows how close they would have got anyway.
A lot of it has to be tricky with these jockeys, knowing that there are stamina issues with so many of these horses, trying to literally jockey for position, but at the same time conserve as much as they can.
Yeah.
The winner at this point is sitting right there in third, I believe.
Yeah, good, perfect position, really. There's a gap in front to go and move into the vacated spot of the early leader, which was Alja Manu. Just, it bewilders me why she was in this race. I mean, she can't run 2,000 metres. To be fair, she didn't really run 1,200 in this race. She backed out of things on the turn.
Yeah, and she was on her toes in the parade ring, and then just got worse from there.
Yeah, from literally this point onwards, she goes backwards through the pack. This is the horse against the rail, and currently third in the white and blue silks we're talking about. Is backpedaling all the way from now on, and I saw her cross the line. She only crossed the line ahead of 2 other horses.
They took a shot with her to stretch her out, and it just didn't work out. And I mean, her attitude didn't help at all, and that's kind of what killed her in general. Yeah, I think back to anywhere between 7 furlong and a mile is probably where she needs to go.
I'd even go 1,200 with her, to be honest. she's a sprinter, I think. Seems a very optimistic choice to run in this race. But as we saw on the top of the turn there, only 5 horses really stood a chance of winning.
And you saw that the winner around the bend basically took a big breath, waited for other horses, and then just put them away. Disappointing run from, I believe, the eventual 4th place finisher. You mentioned him earlier, Damas. He finished 4th or 5th?
5th. 4th was Al Abjad.
Quickly.
Yeah, he really didn't stay the trip. Al Abjad stayed on into 4th under Eddie Castro. That's unprofitable. Just he probably wants the distance, but he doesn't have tactical speed. My selection was the poor one. Hassan never showed up. Was on the rail, got a nice spot, and just backpedaled from there. Didn't really make a run, which is surprising given he had
his
form
horse's
in high
body
level.
language when he crosses the wire. He's got more in the tank. He pricks his ears. He's not tired at all.
Yeah, he was just doing as much as he could, as much as he needed to do. Sorry, ended up winning by 8 lengths at the wire, so it wasn't even like he won by a short distance. But there was plenty left there for Alaham, and that was his first win. So who knows how high he can go?
No, he needed a 2nd and a 4th and a 5th, 6th in his last few. Comes off an 8th place effort just last week, but this was this was quite good. Alpha 74 rating, carried 59 in the race. Any excuses in general for Hassan?
I don't think so. I was watching him the whole way round, and he just didn't have it today. I don't know whether that was just a one-off poor display or whether this horse really is regressing, because his form figures are going backwards at the moment.
Well, could be worse. Could be worse. Well, I now have some great news for you. Looking over my shoulder and seeing the horses circling behind us.
Arabian Open. There are so many scratches in this race. Well, I'll say so many. There are 5 scratches in this race. So if you are looking at the race card, I'm sure Enzo's going to bring those scratches to you when we talk through the runners and riders. But at least it's an Open.
Yeah, and indeed, we will go to Enzo in just a few minutes. We'll go to Enzo and go over the runners and riders. But for me, it's going to be. Are we gonna stay with the narrative that it is speed favoring out there? Is that going to?
I think so. Yeah.
As the night goes on.
You definitely don't want to be too far behind.
Yeah, we see the 3 right there. Who's right in there?
This next race may be the exception, just because it is run over the 1.5 miles, 2,400 meters, and it's an Arabian race. But who knows?
You never know. This is going to be. This is a test of stamina, and these horses often, it's always one or the other with the Arabians, right? Either it changes, 5 horses change positions in the stretch, or it's a merry-go-round and nobody at all throughout the entire race.
Exactly.
We love to see it. We're going to go to Enzo for the runners and riders for this stamina testing purebred Arabian contest.
Yeah, this is going to test them, isn't it? 2,400 meters, a 1.5 miles this time. So over a lap of the track as we watch Alham draw further and further ahead in that 7th race. So race 8 on the way then for the Arabian breds, 5-year-olds and up here. So it's for the older horses and a couple of fillies in the lineup as well. We're going to go through them all in a moment or so. And number 1 is Samadia Athbar for Khalid Al-Mamoni, who won our 4th race. 2 is Kazaz Asl Al-Sahani, who won race 7 just now. 3 is Karar Al-Kaladia, ridden by Yasser Al-Bakawi. Number 4 is Joy de Montagu for Tariq Al-Mansour. 5, Thea Hamalan for Rayan Al-Tawesh. Number 6 is Haydar Mohammed Saeed. 7 is Gasham Sham Al-Jazra, Jimmy Carrion on board. Number 8 is Asaf Al-Kaladia. Number 9 is Brahma de Pompadour for Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 10 doesn't go. The scratchings are 10, 18, 20, 21 and 22. So 5 are out, that leaves 18. Next one on the list is number 12, Fakir Dupoy, a regular. Abdullah Al-Khradi's rides him, the 9-year-old. Number 13 is Kassab Aldham for Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 14 is Lawar Athbar, Alex Moreno. 15 is Lazaza for Khalid Al-Azmi. Number 16 is Naya Athbar for Abdullah Al-Rashid. Number 17, Farid Al-Jazi, Nawaf Al-Mudiani, who won our 6th race. Number 18 has been scratched, so take out Romani. That means 19 is Good de Violette for Ali Al-Mamoni, and the reserve gets in. 23 is a runner now. I believe comes out of stall 10, would be Fawaz Al-Said for Khalid Al-Dubayan. Confirming number 8 is ridden by Abdullah Bakadir. That's number 8, Asaf Al-Kaladir. So I think you're through it now. Scratch 10, 18, 20, 21 and 22. 23 runs. It's ridden by Khalid Al-Dubayan. So we have 18 runners for Michael and Tom to go through.
And that we shall. We're very excited for this. First off, a quick note, congratulations to Ali Al-Sahani riding his 100th winner in the last. So gets the century mark. Good for him.
Yeah, he was holding up 10 fingers after the race. So
he just needed 90 more.
Thought it was his 10th winner, but yeah, 100's a good feat, to be fair, all jokes aside. Very well done. He doesn't get the quality of rides that he probably wants, or the amount of quantity either, but he's done well with the amount of rides he's had.
Yeah, indeed. And it was a very good ride in the last race. Definitely not one of the ones we figured would be there, but he took it to him and did it well. So we're going to move our attention to these purebred Arabians, our last purebred Arabian of the weekend. So this is our 18th.
Oh yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, we've had plenty of Arabians this week. Normally we're used to just 6 a week, 6 races, but yeah, we've had 18.
Just this last month. This is Samadia Athba, rated 69. The 6-year-old has 1 victory from the 18 runs.
He finished 3rd over this trip in a 0-75 handicap earlier this season. Khalid Al-Mamoni rides from the inside gate.
Kazaz is number 2, a French-bred horse. We'll see it in just a second. The one does look really good, by the way. Kazaz has 2 victories from the 9 runs. A no-risk Almario, very useful sire.
Hasn't run for a fair while, Kazaz, back to meeting 27, middle part of the Taif season, finishing 15th. Figures has a chance, otherwise tough to make a case.
Our first Al-Kaladia of the day, ding, is number 3, Karar Al-Kaladia. 0 for 19 though.
Long-standing maiden. 4th last time was a much better run than the 2 previous efforts, but even on that evidence alone, he needs to take a huge leap forward.
It's about 12 hands as well.
Tiny.
Joy de Montagu is number 4, 0 for 1 thus far, and was 5th in that run.
Last time should have won based on ratings, was £13 ahead of anything else in the race and only finished 5th. That's a worry.
Indeed. There, Milan is number 5, 1 for 16. Second, third, and third in its last 3.
Definite win candidate after consistent runs, always there or thereabouts, but again, it's coming off a layoff since midway through the Taif season.
Number 6 is Haydar. Haydar is 1 for 11, 9th last time.
Rated just 62, hasn't troubled to judge since the maiden win, meeting 65. That was one of the weaker maidens so far this season.
Definitely one of the smaller Arabians in the field as well, but does look quite well for the 6 size. Jcsa Al Jcsa. It's 3 for 25, comes off a victory.
It was an overdue win last time, plenty of attempts without scoring, but Jcsa Al Jcsa just outstayed the opponents. Will definitely get the trip, that's the positive.
Asaf Akaladia, Abdullah Bakar, it will be aboard this one. 7-year-old chestnut is 0 for 2.
He's yet to prove his talent on these shores. 2,000 metres was the trip last time when he finished 5th. He has won. He has raced plenty of times before, hence why he's got a mark of 92. But in Saudi Arabia, he's yet to prove his talent.
All right, looking quite well actually. Definitely a mark on that one. Brahma de Pompadour is number 9, 2 wins, and was 11th last time.
Those 2 wins, one came in France, one came in Qatar. He's a veteran now. As an 11-year-old, as you say. He knows what racing is all about. I prefer others.
Shamik Gura's in shot there. 2 for 29, 6 last time.
Yeah, just generally not good enough in this race, to be fair. Eddie Castro rides and doesn't get too many rides in the Arabians, as we see Asil Al-Sahani now sprinting out.
Fakir Depoy is 7 for 20, 3rd last time.
Probably the horse to beat. Solid performer at this level and better, actually. Has been running in the places on a few occasions, is a 7-time winner too.
Tops the ratings at 107. Kasab Al-Dam is number 13, 3 for 17, rated 101.
We went through a whole load of horses who didn't have a chance, and now we've got 2 in a row that do have a chance. This horse definitely could win. Plausible claims after multiple placed efforts.
Liwa Athba, 1 win. And basically 1 for 1.
Yes, strong late on the debut run as well. That came over 2,000 metres. This trip should definitely suit for Lucas Gaitan.
All right. Lazaza is number 15. There's Liwa Athba in shot right there, who's going to be my selection.
And mine. What do you mean?
I wanted to beat you to it.
We're 5 from 9.
I know. Lazaza's number 15. Look, Liwa Athba just looks 10 times better than I'll be shocked if Shamila's not on the same one. Lazaza's in shot there, 1 for 24.
Not today for this horse. He's just
not today,
outclassed.
ma'am.
Yeah.
I love
Sweaty.
the markings.
Is that sweaty?
I love the marks on the. No, that's
just marking.
That's
is
just
it?
white
Right.
paint on the bottom. We call that like a cal paint. Nair Athba in shot there. That previous Athba was 4 for 31.
In good form, stays this trip well. Won 2 of the last 3 outings and a player.
Ferret Al-Jazi in shot there, 3 for 16. 2 wins earlier this season.
Another candidate in this race to win after a couple of solid performances. The best form came in Taif, but I'm willing to overlook the recent runs.
Good De Violettes with Al-Mamoni sporting the proper mustache there.
Yeah, strong rated 102, but the 2 Saudi runs this season have been slightly questionable. You need to see this horse return to something like his best. He is drawn in 19 though.
Yeah, there he is, right there, looking pretty well. Definitely should be respected, quintessential. Number 23 with a lovely rating of 50 as this Fawaz Al-Said.
Cannot win this race.
Cannot win. You heard it here first, guys. Tom says no dice.
Don't say it too often, to be fair. I only say it literally when it is, but I have no other things to say about the horse. He's just finished 10th on debut and showed nothing. So to face horses rated in the hundreds, just cannot win today.
Indeed. And 10-year-old at this point in its career,
Yeah,
has
exactly.
barely raced at all.
Yeah.
It's probably had plenty of issues along the way. So unfortunately, we're landing on the same horse in this spot, but that's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay. I won't hold it against you.
It's not a one-horse race either. Both of these 2
This
horses
is
have
Fakir Depoy and Kasab Al-Dam
real
finishing 3rd and
chances.
4th on the 23rd.
Yeah, Fakir Depoy down the outside, a stronger stayer than Kasab Al-Dam in the green. You can see
We saw
both
this
of them.
shot earlier too. This is Vizier.
Yes, Vizier won. Al Hareth is in 2nd in this race. Al Hareth ran 2nd earlier on today, giving the form a little bit of a boost. Actually, if you look right back in the pack in the light blue and darker blue, I believe that is, stick with me, Nair Athba, who runs later on. So, yeah, the form is pretty strong. Both of those 2 horses have real chances today.
All right. Here we go. This is Nair Athba, actually. winning this race from the far outside on the 8th of December.
Yeah, this was the race before the race we just watched, if that makes sense. 5th last time, Naya Athbar. This was the penultimate contest for this horse where he won. He was been in good form. This was the second of 2 consecutive victories before he just lost in that race we've seen. Strong stay out, as you can see, really hits the line powerfully. He does lack a gear in the middle part of the race. This is the worry. He can get out of his ground. And in a race like this where you've got other horses that won't be stopping late on, he probably is only running for 3rd or 4th.
All right, let's head to Shamila, who's been shimmying around the parade ring.
I actually haven't been in the parade ring at all, but hopefully this can give you a clue as to where I am. It's the 2,400 metre start, which is the closest start to the grandstand we have here at the Jockey Club. And it's our second Arabian contest of the day, 8th race of the evening, so nearing the end. And the last horses are just coming up behind me here now, in between the 2 starting gates and making their way to the back, where they'll circle around and adjust their tack before then getting loaded into the stalls. So this is the last horse going through, and we'll just follow him through. This is horse number 19. We'll just follow here behind one of the outrider ponies, and we will hopefully not get squashed by the tractors, and I'll put that back just because there are enough stall handlers here, and hopefully I won't need to get involved with pushing horses in, because they do a great job all on their own. So they are the unsung heroes here in racing as well. Back to the race itself, and it's horse number 14 that I'm most looking forward to, Liwa Athbar, who will be my selection for the day. Won't be my paddock selection, but will be my gate selection. Rated 85 with Alex Moreno on board. Last time out was really impressive at meeting 70 under Alex Moreno as well. So I think they can definitely repeat that performance, because it's a pretty handy contest for them, I think. I think if Alex has the horse in the right hands, then they will definitely done. I have to give a mention to horse number 5 as well, Thayer Hamilan, who is trained by Abdul Rahman Al Farhan, who is a friend of our channel. He is an analyst on the Arabic channel as well. Hasn't had much luck lately. This horse was second last time out of meeting 31, so a nice long break for that horse as well, the 5-year-old colt by Thayer Al Khaladia. Speaking of Al Khaladia, there are no Al Khaladia horses in this race trained by Saeed Mutlik, so everybody has a fair chance. They obviously had enough of taking all the trophies home over the last 2 days. I also want to mention horse number 1 as well, Samadia Athbar, as a horse to watch. Khalid Al-Mamoni is flying under the radar, but riding really confidently over these last few weeks. But I will be sticking in the end with horse number 14, Liwa Athbar, for Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno, as the other guys are in the studio as well. So I will throw you to Enzo to call our horses for this last Arabian race of the day.
Many people here. This is Liwa Athbar, number 14. Alex Moreno for Lucas Gaitan. Runners are at the start. Fascinating to get a look at them down there close up. So much goes into the preparation of these races, isn't it? Before the race, you have to get everybody down there and checked out and eventually loaded up. It's quite a big operation with so many runners, and we have such big fields. Field sizes are so strong here at Riyadh. 18 of this one. And they are going the 2,400 metres, so a mile and a half, which is a bit of a test for these Arabians. And this race due off at 6:45 local time. And plenty of runners in the race. I mentioned the ones that aren't going here, taking out 10, 18, 20, 21 and 22. Fawaz Al Said does look up against it, the reserve that gets in here. Looks like he probably is just making up the numbers, the 10-year-old, but we shall see what happens. Runners will shortly be asked to load up. Yeah, several with claims. Number 9, Brahma de Pompadour, just saw that one going to post. Got Asaf Al Khaladia in the race as well for Abdullah Bakadir. And others will almost be sent on their way. There's only a few more to go in fact. They've loaded up quite quickly once they have started loading. And the green and yellow is Kazaz still to go in. So Kazaz we're waiting for. This is 19, the Very good De Violette. About to go forward now. And there's only a few more left out of line. Kazaz is one of those. There's 17. It's kind of the gold saddlecloth for Faritz Al Jazi. Now Wafal Modiani looking for a double here. Just looking across at something here. And there is Asil Al Sahari, who just had his 100th winner. Can he make it 101 this race? Right, Kazaz. So last few. Going forward there is Lawa Akbar. Just about set. 2,400 metres, and they're off. Racing over 1.5 miles. A bit awkward there, leaving the stalls towards the centre was Asaf Al Khaladia. One that was very slowly into stride was Kazaz, I should say, towards the back. Kazaz trails them. And also good De Violette, the grey on the outside, not that well into stride. The first to show is Joy de Montagu, and the inside, the light blue and white colours, number 4, leads them up ahead of Gisham Al Jazra in second place. Racing in third is Lewa Athbar, who's got a good prominent sit in third in the black colours with the blue headgear. Back on the inside, the white face of Asaf Al Khaladia is now prominent after a slightly awkward start. Further back to find Fawaz Al Said, who's racing on the inside of Fakir Dupoy in the black and red colours. A bit wider out of those then. We have the grey Kasab Al Dam, number 13. Looking back towards the mid-division at this stage. That will include Faritz Al Jazi. Also just off the pace is Haydar at this stage. Another one back towards the inside is Fakir Dupoy as they make the turn. In fact, Fakir Dupoy is in about 4th place on the outside. The one that's further back in the field is Samida Athbar. Entering the back straight then. And up front towards the inside, Joy de Montagu has now been joined out wide by Gasham Al Jazra and Jimmy Carrion. These two going on. Moving well, though, in third place is Liwa Athbar. Just manoeuvres into the 3 path, but is moving nicely. So that one's outside is Fakir Dupoy. That's the front group of 4. They're pressing on ahead of the grey Kasab Aldam, who's racing in 5th place. And another gap back to find Faritz Al Jazi, who's trying to go with them. 3 more lengths back to Asaf Al Khaladia. The pace increasing all the while, and Liwa Athbar's travelling well for Alex Moreno. Still got plenty in hand. He leads by a neck to in second place on the outer. Trying to go with him is Fakir Dupoy, but that one is under a drive in the red and black colours. Moving into a clear third now is the grey Kasab Aldam in the green silks. Back towards the inside in 4th, and losing ground now is Gisham Al Jazra, and they're followed by the dropping away Joy de Montagu. So up front, it's still Liwa Athbar, getting no peace from Fakir Dupoy, who's really trying to mix it up on the outside. And these two are going hammer and tongs as they turn for home. And maybe this Liwa Athbar's in a bit of trouble here, because Fakir Dupoy has definitely taken up the lead, number 12, and Fakir Dupoy is now going on. Can Liwa Athbar raise his game on the inside? It looks unlikely. They're about 4 lengths clear of Kasab Aldam in third. And staying on again is Gisham Al Jazra. That one's rallying towards the outside. But Fakir Dupoy has surely gone beyond recall. He's going further ahead in the final 125 metres. And he'll win this for Abdullah Al Khraidi's with a little bit in hand, I would suggest. Fakir Dupoy is the most impressive winner of the day. Second will be Gisham Al Jazra in second. Third place, maybe the grey on the inside. Good De Violette, I think, might have got third under Ali Al Mamoni, just ahead of the others. Good performance from the winner, Fakir Dupoy, number 12. Gutsy success under Abdullah Al Khraidi's. Went right away in the final 200. He's still full of running. Winning time, 2 minutes 51.23 seconds, won by 6.5 lengths. Gisham Al Jazra, number 7, was second. Third, number 19, the grey, good De Violette in the red and white. It was Kasab Aldam who got 4th. It's number 13 who got a bit tired, the darker of the 2 greys. 12, Fakir Dupoy wins, 2 minutes 51.23 seconds, beats the 7 Gisham Al Jazra by 6.5 lengths, with good De Violette in third.
A track record-setting performance by Fakir Dupuy. It was a not too surprising of an effort. Obviously, we were disappointed with Liwa Athba, but the highest-rated horse did win.
Yeah, the horse to beat has won this race, there's no doubt about it. He was performing solidly at higher levels than this and against better horses. We saw him run behind Vizier last time, who won the big Group 1 yesterday. But yes, a track record, and doing so in destructive fashion. I mean, the previous track record was 2:53.64. He's just set a time of 2:51.23, so 2.41 seconds quicker than the track record. And actually the top first four horses home in this race have all broken that track record time.
Yeah, it's either a function of not really enough races at this distance.
Maybe, but I think we've got to give a horse the credit. You know, he's rated 107, so he's a pretty talented horse. I mean, if this was an 80 rated horse doing it, then absolutely.
Yeah,
but he's a nice individual, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he's rated 107 going in. Obviously a stakes level horse at that point. From the start here, we have Liwa Athba on the outside. Our selection is in second there, looking to be in a good spot. The eventual winner?
Just in behind Red Silk's black colours, Fakir Dupuy, 3 from the right in the mid division. That's who you're looking at right now. The horse who eventually finishes second, Jcsa Al Jazra, is also in that kind of leading group ahead of our selection, Liwa Athba. So prominent races again have kind of dominated the finish. The other horse actually that finished in the top group there was Jcsa Al Dam, who's up there as well.
Yeah, the front vanguard seems to be the place to be in all of these races. So yeah, the winner's now creeping up into the 5th spot at this point.
Yeah, they're all about to make a little move. Alex Moreno in third currently on Liwa Athba is about to go forward and try to take the pace. Fakir Dupuy kind of pushes him into that spot, and then those two duel all the way around the second turn in this race.
Perhaps this is where the track record was set in these middle sectionals.
Yeah.
Where they go a little bit quicker than people expected and actually take over the race in about a furlong from here.
Yeah, I think so. These are Arabians as well, of course, so they just continue to gallop and gallop. So if you're making an early move, especially on a horse like Fakir Dupuy, who just seems to find constantly, then you're going to likely sustain that speed for a long period of time, and that obviously helps lower the time of the race. So you can see right now Alex Moreno and Abdullah Credis have gone forward in this race.
And the field is drawing out at this point.
Yeah,
the field is spreading out.
There's only 6 horses in shot right now. The eventual third place finisher, Good de Violettes, was the only horse to make up any ground. And right now, he's a big grey horse, Red Silks for the jockey, nowhere to be seen. So he's the only horse that's really closed off from out of the pack. Otherwise, I think the top 4 right now were 4 of the top 5 finishers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was a bit of a disappointing run from Liwa Athba, who has the lead at this point. We thought was traveling pretty well, but then when from the sort of little more of aggressive ride on the outside by Al Credis on Fakir Dupuy, kind of takes him over, and he just doesn't have a response at this point.
Yeah, I feel like Alex should have gone for home earlier and at least tried to put Fakir Dupuy under serious pressure. I'm not saying he would have won, he definitely wouldn't have, because he hasn't stayed very well over this new trip for him, but at least try to go and win the race rather than sitting there holding no horse. Liwa Athba eventually fades back, and it is Fakir Dupuy who draws clear. You can just see Jcsa Al Dam at the bottom of the shot in the green silks, alongside Jcsa Al Jazra, and then Good de Violettes eventually joins them. But it's all about the winner at this stage, Fakir Dupuy, getting that overdue success, an 8th win for this 9-year-old.
Yeah, and it's eased up a bit at the end. As you can see, they're not even across the wire yet, but he is basically eased up in the final 8 strides, it looks like. But well done to Connections. This is obviously a horse that had a lot of class. He was the horse to beat on rating and on performance, and absolutely dismantled them to the tune of a track record. So well done to them in this Purebred Arabian Open 2400 Stamina Sapper. Yeah, he had that in spades.
Yeah, he did it very nicely. He needs to stay at this trip, really. It's where we see him at his very best. He picks up for all kinds of pressure.
He's not the cleanest mover either. No. He just keeps going.
Yeah, exactly. He just keeps running. When others cry enough, he wants more.
Yeah, he's just, he reminds me of a bit of the Arabians, what are they called? The endurance runners. Yeah. Where they just, they don't look the cleanest when they're moving along, but they just keep on going and going and going. But yeah, well done to Connections. That was, it was fun to see. It's sad to see Liwa Athba, such a beautiful horse in the background. You see, in those Athba colors not perform, but that's okay.
They'll just drop him back in distance, I'm
Yeah.
sure, next time.
This horse is very, very unexposed, and obviously second time out, 2400 was going to be a big ask.
Yeah, he also just couldn't sustain the run. They went for home pretty soon, both the winner and
Was it
Liwa
10
Athba.
furlongs he won his debut?
2,000 meters.
Yeah. So the step up was maybe should have maybe kept him at the 2000.
Yeah, I think they'll go back. They were probably just trying this race, thinking that he might stay because he hit the line well over 2,000, but wasn't to be. The winner's done it nicely.
Yeah, well done to all connections. This is I didn't want to tell you, and I'm really sad to inform you of the news, but that's our last Arabian race of the weekend.
I am gutted. I have to say I'm gutted. But we've got thoroughbred racing coming up, so let's get involved. I'm ready for this.
Very. We have we're going to go back to the 2,000 meters here. The 10 furlongs, mile and a quarter. We have 4-year-olds and up, open affair, and this is going to be a fun one. I feel like this is going to be a race where you're going to have to pull it apart. We got some nice pedigrees in here. We have some horses that are making their first time locally. Yeah, just looking forward to seeing some horses that will do well. Some quick news updates. We got some news updates on as far as Saudi Cup Day. Casa Creed is apparently going to come back to the 1351 Turf Sprint and try to get third time lucky. One of my favorite horses in training.
Yes.
Are you a fan?
I am a big fan. Bill Mott, trainee. He's a very good horse, Casa Creed, and
he's lost 2 photo finishes in that race.
Yeah.
The song line, and then to another Japanese horse this past year. Bafra Leon.
Exactly, exactly. He's a very good horse, though. Always seems to turn up on the big day, doesn't he, Casa Creed?
Yeah.
He's been running against Annapolis recently, and Annapolis recently being retired.
He was just retired.
And he was a lot younger horse than Casa Creed, who's still plying his trade.
Creed's now 8 years old.
Yeah, 8.
And just keeps on running at the top level and loves it here. Like when you come here in Saudi Cup week and you see him around, he looks like he's been here his whole life.
Yeah.
Very, very cool horse. Looking forward to seeing him back here in Riyadh in just about, what is it, 7 weeks, 8 weeks?
Something like that.
Yeah. The 23rd, 24th.
Yes.
So, final results of the previous race. 12, 7, 19. Is that what it? All right. Let's go to a guy who breaks records all the time. Enzo's going to take us through the runners for the very next race, our 9th of the night.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Yeah, Annapolis. He was a bit of a horse I used to follow a lot in America. Sad he's retired, but maybe didn't quite, in the end, justify what I thought he was going to be. But very good horse all the same. Right, let's move on to our next, shall we? This is race 9, a mile and a quarter, as you say. Open race. Number 1 is Milwaukee for Louis Morales. 2 is Gakali Warrior for Rakan Alabaid. 3 is Sugan Mohammed Aldaham. 4 is Kuthni Mark for Alex Moreno. 5 is Al Zayem for Eddie Castro. Number 6 is Vindicate, Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 7, Rubio Draco for Ricardo Ferreira. 8, Union Strength for Khalid Al Mamoni. We have 20 runners in this. Number 9, A.E. Houseman, who used to race over in the UK, Rayan Alto Esh. Number 10, Swinton Noon, Thurb Altamap. 11, Loving Feeling for Mohammed Al Hubail. 12, Cliffs of Fury, Camillo Ospina. 13 is Wishar for Ali Al Mimoni. 14, Full Marks, Victor Gutierrez. He's going to take the ride on that one. 15 is Joe Francais for Ayal Al Shamari. 16, Majestic Fighter for Adel Al Faredi. 17, Drawing Clocks for Ahmed Al Azari. 18, Land of Eagles for Aisel Al Sahari, looking for his double. 19 is Alman for Abdullah Al Fairuz. 20 is Thebe Al Gara for Tariq Al Mansour. And the other 3 don't get in, 21, 22 and 23. The reserve's not required. It's a full field of 20 runners going a mile and a quarter for race 9.
All right, our work is cut out for us. 20 of them go to post. Basically a wide open race. Who are your leading candidates?
Just very tricky, this. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into the thoroughbreds, but it is really tough. Leading candidates, I'll give you a list. It's not a very short list on this one, I'm afraid.
Page 2.
Horse number 1, Milwaukee. Horse number 2, Gokaki Warrior. Horse number 4, Kuthni Mac. And then you switch the page. Horse number 12, Cliffs of Fury. Horse number 16, Majestic Fighter. And horse number 19, Alman, who's rated 101 and technically the horse to beat.
All right, number 1 in shot there is Milwaukee, son of Justify, one of the top sires in the world right now.
Doesn't look great, this horse. Hasn't come in his coat. Arguably, that's because he's been with Aidan O'Brien, so you know, he's probably used to the UK seasons, and this is the jump season where his coat would be fluffy right now.
Gokali Warriors number 2 for 24 thus far, third last out.
Strong stayer at this distance, a good third last week when I selected him. He could run a place again.
Sugan is number 3, 2 wins thus far in his career. This 5-year-old is by Ifrash.
Another ex-Brit in this race, just didn't show up on the Saudi Arabian debut and just 11th.
Number 4 is Kuthni Mak, 2 wins from 6 runs, a winner back twice earlier this year.
I loved his run at meeting 44 when he won. He was my highlight of the day and one of the horses to take out of it. What has happened since?
Al Zaim is number 5. Al Zaim's 1 for 7, was a 10th last time.
Trip is a bit of a worry for this son of distorted humour. He ran over 1,800 metres, but I don't know, even that stretches stamina.
Yeah, he's speed on top and bottom. Vindicate, number 6, 3 for 19. Son of Lope de Vega.
Very average return to the track when just 18th at meeting 65, but on figures, he's rated 92 and a leading player.
Number 7 is Rubio Draco. 1 win for this son of Fast Company.
He was a 1 mile winner, 1,600 metres, for Joseph O'Brien on soft ground in Ireland. First run in Saudi today.
Union Strength is number 8. Union Rags often gets a very good-looking horse. 0 for 3 thus far, though.
May have needed the run last time up. That came off a 20-meeting break, so around 6-7 weeks. Prior to that, it was a good second.
A Hasman is 1 for 5, 19th last time.
Formerly trained by John Gosden, seems to have lost the form since coming here.
Swinton Noon is the 10, will be in shot in just a second. He's 5 wins to the son of Sepoy.
Failed to beat a single horse last time, finishing in 20th, but we have already seen one winner today who filled for 20th position on their last start.
Loving Feeling, hopefully hasn't lost it. 4-year-old gelding, 0 for 2.
Top team, Tharma Al-Dahani, Mohammed Al-Hubail, Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malak Al-Sabah, another former Gosden trainee. This also a dark horse in here, despite the figure of just 74.
Cliffs of Fury, 4 for 13 thus far by Time Test.
Could go close in this race under Camilo Ospina, who's seeking his first winner of the day and third of the week. The last effort wasn't great, went 11th, but he does run well on occasion, finishing 4th and 2nd this season.
No, Wisha. I Oasis Dream, the 6-year-old gelding. Definitely a speedy pedigree.
2-time winner for Owen Burrows in the UK, and then switched yards and won again. First time up in Saudi Arabia, a bit of a worry.
Full Marks, 1 for 22 out of a speed sire.
Struggled since the Saudi Arabian switch. Looked better earlier, and the campaign has regressed since.
Joe Francais is number 15. 5 wins for this son of Intello.
Third up off the layoff, 2 poor runs this term.
Majestic Fighters number 16. 2 wins thus far for this 5-year-old by Teofilo.
This is my selection in the race. Adel Al-Faradi from stall 16 is a potent combination. He seems to have luck from this gate. Majestic Fighters there or thereabouts in these kind of races and looks like one of the standouts.
Drawing Clocks is 1 for 15, rated 71.
Just seems to be regressing since a good run at meeting 63. If he can return to that form, he's a player, but it just looks unlikely.
And Land of Eagles, number 18, 1 win from 8, is by Havana.
Lacks early speed and therefore should find a poor position.
Let's go to Shamila in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. I feel like I've had no luck today, but hopefully my luck changes in this race. I'm going with horse number 19, who's just coming up behind me now here for the Red Stables for Fahad Saad. Highest rated horse in the race at 104. 6th last time out, has always been in the placings this season. So that was at meeting 73. And Abdullah Al Fayrouz is on board as well for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz, just getting the leg up there now from the trainer. And this horse just definitely stood out to me the most. I mean, obviously the highest rated horse in the race, so almost feels like a cop-out, but sometimes the highest rated horse in the race is the best looking horse as well. Horses that came close, though, for my paddock selections: horse number 20, Theeb Algara, and horse number 11 as well, Loving Feeling. I loved Loving Feeling last time out, but was pretty disappointing finishing 13th, so I think I will be sticking with horse number 19, Alman, even though he has a great deal to do jumping out of stall 19. No padding negatives for me in this contest, so fingers crossed I can finally get another winner, because I'm pretty frustrated out here in the parade ring.
Don't be frustrated, Shamila. It happens to all of us. There's number 20 in shot there, Theeb Algara.
Tough draw for this son of Cityscape. Just looks a little bit up against it from this post, but Tariq Al-Mansour can do Tariq Al-Mansour things, and at least he's pretty consistent with the form figures.
Yeah, he does seem to move them forward with sheer enthusiasm, basically.
Yes, yeah. Horse actually looks nice in the
Not
coat
a bad
as well.
looking horse, actually. Yeah, very relaxed.
Looks a lot nicer than horse number 1 does, Milwaukee. I was actually going to select Milwaukee in this race before seeing him, which is why I changed my mind.
Yeah, he looks a little rough.
Fluffy, yeah. Not something I like to
He's
see.
got a winter coat on and doesn't really tout himself physically at all.
He was the most interesting, well, he is the most interesting runner though, Milwaukee. Not to say he's going to win. Again, I'm not selecting him, but being by Justify out of a mare called Moth, who was very good for Ballydoyle. This horse in himself used to be trained by Aidan O'Brien, won a 20-runner Curragh handicap as well on his last start. So he had some relatively good form, but doesn't look like today's the day for him.
Yeah, I mean, being here is another sign that it's very difficult for, well, it's always very difficult to stay in Ballydoyle in general.
True.
But the fact that he was successful there and still wasn't persisted with is a little bit of a worry.
Yes.
But that being said, I'm looking at him one time in the parade ring. I'm not going to select him anyway. You're going with Majestic Fighter in here.
Yeah, the 16. Your favorite combination?
Stealing my Outgaith Alpha Radio combination. No. I wasn't heading that way anyway. I was going to go to Alman, but then Shamila's on, right?
Yeah.
So.
It would be a worry to me with Alman that they haven't got one of the usual red stable riders on.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue, and it's not like it's a weight thing. The horse is carrying 61.5.
And also, this horse's highest official handicap rating in the UK was 74, and now he's rated 104. Now I know horses can improve a great deal, but £30?
Yeah.
Don't know about that.
I'm leaning toward Kootenai Mach.
I'm glad someone is, because I did like this horse.
Didn't look terrible in the parade ring. I will say that, but mostly it's on just. I think it's down to 3 or 4 horses, and looking at them, of all of the 3, looked better than most. I think yours probably looked the best. I thought Majestic Fighter looked fantastic in the parade ring. The 1 is looking better now he's out on the track.
Yeah, I feel like if he's just in his coat a little bit more, sleeker, shinier, then it would be nice. But hopefully it doesn't affect his performance. I do want to see him go close. He's a turf horse, to be honest, but being by Justify, could probably get away with it.
Loving and Feeling is pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, probably the most interesting aside from Milwaukee, I'd say.
Yeah, and obviously for top connections as well. See the Stars, going to have no issue whatsoever with the 2,000 meters today.
Was owned by Normandy Stud, and Normandy Stud have had so many good horses throughout their time in horse racing in the UK. So Loving Feeling has only had the 4 outings in total, very unexposed. Could be a player, but who knows? Like the 2 runs in Saudi Arabia just haven't been good enough to win, but Thumb Al Dahani is one of the better trainers here.
We see White Stables in shot there with Joe Francais. Any chances?
Probably not on what we've seen so far this year.
I mean, you think that those connections, and maybe the jockey selection put you off as well?
Yeah, exactly. Camilo decides to ride the 12 instead, which is a bit of a negative for me.
Interesting. So the 12, you said he's one of the major chances in here.
Yes, could definitely go close, but the only thing that puts me off this kind of time test is the inconsistent nature of his performances. Generally runs in these open these open races, opens, but can run a good race, can run a bad race. So inconsistent horses are hard to select because you just don't really know what to expect. But he is still a major player. I imagine Cliffs of Fury will be near the speed.
Quick hello to everyone in the chat room. David Bollins in there as always. Jose Martinez saying hello as well. And GGG, whoever that is. Hello.
Yeah, and Najir says, I like number 11 to win this race. Who's the 11 in here?
So the 11 would be Loving Feeling.
Okay, good.
Mentioned earlier as one of the 3 or 4, or 4 or 5 rather, major chances in this race.
Yeah.
And if you don't like how Milwaukee looks, we're back down to 4.
Exactly.
So I'll give Kootenai Mach a chance to jump back into the W column, especially over this course.
I tell you
doesn't have a win on this course.
No, what's interesting with him is that in Taif, when he won at meeting 44, he swooped around the outside on the turn. He was a very strong travelling performance, and he came from slightly off the speed under Alex Moreno. And then here, it wasn't last time, it was the time before, meeting 71, when we were here, I selected him that day, thinking he was going to be absolutely fine coming off the layoff. Alex rode him so aggressively, went straight to the front, and he just quit. The horse quit down the back straight. So I'll be interested to see if Alex takes a bit of a pull and rides him more conservatively today to try and repeat that Taif kind of tactic that he used.
So you want him... Well, you don't want him too far back with the way the track is playing,
No.
but at the same time, you don't want him on the front.
Not on the front, no.
Yeah.
I don't think he performed anywhere near his best.
Yeah, I'd like to see him 3 or 4 lengths back, covered up somewhere
Yeah.
toward the rail.
At least then he'd have a
Save,
shot.
Yeah.
You know.
See, that's valid. You know, I think it'll be. I think it's down to probably him. I think Gurkhali Warrior's got a decent chance, just on consistency.
Yeah.
Your 2 selections, you and Shamila. Alman for Shamila. You with Majestic Fighter, big chance. Cliffs of Fury worries me a little bit, scares me in there. But who scares me more is probably the 11 Loving Feeling.
Yeah, I think those you basically narrowed it down to the horses I also like in this race. Well, not like, but think have good chances in here. Yeah, I think they're the ones. Loving Feeling is the unexposed one that could easily take a step forward, but we've all gone with more exposed types. Maybe Kuznimak not so, but my selection, Majestic Fighters had 11 starts, Alman's had 11, Cliffs of Furies obviously had 13, so they are more used to running around here. I'm just kind of banking on a Del Alfaredi.
Anybody who's, let's see here. Well, it's obviously not a handicap, but like anybody who's in the weights and probably at a disadvantage because they're carrying too much. Or at least maybe even like Alman, carrying 61.5, I know he's rated 104 technically, is having to give away 2 or 3 kilos to some of the better horses in this field, or some of the best horses in this field.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty in here that just don't have chances based on handicap figures if you're using those as legit, because it's virtually level weights. You do have some horses carrying penalties and whatnot based on their previous wins. For example, Swinton Noon, horse number 10, rated 73, but he's carrying 62 kilos, has to give 1.5 kilos to a horse like Vindicate, who's rated 92.
See, yeah, there's your big disadvantage under these allowance conditions. Yes, open race, 4-year-olds and up, we're going 10 furlongs. I'm going to go with number 4, Kutlimak. Samila is with number 19, Alman, former Shadwell. And for you?
16, Majestic Fighter.
16, Majestic Fighter for Tom. We'll go over to Enzo as the horses are circling behind the gate that has been put together, and we're ready to go for race 9.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Yes, some cap alterations. There's one of them, Land of Eagles. See the 18 horse there in shot. Light coloured cap now for Asad Al Sahani to distinguish between drawing clocks. Number 17, the same ownership. Jockey number 20, Tariq Al Mansour, has a yellow cap on Thebe Al Ghara. There's the first colours on Milwaukee. The black cap there. So Union Strength is going to have the white cap, Khalid Al Mamoni. So plenty of runners to have a look at here. 20 of them. They are loading up. They're going 1.25 miles, 2,000 metres. They start down the little shoot down the back straight. Joins up with the main track eventually. Our Union Strength does have a black cap. It's a white disc rather than the diamond. So yeah, black cap, Strength. Al Mamoni with a disc rather than a diamond. There we go. Right, they're going in. Hopefully getting closer to a start. Here's number 13. Wishar about to load up there in the yellow and blue. Got Ali Al Mamoni. Koothny Mark isn't in yet, the one that Michael was talking about. 16, Majestic Fighter, Tom's fancy. There's the 4, Koothny Mark, who's got the first colours, the green cap. Full marks to go in. Will be the last one, and 19's in now, so that's Alman. So this is full marks to complete the lines. We're ready. Race 9. 2,000 metres. The dirt, and we're almost set to go. And they're off and racing. Starter caught them in a pretty good line. They've jumped away over 2,000 metres for our 9th race on the card. Koothny Mark got out well towards the inside. Rubio Draco is also out well in that bright orange jacket. So that one's outside. Union Strength is up there as well. More towards the inside in the blinkers. The white face of Milwaukee isn't that far away either as they go through the first 300 metres. Towards the outside, the green cap of Jo Francais is up there as well, with Majestic Fighter who's prominent with the white stripe down his face. But the overall leader is going to be Rubio Draco, number 7 in front, leads a length clear to Koothny Mark against the running rail. The green is in second place as they join up with the main track. Racing in third, the white stable colours, That's Joe Francais, the white with the red on the sleeves, the green cap. So that one's outside Majestic Fighter in white and blue. And they're being followed by Milwaukee towards the inside, trying to get it a bit closer. Al Zaid is right upsides him. The next group are headed by Al Man, who's just ahead of Thebe Al Garar. And then further back to find Swinton Noon. Back on the inside, Sugan trying to get a bit closer. And another gap to find Wishar. The pace is relentless down the far side, 59 kilometers per hour. And now Rubio Draco's left the door open here for Kufni Mark to go through if good enough. Going 3 wide, every chance for Joe Francais. Behind those, Majestic Fighter gets a shake of the reins in 4th. The yellow cap, Thebe Al Garar, is making a bit of ground up towards the outside. Spot the red, that's Almam. The red stable colours definitely on the improve. Then comes Al Zaim further back then to find Sugan as they turn for home. Kufni Mark in front, but can't shake off Joe Francais, who's still moving well in the 2 path. 3 wide, Majestic Fighter still running on. Now in the 4 path, here comes Alman in the red colours, but he's got his head to one side, Alman. Just thinks about it. Running on from a long way back, meanwhile, is Loving Feeling right down the centre, who's finishing with a real flourish. Majestic Fighter got to the front, but here comes Loving Feeling down the outside with a fast-forward finish, and Loving Feeling from a mile off the pace is going to win going away for Mohammed Al Hubail. It's a double for Mohammed. It's Loving Feelings Day. Goes on to win, tight for second in the end, involving Majestic Fighter. Alman wasn't that far away either. Great finish, but Loving Feeling stormed up the home straight, number 11, to really open up late on. Double for Mohammed Al Hubail. What a day for him. 2 minutes, 7.95 seconds. Confirmed second and third. Second, number 16, Majestic Fighter. Thomas Fancy ran well. And third, number 12, Cliffs of Fury, who came from a good bit back. Alman eventually getting tied in 4th, but, well, the jockey enjoyed it, so he should. That must give him some thrill. Look at that, Loving Feeling. 2 minutes, 07.95, wins by 3 lengths. Second, number 16, Majestic Fighter. Third, number 12, Cliffs of Fury. And 4th, number 19, Alman. But that horse came from well off the pace and won by 3 lengths. Loving Feeling. I think one of our viewers tipped that one up as well. Great performance.
Well, can you feel the love tonight? Because Loving Feeling has just won the 9th contest of the evening, over 2,000 meters with Loving Feeling under Mohammed Al Hubail. 13th last time out at meeting 81, but has since then redeemed himself fully at the 4-year-old gelding by See the Stars for Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah and for trainer as well, Thamar Dahani. So he is just signing the training slip here now after that contest, and we will get him very quickly. Congratulations, Thamar.
Thank you, thank you.
It feels like I'm speaking to you all the time.
Yeah. He's a good horse. Real, he's a good horse. But the last race, before 2 weeks, the other was not good. And Muhammad Dham, he was riding him, tell me the horse he need to stay. He didn't need to go. And today I told Muhammad Al Hubail, please, relax. He will come. Just relax until the 600 meter. You will see a good speed. Because he's a very good horse. We bought him from John Gosden. He's a very, very machine horse. But he's only 3 years old, and this is the 3rd race for him in his life, you know.
Well, he looked really impressive in the preliminary stages and going down to post, so I'm glad that explains his last performance when he came 13th.
Yeah. When he came 13th, I told you, we just gilled him when he bring him from England. You know the horse, when he's being gilled, he need the time to progress himself to become, you know, a good fighter in the race. That's why he comes step by step. But this horse, inshallah, next year, he will be a champion horse.
And will you take him back on turf next time out?
Yeah. I hope they give him a good rate, because I will go to the 3,000 with him. I hope.
Well, best of luck, Thamar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, from the start here. No real sob stories coming out. A little bit slow on the outside for, who is that? That's not my, in the very
No, that was
back
either the 17 or the 18. They both got very similar silks. Actually, neither of them broke overly well, so we'll just say that was Drawing Clocks and or Land of Eagles.
Yeah, from the get-go here. They were going pretty good clip.
The winner is currently right at the bottom of your screen in the white with the green sleeves and green cap, just in the middle, as you can see. So, as Thamar just said there, told Mohammed just to take a pull in the early stages, don't get involved in the pace and come through late.
That he did. They're going to the course proper here. We got a bit of a, not really a battle up front, but just like they're going along pretty well here. Kuthni Maka's down on the inside is slowly, who's dwarfing the horse to his right, size-wise, slowly grinding into the lead, but could not maintain that pace once they entered the stretch later on.
No, he actually ran a lot better than his last 2 runs, Kuthni Mark. At least he sustained it for a little bit longer into the home straight this time. Joe Francais travelled well for the white stable, but again, couldn't last out in the closing stages. My selection actually did the best of those who were near the speed. That was Majestic Fighter, currently in 4th in the white with the blue cap. He eventually finishes 2nd, but there's just no match in the closing stages for this deep closing horse and Loving Feeling that we did discuss beforehand in glowing-ish terms, saying he was unexposed, came from a good stable in John Gosden.
He's one of the major threats, and we chose for the more exposed swords, the more reliables.
Exactly. He's not yet in screen, the winner. Just about to come down the outside. White, green cap, making a big run.
On the far outside, he's making a big move.
Yeah, he actually started it on the turn, like actually at the top of the turn, which is quite early for a horse like this, but he's managed to keep running all the way to the wire, and he just gobbles up the ground.
Yeah, very impressive. He grinds them down, and in the end, wins pretty comfortably.
He does. Hangs a little to the left, but the stewards may look at that. I mean, there'll be no change. It's nowhere near proper interference, but it was maybe a little bit of careless riding. He eventually wins by maybe 3 lengths, 2.5 at the wire, and yeah, he could be a very nice type. He's definitely better than these, that's for sure.
Let's see, and then we have, is that Cliffs of Fury coming up on the outside, finishing pretty well, I think. And then in the black and white.
Yes.
Indeed. Yeah, big performance. Obviously a horse that's, as the connections had mentioned, they thought highly of in the beginning. Yeah, that is Cliffs of Fury beginning 3rd on the outside, running pretty well. We thought turning for home that maybe before we saw the winner making his move, that maybe Shamila's selection, Alman, was going to get it done, because he was moving really well.
Yeah, he ran pretty well. Ran kind of to the rating, maybe not, maybe 4 or 5 pounds below, but he ran perfectly fine. Made the challenge at the top of the straight. I was quite surprised actually Majestic Fighter fought him off, but obviously Loving Feeling was going 2 to everything else is 1 in the final 200 metres. It's quite an exciting performance. I think we've seen 2 exciting horses today so far. Won the Loving Feeling here, and also Saudi Neom earlier.
Yeah, very, very well done, and always good to see these. A nice bit of a, I guess, consolation for these connections, as Al Dassim, their big horse running earlier, was a bit of a disappointment in the opener.
Yeah, prep run for sure, but he didn't last
Still.
as long. Yeah.
They probably expected a little bit more, especially with the way he's ridden.
Yeah, definitely. He had every chance.
Yeah, we move on to our power hour, and we have 3 more races to end the weekend, which has been an epic weekend of racing for us.
It has. It's been a long weekend, I'll tell you that, with all the Arabian races, but it's been fun, and we've got 3 proper events left: the UK Cup, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup, and the Jcsa Award, which will be the first of the 3 underway.
And we're back at the 2,000 meters for the next race. This is going to be for Saudi breds, 4-year-olds and up. And we're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, got a couple of scratchings here as well. The 2 is out, Tomahawk, that came out earlier in the day, but also 5 is now a non-runner. Hafa Al-Batin has also been scratched. It's quite a late withdrawal there, so take out 2 and 5. That leaves us with 15, I make it now, for the next one. This is the Jcsa Award 4-year-olds and upwards Equestrian Club Cup, Colts and Fillies. Number 1, Ibn Hadban for Abdullah Al-Qraidi's, who's looking for a double. 2, Al Semwal, Nawaf Al-Mudiani, also looking for his second of the card. Number 3, that is Al Semwal. Sorry, 3 is Al Semwal, 4 is Seduce for Khalid Al-Dubayan. Of course, 2 is out, Tomahawk. 5, out. 6, Mesbah Al-Amal for Ali Al-Mamoni. 7 is Sultan Al-Anaya for Mohammed Al-Hubayl, who's already had 2 winners, hasn't he, today? 8 is Ardal, Thurb Altamat. 9, Ibn Laboon, Alex Moreno. 10, Saud, Ricardo Ferreira. 11, Al-Najim Al-Kaseb, Abdullah Al-Said. 12 is Batua, Victor Gutierrez. 13, Razmal, Ahmed Al-Azari. 14, Ashkana, Fahed Al-Faredi. 15, Amte, Rayan Al-Toesh. 16, Bada Al-Alaya for Khalid Al-Mamoni, who had a winner earlier, didn't he, in race number 4. 17 is Sabiq wa Masbouk for Azuz Al-Yayesh. That means 2 is out and 5 is out. So we're down to 15 runners for this race going to 2,000 metres. The Jcsa Award Cup on the way. Race 10. Back to you, Michael.
Yeah, just the 15 this time. It'll be easier for us.
Bit, yeah.
That's a whole, what, 20 to 25% less than we're used to.
True, that is true.
Your chances of getting another winner have just increased.
Hopefully. To be fair, my most confident selection of the day runs in this race.
All right, we'll get to that in just a moment. The runners are making a way around the parade ring. We'll have them one by one in just a moment. But yeah, this is a 2,000-meter event again. It's a tricky distance, especially when the track is playing like it's a little more favoring toward the speed, because stamina also comes into play. You're going to have a horse that can both show enough boot to be in handy, but also basically stack up to the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be able to get into a good prominent position and make sure your horse is ridden efficiently. I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here. I apologise in advance.
Prepare yourselves.
Right. Why is horse number 4 Seduce in this field? Why? Like, what is the point? Rated 25, barely beating a horse in previous outings. Only had the 4 starts, but is a 7-year-old. Like, why in this field? I don't understand. This is a Jcsa award contest. There you can see the reward for
I
the
entered
winner.
the horse.
Just to annoy me? Like, there is 0 points of running here. The horse is going to finish last, and it's going to be beaten a long way. Gains nothing from it.
Yeah.
Don't put your horse in a Jcsa award if you're rated 25. For context, the lowest rated horse in Saudi Arabia is 19. That's the context.
Yes. Lovely. Ibn Hadban leads the way here. 4 wins from 33 starts.
Poor last time out effort, finishing 10th, but prior to that was very consistent, finishing 3rd, 2nd and 1st. A major player from the inside gate.
2 is out. Al Samwal is number 3, 1 win from 6 runs.
First run back on the track, new owner today as well, new connections. They're probably out on a learning mission.
Seduce in shot there. We aforementioned horse. Will he finish last?
Yes, next.
Okay, number 5 is out. Number 6 is Mesbar Al-Amal, 1 for 23, 5th last time.
Handicaps beckon for this colt. Mark of 76 will need to improve drastically to win, but has at least been running to a fair level against lower rated horses.
All right. Number 7 is Sultan Al Anaya, 3 for 21, fourth and second in its last 2 runs.
Hasn't run since meeting 24, which is the worry, but has been consistent in his career to date. Just the 3 wins, but I'm sure we'll add to it at some point this year.
Akdal is number 8, 2 wins from 20 starts, 13th one last week.
Overmatched in this group based on recent appearances.
Ibn Laboon, 1 for 14, 6th last time.
Unlucky this season not to get a win to his name. He's had 2 very close seconds. Last time out, he was a little bit disappointing, but he could definitely play a part today.
Saud is number 10, 1 for 22, 7th last time, second, 2 back.
In good form since the Riyadh switch from Taif. Ricardo Souza Ferreira takes them out, which is always a positive.
Al Najm Al Kasib is 3 for 20.
Just no chance based on the reappearance effort when 17th last week.
Let's go to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, I think I'm going to side with horse number 7, Sultan Al Anaya, for Tariq Mohammed Anaya as well. Mohammed Al Hubail on board. He's just won on Loving Feeling for Thamar Dehani, but he is on fire, and I think he has a real chance. 4th last time out at meeting 24, so nice long break for this 5-year-old colt by Casino Host. 2nd at meeting 11, so this is all back in the Taif season. Could take differently to the Riyadh track, however, all the Al Anaya horses seem to do really well this season, so I'm going to stick with him for Mohammed Al Khalifi. I might bite my tongue after this race because my heart wants to go with Ibn Laboon and Alex Moreno. I'd love to see them in the winners' enclosures. Ibn Laboon's been a soldier this season, I think, but probably not strong enough. Probably needs a little bit more of a break because he's been hard run and hard done by the last few weeks. But I will be sticking with Sultan Al Anaya and Mohammed Al Hubail.
Batoa is number 12, 3 for 38. And definitely a 9-year-old with plenty of miles.
Seems to be regressing right now, as does horse number 13, Rasmal, who's rated 93 but no show so far this year.
And shot there is number 16. That is Badr Al Alaya. Is first on the 9th of December.
He's my most confident selection of the day. Runs in this race, Badr Al Alaya. We get to see the victory 2 back, winning a Group 3 contest this day and doing it impressively. Wasn't the best of races, but at the same time it was pretty strong in the context of this race. You could just see scooted up the rail and really powered clear late on. One subsequent outing, finished 7th and meeting 78, and you may be thinking, oh, this horse might not be the most consistent. Well, that came in a Group 1 race. Now drops right down in class. I just think he's by far the most likely winner.
Probably so. Then we have Ibn Hadban. He's will be in shot in just a moment. Yeah, he'll be obviously one of the respectable horses in the race, rated 90. No, not without a shot. He was 3rd on the 2nd of December.
Yes. Again, we'll wait for the caption to pop up and then talk about the race.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay.
Making a deep run from the back of the pack here, Ibn Habban. This could be a very similar scenario as today. He's drawn inside again in stall 1, as you can see he was on this occasion as well, which means the jockey's likely to take back and then look for one big late surge. He passes a lot of horses late in the race here, but just how much work is he going to be set?
Yeah, and how much is the track going to play against him
Exactly.
today?
It's speed favouring.
Indeed. So that's tricky as well. We'll go back to Rasmal, another one from the Red Stables, is number 13. 5 wins from 30 runs. It's 93 rated.
Yeah, this was the horse I was just briefly touched on when I said that his runs this year have just not been good enough to match the rating that he currently owns. Ashkarna's number 14, 1 for 11, 1 3 back. Could play a part. 3 good runs so far this season.
Number 15 is Amte, is 2 wins from 23 starts.
Reached a level and is now stuck at that level, and it's not this one.
And last but not least, Sabiq Wa Mazbouk, rated 70.
Doesn't have the talent to win today. Badr Al Alaya for me, confident pick.
Yeah, you have Badr Al Alaya. You're
strong.
What we call it, nap of the day. What
Yes.
you call it in the UK?
Yeah, nap.
UK
Nap
Cup
of the
day.
day.
Okay. Okay. So yes, I'm probably gonna eat my words here, but like Ibn Laboon, I feel like is due.
Why not?
Might get it done.
At least he's shown at least twice this year that he can go close.
Yeah, and you got some, and Badr Al Alaya, obviously, David Bullen is agreeing with you. He says he's going with number 16.
Good selection, David. Also, we should say hello to Jose quickly, because he's been in the chat saying...
Yeah, Jose, say hello to him. Jose is always in the chat, and he's always touting us, so we appreciate it. And he said, world-class horses in Saudi, very competitive racing. And that is indeed what we have in this spot here. But according to Tom, it's a one-horse race.
Hopefully so. The wide draw is the only slight concern, but even then, I think this horse can overcome it. Khalid Al-Mamoni's had a winner both days, all 3 days, sorry, this week, and hopefully Badr Al-Alai is going to add to his tally.
So I'm going to go with Seduce by 10 lengths.
I would quit on the spot. I promise
So no, I'm going to go
you.
with
Crazy.
I'm going to go with Ibn Laboon, number 9. Shamila's going with Sultan Al-Anaya, number 7. And you were going with number 16, Badr Al-Alaya, along with David Ballum on the chat. Keep chatting away, and we're going to chat over to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners, not through the runners, through the race itself.
Yeah.
Okay, will do, Michael. Yeah, I think we're all team Seduce here, aren't we? After that, yeah. But no, it'll be unlikely if to see this horse win. But yeah, I think Badr Al-Alaya probably be too good for Rasmal and Ibn Laboon and maybe one or two others. Right, they're about to load. Let's just have a very quick look ahead to next week. I was looking at the calendar. Of course, we race again on Thursday, the 11th. 12 races there. Then we go up a gear because it's Royal Cups Day, Friday and Saturday. And I was just looking at some of the races we've got to look forward to on the Friday. A couple of big races for the fillies to start off with. And it just gets better throughout the course of the day on Friday. And then Saturday again, 12 races, Royal Cup Saturday, and some high-class action to look forward to. So we do go up a gear. They are the Saudi Cup Trials days, Friday and Saturday, so Royal Cups, but very much looking ahead, but very much pointers for what's going to happen later in the month, or later next month, I should say, with the in February with the Saudi Cup itself. So Saudi Cup Trials and Royal Cups up for grabs Friday and Saturday next week. That's the 12th and the 13th of the month. Looking forward to that. Sadly, I won't be working on them, but I will be watching on YouTube somewhere for sure. Runners are at the start. And they are about to load. Ibn Hadban in the black and red is going to go forward now. Abdullah Al-Kradis, who won race 8, is on board. He looks poised and focused as he goes in. There's already one in on the far side. Batua has gone in as well. Number 12 has loaded up. This is 7, Sultan Al-Anaya. Shamila was quite keen on this one. Muhammad Al-Hubayl having a very good day, isn't he? Whereas that striking winner in the previous race. Loving feeling. Waiting for Masbar Al-Amal to come in. 6 is Mesbar Al-Amal, Ali Al-Mamoni then. Regard that one in a moment. This is number 8, Ardal. 4, Seduce. There he goes. Does he know what's ahead of him? The red and grey colours. He's in. This might be the only point he's level with the others, maybe. Anyway, we're almost going to be set. Last one is in. Set to go. Race 10. JCSA Award Cup is almost ready to begin. And they're off. Gets back in their racing. Jumped away. A bit slow to go was Ibn Laboon in the middle. Missed the kick and trails them early doors towards the outside, trying to advance. There is Ashkana as they go through the first 200 metres. Ashkana is up with the pace in the grey and white colours. Towards the inside, advancing too, is Rasmal. That's got the white cap on for the red stables as they go for the first 250. So Rasmal, red and white colours. Orange and black of Saud is up there as well, and also in the blue, handy is Al Najm Al Kaseb as they go through the first 400 and now move on to the racecourse proper. Very wide on the course still is Sabiq Wa Masbouk in the orange and dark green colours. So that one's inside is Badr Al-Alai, who's up with the pace. Got a nice sit about 4th or 5th, a little bit wide on the track. Behind those is Ardal, and they're being followed by Sultan Al-Anaya in the yellow and black. Ibn Hadban's against the running rail, the black and red colours, is further back in the field. Then the grey and white checks of Ashkana, who's a bit deeper out, very wide on the course, with the red cap. Then Ibn Laboon, who lost ground at the start, is next in the field. They're followed by Batua, and then comes Mesbar Al-Amal looking towards the back of the field. Amte is struggling, and I'm afraid poor old Seduce is tailing off as they head them well past halfway, heading for the crown of the home turn. And up front with the lead, with the white cap, is Rasmal. Rasmal by a neck, but here on the outside comes the big striding Ardal, who's going well, the dark blue cap. Horse with the cheek pieces. Ardal in front. The danger could well be Badr Al-Alaya for Khalid Al-Mamoni, who's going well on the outside. And here he comes, Badr Al-Alaya, coming now to hit the front with 2:50 to go. Badr Al-Alaya swept to the front. There's running on the inside, though, Ibn Hadban, that is, also in black and red. And Ibn Hadban is staying on, but Badr Al-Alaya got first jump, and they're clear. Running on from the back is Sultan Al-Anaya out deeper. The leader is Badr Al-Alaya. Khalid Al-Mamoni leads by 2 lengths. So in second place, Ibn Hadban. Running on back in third is Mesbah Al-Amal from well off the pace, but it will be another one for Khalid Al-Mamoni. He's going to notch a double. Badr Al-Alaya wins. Second place, Ibn Hadban. They were clear of the third horse, Mesbah Al-Amal. 16 the winner. Well done to Tom. Good shout. Badr Al-Alaya has won at this Chestnut Colt for Khalid Al-Mamoni. He's having a great day, isn't he? Notches a double, won race 4, wins race 10 as well. Jockey riding with plenty of confidence. That's what a winner does for you. And he's notched a double on the day. Second, number 1, Ibn Hadban, who stayed on well, the black and red. Third, number 6, Mesbah Al-Amal. 2 minutes 08.55 seconds. A length and a half the winning margin. 16 the winner, 1 second, 6 in third, 14 got fourth. That was Reshkana, and poor old Seduce, I'm afraid, beat only Fresh Air in the end. 16.16 the result, 2 minutes 08.55. A length and a half the winning margin. Badr Al-Alaya the winner.
المدرب لا تاخر حصانك، حصانك عارفه وتوقع عارفه. الحمد لله شو صرت فيه عدد حصاني شوي على والحمد لله وبارك الله طبعا الشريف ونزاع العبد وبارك لنا استاذ خالد الشريف وبارك عبد الله الهلالي حتى رفعت الف مبروك.
Tom for the win.
This is why I get paid. No, I'm joking. At least I've done my job once today. At least I've done it once. The best selection wins.
Yes, well done. Well done.
Overdue.
Kudos you. No, look at all the good you do for the universe. Best horse in the race. Everybody else tried to beat him. I tried to get cute. Didn't work out. Obviously, this horse was pretty confidently handled as well.
Yeah, he was the best. Just prior to the race, he looked the best, and he was the best in the race. I was a touch concerned, only a touch, not majorly, but that Ibn Hadban was the horse that was tracking him going in, because he was the proper stayer. If any horse was going to back run Badr Al-Alaya, Ibn Hadban was the only one that could have possibly done it. So I was a touch concerned as they turned in. He was only a length or two down, but Badr Al-Alaya just proved his class and continued to move away in the home straight.
Yeah, they are coming down the stretch here. This tongue out, nice and relaxed, going down the lane. Yes, he was. There was a bit of a distance between the two, so from the camera angle, it got a little bit exciting. But really, it was no real worry. there was actually your horse wasn't slowing down at all, to be honest. So
No.
like, yeah, there was no worry in the end, but at least a little bit of excitement from the up the inside from Ibn Hadban. Definitely one you take out of this.
Yeah, I think it was a fair run back in second. He was, a little bit closer to the speed this time. We usually see him way back, as we saw in the footage beforehand, and he was ridden a little bit more aggressive today, which I think helped him a touch. Other than that, I don't think there was many to take out the race. The horse in the dark sleeves and the white body on the jockey there stayed on well. That was Mesbah Al Amal. That was a better run from that horse, but otherwise, not a lot to take out of it.
Yeah, he had a little bit of an effort there, a little bit of an acceleration as Bar Al Amal. For 1 for 23 horse, was showing good effort from the start here. A little bit of a slow start on the outside for Amte. But other than that, not too many sob stories from the get-go.
No, that's for sure. White Stable went forward in the race. At this stage, I was very confident with where Bada Al was in the spot. I thought it was pretty nice out wide on the track and just allowed the jockey Khalid Al-Mamoni just allowed him to move up. It was a very Adel Al-Faradi kind of ride. Yeah. Insofar as he just took his time in the early stages, found a good spot, 3 or 4 wide on the turn, used that camber to his benefit and pounced at the top of the turn.
Yeah, this was no real worries from this point onward. I'm just trying to find anything that's moving up that looks remotely menacing. Obviously, the one is coming up the inside.
Ibn Hadban makes his move in the black and red. You can see him currently in 8th on the inside, just trying to push up. Yeah,
and the seas did split for him eventually, and it helped him a bit, but there was no matching the eventual winner.
No, there really wasn't. The winner, Bad Al just got the perfect trip. To be fair, Ibn Hadban did get kind of caught in a pocket here in the black and red. You can see. We go. Just real tight for a few strides, but then eventually he gets the gap and pushes on through. Yeah, he loses a few strides there, but honestly, there was no way he was going to touch the winner at this point. No. The winner was the best in the race, Bada Al and kind of just proves his class. This was a Jcsa award contest and obviously a good prize on offer, but he had previously contested a Group 1 and then won a Group 3 prior to that. So he had the back form, he had the good connections, and he's justified that talent by winning today. Yeah, decent effort from the far outside. You have the black and yellow. Sultan Al Anaya. Hadn't run since meeting 24, that horse, so it was a fair return to the track, actually. Eventually finished 5th in the race. Will definitely improve. Yeah, one to definitely take forward, obviously, because it was, how many months out of the last race? We're talking 5 months since meeting 24. So Shamila's selection definitely one she probably wants to double back on. Yeah, next time. As we see Khalid Mullet Man, as I'm calling him. I'm sure he loves that nickname. Big Money Mullet, that's what we call him. No, close to Money Mike Smith. Yeah. It's basically the same. Yeah, actually. Mike wouldn't be called Money Mullet, would he? Well done. He's living it up. Oh, well done. Good week for nice beginning of the big races for us. We have 2 more to go, obviously. I'll tell you what, 2 more to go. 2 great chances for Jimmy. Yeah. That's the talking point here. If you're in the chat and you've just signed on to watch and, you don't have to sign on, but logged in to watch and you want to have a chat in the comments, then get involved because Jimmy's about to have a couple of runners. Lethal Talent in the next, seeking a 4-timer. And in the last, he's got First Minister, who had previously run in a Group 1, 2 proper horses. Could be a good hour for him. Hopefully so. Be good to get him in there and get Shamila to work with a nice interview afterwards. Absolutely, yeah. Did you see on Twitter the footage of Jimmy and Shamila? Oh, yeah. Last week. She chased him down. Running him down. I love it. I love to see it. Yeah, so one last look at race 10, the Jcsa Award. Obviously a well-deserved victory by Badr Al-Alaya, who was the class of the race, improved it on the racetrack. And the horse to definitely take out of there was the runner-up. We'll see what Ibn Hadban does next time with all that stamina. Moving on to the 11th race of the evening, our penultimate event. It's a big race here. This is the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup. 4-year-olds and up, fillies and mares. They are going to go the 1,600 meters of a flat mile here. Very excited this. We're going to go to Enzo in just a second to go over the runners and riders for this exciting affair.
Thank you, Marco. Yeah, looking forward to this one. This Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup. for the fillies here. And that was impressive. Badr Al-Ailaya striding out well to give Khalid Al-Mamoni his double. Now, non-runners here, 1 and 6 don't go. Selena Diana doesn't go, and also Know It's Time doesn't run either. So let's go through them. Number 2 heads the list now. The former Johnny Portman trained Felicia Beach, daughter of Twilight Sun for Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 3 is Juju for Sultan Al-Mimoni. Number 4, Momtenar, the grave Ali Al-Mutib. 5 is Tawaka for Mohammed Saeed. 6 is out. 7, Default Protection, Abdullah Al-Fairuz. Number 8 is Lethal Talent for Jimmy Jerkins and Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 9 is Update, Asil Al-Sahari looking for his double on the day, the daughter of Free Eagle. 10, Consensus de Vega for Fahad Al-Faredi. 11 is Mathael, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 12, Unagi for Ali Al-Mimoni. 13, Tahiyati for Eddie Castro. 14, Rouge et Noir for Adel Al-Faredi, looking for his 3rd of the day. Seems a long time ago since he rode that 2nd winner in race 3. Number 15 is Pretty Flag. Mohammed Al-Hubayl has ordered a hat-trick as well. 16, Smoky Quartz for the Wigman, Wigberto Ramos. And 17, Hapipi Go Lucky, one of Shamila's favourites. Khalid Al-Mamoni looking for a treble. Take out 1, take out 6. 14 go in our 11th. Talking of Shamila, let's go and join her right now.
Well, thank you very much, Enzo. It goes against every fibre of my being to go against Hapipi Go Lucky because I absolutely love her. But wow, horse number 8, Lethal Talent, is my paddock selection for this race. She is a stunning 7-year-old filly by Lethal Force, rated 98 for the Jimmy Jerkins stables, Red Stables. I think she can make it 4 wins on the bounce, definitely. She is absolutely stunning. She's an older mare, so much older than some of the other horses in this contest. She carries 58 kilos, and I just absolutely love her. So I think that Lethal Talent can get the job done. Though, another horse to note, horse number 7, Default Protection, is looking particularly well today as well. Always for the Khalid Mishrif stables. They turn their horses out so well. So I wouldn't mind if Default Protection won. However, I have all my fingers and toes crossed for Lethal Talent and the Jimmy Jerkins stables.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Yes, we're going to go through these runners and riders in just a minute. She is sticking early. She's early selecting Lethal Talent. Are you going to be on with her?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm not gonna look elsewhere. Just the most likely winner at this point. I am just trying to find winners. So I did take a few shots earlier. They didn't pay off. So yeah, most likely winners is back to my ploy, and Lethal Talent after 3 consecutive wins, looking for a 4th win for a trainer in Jimmy who brings his horses along, has to be the most likely here.
Number 1 is out. Number 2 is Felicia Beach, 2 for 6, 13th last time.
Formerly trained by Johnny Portman in the UK, her recent efforts just haven't been as good as in the UK. I mean, she wasn't overly talented on those shores either, but over here she's yet to win.
UK bred Juju, the selection of David Ball online in the comments, 0 for 9 thus far.
Another horse that's yet to break through. Penultimate run went 2nd was a fair effort. We were here that day. But last time up went 8th. Just didn't really feature.
Great filly there is Montana, so 6-year-old mare, 2 for 26.
Lacks the pedigree uptick in this race. A good 3rd last time though. And if you go back to meeting 68, this horse won.
Tawaka is number 5, 1 for 13, 9th last time.
Outclassed against this field, off a mark of just 65, facing horses in the 90s here.
Number 6, Know It's Time is out. Number 7, Default Protection, Quality Road, 6-year-old.
Definitely a player in this race for Khalid bin Mishrif. A good recent efforts as well, winning at meeting 24, came off a long layoff at meeting 65 and finished a good runner-up, and then last time finished 4th, which was a fine effort in this kind of company. Top 3 contender, absolutely, could even play a part and beat Lethal Talent here.
The aforementioned Lethal Talent going for 4 wins in a row.
Just great progression so far this season. Didn't show up first time, meeting 20, but needed a run. And then 1 at meeting 32, 1 at meeting 57 in Riyadh, and then 1 again here in Riyadh at meeting 80. Loves this track.
Definitely taken really well to the Jimmy Jerkins program.
Yeah.
Number 9 is Update, 0 for 4 thus far, 9th last time.
Rated 44, cannot win.
Consensus de Vegas, number 10, 2 for 17 thus far.
Consistent filly or mare, as a 5-year-old now. She ran well, went 2nd back at meeting 75. Last time a little bit below par, but she could easily bounce back for a place.
Number 11th is Mathael, 0 for 15.
Yeah, doesn't have winning credentials today.
Unagi, 4-year-old, is 0 for 9.
Slowly progressive this term, but again, is not up to this grade.
Tahiyati is by Mastery, 1 for 8.
Has a bit of speed. I wonder if they'll go forward with this filly. She won't last long if they do.
Red and black is the game of Rouge et Noir, 2 for 11, second last time.
Better effort last time up. Quiet reappearance. That came in the same race that Lethal Talent ran in. But last time finished a good second. Could be a player for a place. Adele Alfredi on.
And there she is, looking quite well. Yeah, she's very interested in what's going on with the camera. She's looking around, seems to be well-spirited right now. Number 15 for already successful tonight. Connections is Pretty Flag.
Well, this horse is completely outclassed on form and looks a little bit like she's carrying condition, but never right off Thelma Al-Dahani.
Indeed. Smoky Quartz is number 16 for Prince Salta bin Michel. She's been a little bit, she's not in shot now, but she's been a little bit antsy in the parade ring.
Yeah, she's trending the right way, Smoky Quartz. She gets Roberto Ramos on. He's barely had any rise the last 2 weeks with Berto. Don't know if that's by design or not, but he'll be looking for a winner today.
Yeah, don't see, I'm looking for Smoky Quartz in the, there she is. She's being pulled off to the side here. Yeah, and she is, yeah, there she is. I think they're kind of trying to take her out by herself right now. She has got lots of attitude out there. And last but not least, Hapipi Go Lucky, we had not mentioned yet. 5 for 37, rated 90.
Formerly trained in Ireland, a late closer, won a very exciting race in Thai right at the start of the season, coming from virtually last and scooting up the rail to win. If the pace does collapse in here, then she could play a part, but that seems pretty unlikely given the way the track is riding.
Getting an enthusiastic warm-up for the 5 there. She is bolting down to the start. She's definitely one to take note of. That is Tawaka, one-time winner. Maybe she will show a little bit of speed, or she just is running off with her rider. One of the
Probably
two.
the latter.
Trophy analysis.
Oh yeah, these are the types of trophies that I love. You know this, Michael. I like these slender ones.
These slender ones?
No, it's the best description I've got for you. Tall. You know, I'm not going to say any more words.
Let's see Lethal Talent in action. Obviously, she is on quite the roll right now.
Yeah, she's got a lovely stride. You can see her going down to post there nice and calmly, which is what Jimmy Jerkins will want to see as we hopefully pick up the footage. Here we go.
And this was on the 22nd of December, her last run.
Yeah, look how aggressively she was ridden this day. Straight to the front, set fast fractions, dominate. Just kicking clear. The race was won without her coming off the bridle. It was a good effort, and this kind of proved her well-being. She could easily do employ very similar tactics today. There are only a couple of others in this race today that could go forward. So I imagine she'll be straight on the front and hope to repeat this.
Yeah, and she sits at a rating right now. She's still amongst her friends, and there's no rush to really put her in any tougher company right now. It's
No.
really smart placement for her at this point.
It's also worth noting that the third home in that race was Hapipi Go Lucky, who reopposes.
All right. Rouge et Noir is number 14 in shot there. She was second on the 14th of December.
Yeah, scooting around the outside of the pack in the whitish checkboard silks. Makes a decent run off the turn. A big eye catcher actually this day. A little disappointing that she didn't go through and win. I do have to, I can't remember the name of the winner. I don't know whether it was Sunset Flash. May have been. It was an Almondale horse, but the winner was the likely winner before the race as well. And Rouge et Noir did well to get as close. Israj is the name of the winner, apologies. But yes, it was a good late run, just couldn't overhaul the winner in the final strides.
Interesting. So that's the selection of both Tom and Shamila Lethal Talent. I'd hate to go against Jimmy, but I'm going to take a shot in here. Who would be before I get to that, who would be Lethal Talent's biggest danger?
Probably Rouge et Noir, yeah, with that late running style, or maybe not late running style, but mid-div sit and then look to move around the bend. I think she's potentially the danger. Consensus to Vega could run well, Default Protection could go close. They're the three most likely to put up for Lethal Talent, but I think if you're siding against Lethal Talent, you are banking that one of the other horses in this field goes and pushes her on the front.
Interesting. I'm going to give Default Protection a chance here. This is a third run off the layoff.
Yep.
Has had a bit of a gap between runs, so they're expecting a little bit more than what they've seen so far, it seems. And obviously, a 6-year-old has been lightly raced. Wouldn't be a shock at all to see her run pretty well here.
No, I can certainly see that. Connections do very well with their limited string compared to some others here, but they have some plenty of nice horses, including Dahi, Defunded.
Defunded. Defunded is now in this yard. Looking forward to seeing him in the Saudi Cup. It's going to be fun. I mean, the Saudi Cup is coming together really, really well. We'll get to that eventually. But yes, as always, it's always just such a great clash between the local horses and the local horses, the horses from Dubai, the horses from Europe, the horses from America, and the horses from Japan. Nothing quite like it. All right, so shifting focus onto here. So Lethal Talent is the selection of Tom and Shamila. I'm going to go with Default Protection. And we will go to Enzo and see if he agrees with either of us.
Yeah, I thought this was a really interesting race. Looking forward to it. These fillies, Lethal Talent. I'm hoping that she runs her race because I think this race needs Lethal Talent to run her race. In Consensus de Vega, we've seen her run a few times over here. I used to watch her run over in the UK as well, so it's a horse I know very well indeed. Her PP Go Lucky, of course, one of Shamila's favourites, but she's deserting her today. She was so taken by Lethal Talent in the pre-parade ring. There's number 4, that's Mom Tenar. And Felicia Beach, a horse I know very well as well from her days over here with Johnny Portman. So a few familiar faces in the lineup this time around. So they are at start for what is the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup for the fillies, 4-year-olds and up. Going the mile, the 1,600 metres. There's number 12, Unagi. Ali Al-Mamoni on board. Of course, it's been all about Khalid Al-Mamoni, isn't it, so far today with his double. He rides her PP Go Lucky, number 17. She'll be coming out the widest stall here. The runners are about to load up. Just away from them a little bit is 16. I think it was just for a check or two. Smoky Quartz was just briefly away from them. Juju, number 2, daughter of Kitten's Joy for Sultan Al-Mamoni. And runners are now beginning to go forward here. They are going the mile. Don't forget those 2 big race days next week, the Saudi Cup trials, those Royal Cups on Friday and Saturday next week. And we're only 7 weeks away now, aren't we, from the big meeting itself. Runners here then beginning to go behind. And our very special guests are ready for them. Got their perfect views of the action from the stands there and the very luxurious seats that we can see the finish from here at Riyadh. And others are going in, about 4 to load. That's what they're trying to win. That's the trophy for race number 11. That's the cup that will be going to the owners of one of these runners in about 5 or 6 minutes from now. 16 still to go in. Smoky Quartz hasn't loaded up yet. 8 and 11, the other ones. 8 is Lethal Talent. And 11 to come forward as well. Mathael, Tariq Al-Mansur. And we're almost set now. Juju going forward, and we're ready for race 11. And they're off. The Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup is underway over the 1,600 metres. They're going the mile. One of the first to show up is Mom Tenar, the grey on the inside, the lighter of the greys. Lethal Talent's up there as well, and she's right in the firing line. The steel grey on the outside is Unagi. That's advancing as well as they go through the first 350 metres. Up on Unagi's outside is Tahiyati under Eddie Castro's very prominent too. But nosing on now is Unagi. To Lethal Talent second. Third place Tahiyati. In fourth is Pretty Flag on the outside. Then comes Consensus de Vega in fifth in the yellow. That one's on the inside of Default Protection, the white and green. On the outside, ridden along is Smoky Quartz in the black colours. A few legs back to find Rouge et Noir, and they're nicely clear of Hapipi Go Lucky, who's in behind those runners. And then behind Hapipi Go Lucky is Mom Tenar, has lost ground, trying to get closer on the inside. That is Felicia Beach. They're well strung out behind. Juju is really struggling out the back. And also towards the rear of the field, and struggling is Mathael. Around the home turn they go, 400 metres to go, and this is where Lethal Talent tries to kick on, but there is one going with her, and that one is Pretty Flag on the outside. Lethal Talent leads by a neck. Pretty Flag, though, looks a worthy adversary on the outside. 3 lengths back to Consensus de Vega in third, the yellow colours, who now switches off heels. The leader, though, is Pretty Flag, who goes on. From the back, Momtenar is staying on really well, the grey in the black and grey silks, but Pretty Flag has a big kick and is away now. Pretty Flag is going clear for Mohammed Al Hubail. Momtenar is running on really well to get second, but Pretty Flag in front. It's 3 for Mohammed Al Hubail. Second, Momtenar. Consensus de Vega was third. It was close for fourth. Default Protection, one of those involved. What a day for the jockey, Mohammed Al Hubail. This horse rated 60. This is a bit of a turn-up, isn't it, for Pretty Flag? Where's this come from? A career best, no doubt, for the daughter of US Navy flag, for the Al Dehani stable. And another win in these colours today. 1 minute 39.93 seconds. I'm a bit taken aback by that performance from Pretty Flag, number 15. Mohammed Al Hubail. He's having a great day, isn't he, today? Another one for him on the card. He won race 9, I think, and race 5. And now wins race 11. Second, number 4, Momtenar, and third, number 10, Consensus de Vega. 2 1/4 lengths to winning margin, 15-4-10. It was Default Protection in fourth. What a performance. Pretty Flag.
Horse number 15, Pretty Flag, wins the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup, the 11th race of the evening, worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal. This was over 1,600 metres, so they've stepped Pretty Flag up in trip. She came 10th last time out, over 1,200. It's a hat trick for jockey Mohammed Al Hubail, who won race 5, 9 and now one of our feature contests, race number 11. Thamra Dehani training a quick double as well, so very well done to him, and a huge well done to Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malik Al Sabah for Loving Feeling, and now Pretty Flag. So this filly is rated only 60, so one of the lowest rated horses in the race, but that didn't stop her at all. And hopefully you can get a grab or word with trainer Thamra Dehani as well, if you're not too busy. It's great to have you, Thamra, back again, and a quick double for you with Pretty Flag.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, she's a good filly. This her third race in her life. She's still a baby, you know. I talked to my friend before the race. I talked to also the jockey. I tell her, forget the first race. She's a baby. She's progress step by step. Try to jump well and travel with the base in the front because she's a good sprinter for the mile.
And you stepped up in trip. Last time it was 1,200. Was that just to warm her up for this race?
No, just run her because she's not running since maybe 8 months. I just run her to make sure she's fit, for this race.
Was it a shock for you for her to win this race? Were you expecting it?
No, she's a good in a mile, and I expect her to be place, to be sure, because they have a good fillies in the race. But alhamdulillah, she do the best.
Well, thank you so much, Thamer. And what else does it mean to you to win a big cup race like this for the Jockey Club?
It's very good to have a filly in our stable because we have a best filly. We give it as a gift for Prince Faisal, and I hope she progress very well for Prince Faisal. And now we have another filly in our stable because I love the fillies. I'm a good trainer with fillies. Since I was young. The best horses in my stable, it was a fillies,
So that's your dream, to train champion fillies?
Yeah. And I'm happy to have it.
Thank you so much, Thamer.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Nice little insight. Obviously, very informed connections right now.
That mark of 60 looks good, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, maybe it's upside down.
No,
that would just be 9. It's
Yeah.
rated 9.
Similarly inaccurate, that would be. Quite clearly, nothing like a mark of 60, this filly. She's a lot better than that, and she's done it very well. Thamer Al-Dahani. I said in the runner by runner, this filly has no form, but you cannot write her off because of the trainer.
Yeah, and because of these connections.
Yeah.
She's out there, it looks like she's out in 3rd or 4th right now.
Yes, it is, yeah. In 4th. Good prominent position, to be fair. But even there, from that position, doesn't necessarily mean she's going to play a part in the finish.
Yeah, but she's having a perfect run of it. Because they're flying along, but not, and nobody's really overextending. It seems over-racing at all.
I think they went 25.2 for the first quarter.
So at this point, it looks like maybe Lethal Talent has the race within her grasp, especially because she hasn't given up the pole position.
Exactly. And going into the first bend, Lethal Talent's rider pushes her through on the rails. You can see here, the big grey horse in the red silks. The perfect ride on Lethal Talent to this point. She had no excuses to lose today. She's rated 98, and this winner is rated 60, has absolutely stuffed her.
And right here, you see the winner. It's go time with her. They ask her the question, and she answers nicely. She picks up the 2 in front of her, and now has 1 horse to beat.
I do think Mohammed Al Hubail will come under the steward's scrutiny for what's about to happen between the top 2 horses. You can see that he asks Pretty Flag, and she instantly picks up. But then she does hang into the left once. Mohammed re-steers twice. He steers again 3 times. Lethal Talent's jockey had to pull up there, and the stewards will have a look. It won't ruin the result, but he might get a couple of days, maybe.
Yeah, possibly so. But yeah, this very good performance. Obviously, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture is represented here for the cup in its name. Very interesting that these connections are just flying along.
Yeah,
they are. They've had a big day today.
I'll tell you what I would like to know. I'd like to know what has elicited this improvement. She was with George Bowie. George Bowie is a very good trainer, especially of young horses in the UK. Showed nothing.
Well, she only had 2 runs. It's not like she had 4 or 5 runs and did nothing.
Oh, absolutely. It might be a new training regime. It might be a different feed. It might be just reacclimatized. But I want to know what the actual reason behind that is.
It might also be like running against
better horses. It could be.
I mean, she was probably running in conditions in races that probably didn't suit her before. I mean, she's developed whatever issues that she had in those 2 races that she's gotten over them. I mean, I would be a little more concerned. It'd be a red flag to me if this horse had 5 or 6 races and shown absolutely nothing.
I suppose there was very little to go off, but
Yeah.
at the same time, from those races there was nothing. So
sometimes the biggest thing to go off is that they stay in colors.
Yeah.
You know, as in they stay with the colors, and they aren't sold off as a broodmare prospect or as a racing prospect in a lower grade.
Exactly.
So you have that.
Full credit to Connections for getting the improvement, but for an analyst and
it's difficult to pull apart. You just kind of, and it brings into light that we kind of do have to always consider the source. We have to consider where these horses are trained and who's owning them and whose colors they're still running in, because they are maintained. Yeah, this is a tight squeeze there.
Yeah, the stewards will look into that.
On Lethal Talent.
I mean, I do want to say that Pretty Flag was always going to win, no matter what happened there with Lethal Talent, but there was a bit of careless riding. And Mohamed Al-Hubayl, to be fair to him, was trying his hardest to get the horse to stick in this two path, but she didn't want to.
Good ride from good run from Montana on the outside, two-time winner. Gave her best. She finished second or third on the outside.
Yeah, it was a fair run. Had been very consistent last 5 runs.
Yeah, and just doesn't throw many poor races.
No. We see from the start. What we didn't see there was horse number 14, Rouge et Noir, kind of jumped the start very briefly, smashed her nose actually on the gate, so that wouldn't have been suitable for her. She ran a little below par in the race itself. Maybe that's an excuse.
Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, one thing we do know is that it was that Seduce would have won this race. Poor old Seduce. Right. Well, this is the moment we've been waiting for, the UK Cup.
Yeah. Best horse of the day is in the field. First Minister.
First Minister. We got
fingers crossed.
An excellent field. We have just a fantastic lineup. We have 150,000 Saudi Riyals on the line. 4-year-olds and upward from the Saudi Cup, distance of 1,800 meters on this dirt course. Let's go to Enzo for the final time with our runners and riders.
I will do, Michael. There's quite a few changes here, so listen carefully. Take out 5, Grosser Jack is a non-runner. Take out number 18 and number 10 as well. Motafarid is out 10, and also 18, Taking Names, has come out as well. And only one reserve gets in. The first reserve gets in, number 21, Single Minded. Ricardo Ferreira is going to ride that one out of stall 5, I believe. That's where Grosser Jack was. The other reserve not required, so scratch 22, 23, 24 and 25 as well. Let's go through them. Number 1 is Ifraz, Rakan Al Abeid. 2, First Minister, Adel Al Faradi. 3, Anna Al Maqsood, Rayan Al Toesh. 4, Al Wali, Fahad Al Faradi. 5 is out, scratch, Grosser Jack. 6, Shokran, Abdullah Al Fairuz. 7, Quantico, Naif Al Anazi. 8, Astaroth, Louis Morales. 9, Alucal, written by Alex Moreno now, he takes over. 10 is scratched. 11, Schwarzer Peter, written by Mohammed Aldaham. 12, here is the map, Wigberto Ramos. 13, Ragadan, Khalid Al-Mamoni looking for a treble. 14, Star Ahoy, Ahmed Al-Azari. 15, Dark Scimitar, Ali Al-Mamoni. 16, Oh Sheik, Camillo Ospina has been quiet today. 17, Elzam Blue, Mohammed Saeed. Scratch 18, Taking Names, withdrawn, out. 19, Houghton of Youth, Eddie Castro. 20, Boundless Ocean, Victor Gutierrez rides, and the reserve gets in. 21 is a runner, son of Caravaggio, called Single Minded, carries those yellow colours. Ricardo Souza Ferreira rides. Scratch 22, 23, 24, 25. They don't get in. So no Indemnify, Treble Joy, Bottle Rocket Man, or Rare Ninja. So we have, I make that 18 runners for the big one, the UK Cup. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
All right, here we go. It's very exciting. I'm very excited to just see these lovely runners cross the finish line. As will we. We have Ifraz. This is going to be our first one we'll look at. This is going to be a fun race. I mean, obviously, First Minister is going to draw a lot of eyes. Jimmy Jerkins, obviously 110 rating, huge class, huge pedigree, huge back class rather, huge pedigree. Obviously, Adele in the saddle. Adele and Jimmy, they won a cup race, was it last month together with Media Stream?
Yes, exactly.
So they don't team up very often. When they do, we got to take notice.
Precisely that. And this horse, First Minister, could easily be the best horse we've seen today. Well, fingers crossed he definitely is. He proved in France that he is well capable of running to a high level. He was 2 from 5, Andre Fabre. And last time up, he was 4th in the Grand Prix de Paris, which is a Group 1 contest. Now, that's obviously on the grass. This is on the dirt. This could easily be a prep for the grass races, and therefore he may not be at his best. But fingers crossed he can perform, because we know that First Minister is a very talented individual.
This will be fun to pull apart. We're going to get the lineup here in just a moment. We see the horses coming out. As stated before, number 5, Grosser Jack, number 10, Motafarid, And number 18 taking names, unfortunately, are scratched. Number 21 draws in. This is single-minded. And he draws in, I believe, into the 5 spot because Grocer Jack was the first to come out.
Yes.
Into the 5 hole.
Interesting that Grocer Jack's not running.
First Minister, we have a shot right there. First Minister, you said previously he just has a big chance.
Yeah, Group 3 winner, as I say, over a mile and 3 furlongs. This is a mile 1 furlong, but he can definitely run this trip. Fourth in the Grand Prix de Paris. If he's anywhere near his best, he will win this, providing he handles the surface. This was supposed to be one of 2 runners for Jimmy Jerkins, but Grocer Jack's not in the field today, so all hopes are on First Minister.
If Raz, we didn't touch on number 1, 4 wins from 12 starts.
Those 4 wins for Mark Johnson over in the UK back in 2020 and earlier. Basically waiting for turf. This is definitely a prep for him.
All right, number 3 is Anna Al Maqsood. Should be in shot just a moment, but this cameraman, and rightfully so, isn't very much in love with First Minister, this lovely son of Galileo. Let's go to Shamila real quick before we get to the 3.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's the last race of the evening, and what a weekend it has been. But hardly any winners for me today. I don't know what's going on. The results are throwing up some really strange winners. So hopefully I have my fingers crossed for a winner in the last race today. Horse number 12, here is the map, will be my paddock selection. Under Wigberto Ramos for Shala Al-Dehani, the trainer. They usually team up and do pretty well in these big cup races. This is another race worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal, the UK Cup. It's an open contest for horses 4 years old and upwards, and I just love the look of this horse ever since I've seen him. He is a 4-year-old colt by Liam's map for Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz, rated 94, so up there on the ratings, and I think they can finally get the job done. 4th last time out, can do a few places better, I think. Definitely one of the best looking horses in the race. I will give you a paddock negative. It is horse number 2, First Minister. It is obviously his first run here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and just getting really hot and sweaty and bothered behind the saddle as well. So definitely one to note. Hopefully won't boil over before the start of the race, but I'm putting all of my eggs in one basket here, and I'm going with here is the map, horse number 12.
All right, we're going to carry on here. We had talked about number 3, Anna Al Maqsood, 4 from 17.
Not necessarily a top-level performer, but is rated 95 and has run pretty well in open races and cup races in the past. Before we go on to horse number 4, quick note on First Minister. Being ponied down to start, he was getting a little bit warm. You can just see on his hindquarters and between his back legs, he is a little sweaty. So hopefully he's not boiling over right now.
Number 4, Al Wali, is 4 for 17. He's getting a good warm-up going down to the post.
Poor run last time up, but he's definitely got a chance if he's back to his best with Farhad on board.
Number 6 is Shokran, 2 for 5.
The TAFE form for this horse is standout over the Riyadh form. Last time up was disappointing, went 11th.
All right, number 7 is Quantico. We'll hope to break through today.
3rd up off the layoff. Maybe turf is the ideal for this horse as well, given he's by Make Believe.
Number Astaroth is number 8, 5 for 25.
Midfield efforts recently, they've kind of become the norm for this horse.
Alukal is number 9, 2 for 14, comes off a victory.
Won a non-winners of 4 event last time up. That came over 2,000 metres. Slight drop down in trip today.
Schwarzer Peter is number 11, breaks out of 11, 1 for 5.
Regressed so far this term. Started the year on a mark of 100, now rated 93.
Here is the map, aforementioned by Shamila Hanley.
Finished 4th in a cup race over 2,000 last time. He has a win in a 0 to 90 handicap to his name this year.
Ragadan is number 13, 1 for 9.
Finished 3rd in an open last up, could definitely play a role.
And 14 is Star Ahoy, rated 86 by See the Stars.
2 from 6 for William Haggis in the UK. Needs more distance, needs turf.
Dark Scimitar has been formed recently.
Definitely a place player, stays on at the 1 speed.
Number 16, Oh Chic for the leading connections.
Needs to be better than the recent 12th, but you go back earlier in the season, 2 back-to-back victories at meeting 48 and 58.
Alzam Blue, number 17.
This horse has a big late kick, but is not generally running at this kind of level when in the UK.
Number 19 is Houghton of Youth, 5 for 29.
Ran way below par last week, but prior to that, if you go all the way back to the Taif season, was mixing it with the best.
Boundless Ocean, rated 110, serious back class here.
Very interesting runner, 2-time Group 3 winner for Jim Bolger. Again, I think turf is probably the aim for this horse, but interesting runner nonetheless.
21 is Single-Minded for break for post 5, 1 for 17.
Son of Caravaggio races here. Placed efforts recently. Ricardo Ferreira gets on board. Interesting reserve to get in the race, but will probably come up a touch short.
Got some definitely have some form to look at here in just a moment. First Minister obviously is a horse that's taking a lot of people's attention, not only for his antics going down to the posts, but he does have obviously the pedigree, the connections, the back class, a serious horse. And I'm interested to see whether or not he can handle the surface, because we do not always see the Galileos handle it. I know the Francos can handle it, it's the son of Galileo, but not so often do the Galileos themselves.
It's the biggest question. There are two big questions actually, the surface of course that you just mentioned, and first off the layoff. They're the two questions. If First Minister answers them both, then he will win this race. Pick up the footage of him in Longchamp.
It's the Prix-Haucourt at Paris-Longchamp.
Yeah, you can just see in the Michael Tabor silks in behind, blue with the orange disc and stripes. Just powers up the inside. This was a Group 3 contest and did it very well. He got a dream trip, there's no doubt about it, and they do finish a bit in a bunch at the line, but he's a talented horse. You have to be to win a race like this in France.
You know, this is a bit of a bunch, and they finished together. But obviously he is a horse that must be reckoned with. And this is just back in May, not too long ago. This is the Group 3 Desmond Stakes at Leopardstown. This is Boundless Ocean winning on the 11th of August.
Yeah, God, I miss these races at Leopardstown, I tell you. Summer next year, looking forward to that. Boundless Ocean for Jim Bolger, as I say, dual Group 3 winner, forward-going type. He's on the wrong lead here, as you can tell, so he's not doing everything correct in the race, and he's definitely a turf horse. So today could be a learning curve, but when we do run on grass here, which is just a couple of weeks away, maybe 1 week away, he'll be a major factor.
It's a quintessential daisy cutter. This is Alucal, who was first last week on the 29th of December.
Pounced on the bend in this Nominals of 4 event, basically won the race at that point. He's just going to move away, going home, passing the white stable horse and scooting clear. He'll need more today. This is a week.
Yeah, definitely. Gets on the right lead here, looks a little bit better coming home.
Yeah, exactly. Powers away when he goes to that front left lead. As I say, weaker event than this. He'll need to take a big step up. I believe that horse in third and the yellow on the outside is Dark Scimitar, who reopposes.
All right. And next up, we have Ragadan's number 13 running here today. He was third on the 15th of December.
Good performance from Ragadan this day. Again, super consistent. He's a horse that really does just run his race week in, week out. Now, he's maybe not this level, but what you will get from him is a solid performance. Whether he can go close to beating a primed First Minister, I would seriously doubt it, but we don't know whether that is going to be the case today. Khalid Abdelmouni's riding out of his skin this week. Why not?
All this form, all these races from around, all this form from around the world. Where does it lead us? We've seen form from Paris-Longchamp in France. We've seen form from Leopardstown right outside of Dublin, and form locally. How does it stack, and where does it lead us? Who do you like?
Firstly, I'll make this quick, but it's great to have that form on the channel, being able to actually see those horses.
Yes,
because
of course.
we haven't in the past necessarily, but we get to today, which is great. I do like First Minister. I'm going to side with him just because he is the best horse in the race. I have no doubt about that. Whether he can perform today, we'll see. But I hope he does. He's got the best rider in Adel Alfaradi on board. We want Jimmy Jerkins to win these races, so hopefully First Minister will do it today.
We always want to hear from him, obviously. Shamila's going to go with here is the map. For me, if today's taught me anything, it's that a lot of horses with line-through races we need to respect, with big connections we need to respect. So I'm going to go with a long shot in Oshik, number 16, for the upset. So let's go up to Enzo one final time.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Runners are loading up. There's Star Ahoy in the background. About to go forward in the kind of pink saddlecloth there. Star Ahoy and Ahmed Al-Azari. So runners are loading up there for the UK Cup, our feature race, 75,000 Saudi Riyal for first place. Here is the map we just saw there. This is 11 Schwarzer Peter about to go in. Runners loading up for this race without number 10, number 5 and number 18. And the reserve gets in here. Single-minded is a runner. Ricardo Ferreira, there he is, right on cue in the yellow with a purple star. Single-minded. It's a good draw as well in stall 5. Goes into where Grosser Jack would have been, who's the first of the scratchings. Last few then coming forward. Oshik, number 16 there. Camille Ospina. Also has got a 94 rating. The top-rated First Minister, number 2. Is already in. This is number 4, Al Wali. Son of Hard Spun with the white face there for Fahad Al Faredi. The other ones to go forward are 9, Alucal, and 12. Here is the map to load as well. Final race, race 12, 1,800 metres then. in the 9 furlongs for our feature race, the UK Cup. We're almost ready for a start. Here we go. All one's restless there, very restless indeed, is O'Sheik on the outside, and Shockran as well. And they're off, they're racing. Off they go. Shockran got away okay, actually, in the end after that. They're racing for the UK Cup. Race 12 is underway. Breaking well towards the inside. First Minister is up there. Also, Shockran, the grey, is right up there as well. The red cap wider out, that's O'Sheik trying to get into it too with the blinkers. O'Sheik in the centre for the white stable. The other runner, Shockran, is up there on the inside as well. And also trying to get a bit closer in the blue is Houghton of Youth up on the outside, who's stepping forward. Houghton of Youth is trying to put some pressure on this leader, Shockran, who's the grey on the inside. Much wider out on the course to find in the red colours Ragadan, who's up there. In the black and orange, that's Elzam Blue towards the outside, who's just beginning to angle across. Just off the pace is Star Ahoy, who's a bit wider out as they make the turn then in the UK Cup, and they're really trapping along here at around 61 kilometres per hour. Houghton of Youth on the inside has been joined again by Elzam Blue. These two really locking horns for the lead. Ragadan sits third. Behind those, the red cap on the inside of O'Sheik is trying to get a bit closer for Camillo Ospina. To the outside, Alucard is next in the field, looking for First Minister, work to do at this stage. He's about halfway down the pack as they make the turn. Orange cap of Elzam Blue on the outside, moving well. Houghton of Youth against the running rail. Here on the outside is Alucard, moving really well for Alex Moreno now. And all of a sudden, Alucard is putting in the giant strides to come and take over. And Alex Moreno is feeling good because Alucard is full of running. They've got 200 metres to go in the UK Cup, and Alucard is going to tear these apart here. He's going further ahead in the final 200 metres. Running on for a place is Ragadan out wide, and then behind those, keeping on two to the outside is O'Sheik. One-way traffic here, though. Alucard, Alex Moreno wins the UK Cup in great style from O'Sheik, who was just second, and they're running on out wide for third. Here is the map. Well, we mentioned he was quiet today. Alex Moreno didn't have many fancied rides, but he got a spare ride here. Alucard has won the UK Cup number 9, winning time 1 minute 53.1 seconds. That was electrifying. That burst of speed late on. The son of Zoffany blown the field apart here. Second, number 16, O'Sheik, ran really well for Ospina in the white stable. Third, number 12, here is the map, as we called, 9, 16, 12. Fourth, number 13, Ragadan, ran well too, under Khalid Al-Mamoni, who's had a day to remember. Nothing at all from First Minister. Well beaten off. Number 9, the winner, Alucard. Second, 16, O'Sheik. Third, number 12, here is the map. That's the result. 1 minute 53.10 seconds. 3 3/4 lengths. The winning margin. Alucard. He had to wait, but Alex Moreno wins the big one.
Well, it feels like we have been waiting a very long time, but Alex Moreno has finally won a race today, and it's race number 12, the UK Cup worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal. On board a spare ride he's managed to pick up on horse number 9, Alokal, who won last week at meeting at 83 over 2,000 meters. So this horse is a long-distance specialist, I would say. This is a 5-year-old gelding by Zafani out of Natural Bloom. So very well done to Alex Moreno, all the connections, everybody involved for winning the UK Cup, the second Cup race of today. So they've definitely saved the best till last. Everybody is getting a picture, a handshake, and a congratulatory hug there from jockey Alex Moreno. So everyone is delighted by that. I think they're just going to line up for one more picture. No, Alex is going to go straight to way out. So hopefully we can catch a quick word with him before they drag him off for a trophy ceremony as well. So will be interesting to see what he made of that race. Hopefully in just a few seconds. Well, he's just grabbing a quick drink of water, so it's well deserved after a long, hard day and a long weekend as well. So Alex will just pop his helmet back on. They saved they saved the best till last, Alex. Congratulations.
Wow, I just surprised them, I get surprised too. Well, he ran last week. He was good. I just be behind the pace, He know what he has to do.
And how did he take to this distance? Because he's pretty much a long-distance specialist over 2,000 meters.
Yeah, between just 200 meters, so I think it's not matter.
And it's a nice spare ride for you to pick up. It seemed like a long day for you up until now.
Well, like I said, it was my last shot, so he blew well.
And what does it mean to you to win a big race like this, the UK Cup, with 150,000 Saudi Riyal?
Well, just so happy, I don't know what I have to say.
Well done, Alex. I'll let you go and collect your trophy.
Thank you.
All right, and we're back. Thank you so much for having us. Now, this was a pretty impressive performance. Obviously, Alokal was a horse that was cutting back in trip and took to the 9 furlongs really well. Good to see Moreno back in the saddle, back in the winner's enclosure. Just a bit of a disappointment with First Minister today.
Yeah, he didn't really fire, did he, First Minister? We'll talk about him in a little bit more detail in due course, but let's talk about the winner and the jockey. Alex Moreno, fantastic again on the big day, in the big race, getting the job done. He just pounced off the home turn with this horse with proven stamina over 2,000 metres, kicked clear, and because he had that stamina over further, he never looked in danger in the straight.
Yeah, he's a sort that basically, well, Moreno was never worried about whether or not First Minister was going to run his race. He was just riding his own, and he won it really well. From the top of the stretch, it was very clear that he was the only one.
Yeah, your selection ran well, though, Oshie.
Yeah.
In second. It was a good run for the White Stable and Camilo Ospina. Just never really a match for the winner. He ran potentially above expectation, though, Oshie. The two horses that disappointed were First Minister and Boundless Ocean. Both of those are definitely turf horses, but I was expecting a touch more, especially from First Minister today. He received a bump out the stalls, but from then on, never really showed.
It seemed that he basically, he seemed not really rejecting the service, not really rejecting the kickback, just didn't really pick up his feet.
Maybe he wasn't ready to run today. First up off a long layoff, switching from France to Saudi Arabia. There are reasons why he might not have performed to his best, but we can always forgive a horse one run. We've learned that today.
Of course. And obviously, we are, through the magic of using her own feet to walk over here, we're joined by Shamila Hanley in the studio. Obviously, it's a great performance, great end to the day and end to the racing week.
Yeah, good end to the day for Alex Moreno especially. We like to see him in the winner's enclosure. Not a great day for me, though, to be honest. Here's the map, came in third. So, I've been in the placings all day, but, just frustrating day.
Another one of those. They're the worst, to be fair, when you're hitting the crossbar all the time. But next week.
Yeah.
This
That's always next
We
week.
have proper racing next week as well with the Group 1s. I'm sure you'll get them ready for a couple of winners then.
Yeah, I hope so. It's the King's Cups races to look forward to. So
big ones.
Yeah, absolutely the big ones.
We'll have some big names in town as well, big riders, and obviously it's going to be, but not to take away from today, it was absolutely fantastic racing. The whole weekend, especially, we had lots of Arabian racing. I'm sure you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was good to have the Al Khalidia races here, to be honest. It seemed like everybody enjoyed them. And it's nice to see some new faces getting exposure as well that we normally wouldn't see here week to week.
Yeah, and what was your highlight of the day today?
I'm going to go with Saudi Neom.
there you go.
As it's one of my only winners.
Stealing my highlights. What's going on here?
I'll save it for Tom.
No, go on.
I just think that Adel Al Faraidi gave it a brilliant ride, and we were all on Saudi Neom, so it was a whole team effort as well, and he managed to carry the weight of all of us to the finish line, and I thought he was going to be done by like 400 meters out, but really fantastic ride by Adel Al Faraidi.
Yeah, just a horse that we know is, looking at past Saudi derbies, he kind of fits that bill. And he's the kind of horse where he's going to be, I think if he moves forward at all, we have the fact that he didn't change leads. If he changes leads, and he gets that much better, serious horse. Tom?
Yeah, a really good display today. As you say, he wasn't even super professional in the race, but he still managed to get on top. And yeah, maybe the runner-up isn't the best horse in Tropical Air, only rated 70. But that was a good performance from him, and Saudi Neom just proves that he's a well-capable 3-year-old by Connect. How good a Connect young progeny, by the way.
Yeah, they're very good. And obviously the being, we all know how good Curlin is as a sire, being a grandson of them. They're going to get better as they go older. Just like Connect, he didn't really come to himself until late in his 3-year-old year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an exciting future for this horse. Only had 3 starts. We've been here for both the wins. We must be his dream team. And yeah, the first time that all 3 of us and Enzo, who's usually the curse, have managed to select the horse and a winner at the same time.
And we have, a horse that obviously he's the kind of, with this much seasoning, he's got the 3 starts already under his belt. He's already won over the distance. He's probably going to get bumped up a little bit in rating. Shamila, would you run him one more time before the Saudi Derby?
I definitely would run him one more time. Obviously, we know that Al Wakad is my Saudi Derby horse for Lucas Gaitan. So don't prep him too well, because I'd like to see Al Wakad win that. But both of them, I'd like to see them go head-to-head before the Saudi Derby for sure.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it? It would be like the precursor to the big event.
Yeah.
They look like 2 of the main 3-year-old players right now, but we saw last year in the Saudi Derby that you do get foreign invaders, imports come in, and they're very tough to beat.
And who knows what the Japanese are going to bring this year. They're always very, very tough. They've won it before with Pink Kamehameha, and they're the kind of sorts that we just look forward to sort of seeing how they're going to stack either way. And we had another horse yesterday that might even come over from Mayatal, who won the Guineas Trial in the UAE, who's absolutely phenomenal. So looking forward to seeing what comes of the Saudi Derby and all the Saudi Cup horses. Today, obviously, any other highlights for you, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a good day of riding, I think. Adel Al Faradi's been great again, as per. He didn't have the latter successes that we were maybe anticipating, but towards the start of the card, he had a couple of winners that were really good. Saudi Neom being one of them. Khalid Al-Mamoni, what a week he's had. Maybe he's gone a little bit under the radar, but he's been fantastic. And Badr Al-Alaya, my best selection of the day, got the job done. Fortunately, the 25 rated horse did not upset my selection, but Badr Al-Alaya was very good.
And Pretty Flag Shabila was obviously a big upset on the day, but not with the connections that she represents.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Thamar Al-Dehani, everybody involved with his stables as well. Like he said, he loves training fillies, and you can tell.
He's a ladies' man.
Yeah, he is a ladies' man. And Mohammed Al-Hubail as well. I mean, what a rider. It's been a really good day for rides.
Thamar Al-Dehani proved yesterday he can not only do it with the thoroughbreds, but he can do it with the Arabians. I was thinking, oh, wow, maybe he'll get more Arabians, but based on that thoroughbred training performance, now he's going to be sticking to the thoroughbreds, I'm sure.
And obviously, a little reflection onto yesterday. Bit of an upset, obviously, with Vizier and Talal Al-Khalidia. This has been a weekend of very much expected performances. Horses, the class really came through with a lot of races that we saw, but we saw some really big upsets as well, and some horses that came through and stepped up, like Vizier, upsetting Talal Al-Khalidia, last year's Obaya winner. Asfan Al-Khalidia, we'll hopefully see him soon.
I hope so. We should have seen him yesterday. But yeah, the scenes, to be fair, after Vizier's success over there, we saw lots of celebrations. They were great to see. And as you've already touched on and we've said in the show, it's good to see different connections win these big races.
So what are you looking forward to next week, Shamila? You'll be here. We won't.
Oh God, just more fantastic racing and speaking hopefully more to my favourite jockeys.
Will you be watching online?
Of course I will be. God, don't
Tom will be
silly.
all over the comments. He's just going to be critiquing everybody. It's going to be we're looking forward to it. And obviously, there have been some. We talked about the Saudi Cup earlier. The closer we get to it, the more we're going to talk about it, because there's so much news happening. Obviously, in the States, we have horses coming over. Horses that have already come over. We broke the news last week of Defunded coming over already. Looking forward to hopefully seeing him.
Do we know if he's having a prep or is he going straight there?
He's supposed to go straight to the race,
Right.
but that doesn't mean they might sneak one in, because I know sometimes an allowance race will magically come up in the
In the calendar.
condition book, and sometimes I think Emblem Road got one of those as well last year.
Yeah.
So
Would you be keen that he'd get a prep, or would you be fine if he goes
just
straight there?
depends on how much they worked with him over there. This is the kind of horse where I don't think he runs really well fresh as well. So, and he's proven that in the past. But then again, last time he ran fresh, he finished a dull third or fourth, going 8.5 furlongs, a little short for him. But yeah, I'm looking forward to top class horses like him. Top class horses we've seen all weekend, and it's only getting bigger next week.
And we've got turf racing starting next week as well.
The 1 week that we're not here. What is going? I've waited all year for this. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, looking forward to it. For me, looking forward to being home and watching it online.
Yeah.
We'll be cheering you on for you to get better results, and I'm sure you will. You always do. Thank you very much to everyone for coming. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to Enzo. Thank you to Alex Fussy this week. Take care of yourselves. May all your photo finishes be winning ones.